Hello. I'm just going to grab a cup of tea before I start. Okay, don't expect any big skill, I already fucked up. Don't expect any big demonstrations of skill from me today, or any high skill play, because it ain't happening. I haven't played DCS for months. But we're gonna try it. Hello. I just woke up, so I'm not quite with it yet. Doubt Blue 4 improved? No. From what I've heard, they've got worse, if anything. 4 months, no joystick. Oh, I would not be able to handle that. I've been playing flight sims, just not DCS. Although I haven't, to be fair, I haven't really played much Misfits either. Fuck. Of course, 2-to-1 stack in Blue's favor. Who would have guessed? Not me. Definitely not me. Okay, so if they're spawning 15 far up. I don't know, we'll just grab a 25, I guess, and we'll, we can always switch if we need to. I was going to try out Tempest server in the Mirage 2000, but it's also the same story there, but worse. As one might expect, Blue outnumbers Red like 3 or 4 to 1 there currently, and all the guys playing on Red aren't even in Red airframes, they're in Tomcats, so fuck that. I will try that server another day, not today. I have no interest in playing in a fucking 4-to-1 stack on my first day back in PvP in months. Especially in airframes I'm not familiar with. Well, not anymore. God, everything looks so weird. Doesn't help that I was zoomed in a bit to start with. The slider I use for zoom on my throttle is getting noisier and noisier. I might have to do something about that soon. It's the one part of the Virpal throttle that I have issues with. Everything else works wonderfully. Some grease? Don't even think it's that. I think the sensor's a little iffy. It's the slider actually on the front of the throttle, so it's quite small and fiddly to begin with, and it feels like it actually moves too easily at the moment. But there's no way to adjust the tempest on it, I think. Tension on it, I think. Like I said, I was going to join Tempest server, but my brain is not words capable this morning. There's no way to adjust the tension on it unless you take the throttle apart, maybe there's a screw or something. I don't know. So, as I alluded to last stream, I think it was, sorry, my chair's doing that thing again where it sinks on me constantly. There's been a bit of a cold spell here the last few days. Yeah, like... I don't know how much DCS I'm going to be doing going forwards. Hello? It's weird. Because... with Alpine server down, I have very little interest in playing DCS anymore. At least until some new aircraft come out. 339's come out and it looks really good, but, you know, like, I mean, I probably will get it at some point, but interesting to me aircraft. I want to get the 339 because it looks pretty nicely made. I'm not actually, like, super into the plane. Oh, God, what the fuck? Jesus. No. Holy Christ. At least the filter still works. They didn't break that again. That would have been fucking terrible if they had. It will probably be there until the end of time, dude. I doubt it's going anywhere in a hurry. I should also sort out my radio frequency here, but this guy's going to want me to get out of the way, I think. Oh, that wasn't what I wanted to press. Fuck. I'm going to take a wide corner here to give the other 25 room to get past me. Because I'm going to have to tab out real quick and fiddle with SRS. And fix my chair, because once again it is fucking sinking under me. Oh my god, dude, I am so over this. Oh, the other guy's not even taxiing, that's good to see. Fucking hell. We're off to a good start today. We're off to an excellent start today.
Hunter 1-2, threat, bra, 133,
Should probably also take my meds before I forget.
3500, drag east, Tomcat, begin. Hunter 1-2, threat, bra, 137.
Wait, you don't have the 21?
2600.
Fuck, I didn't realize. I thought you did.
Begin.
Dude, I swear to God,
Hunter 1-2.
if I ever designed an office chair, instead of having a fucking gas cylinder on it, I would have a manual adjustment that you have to set once, and then it can never move from that unless you, like, deliberately do it. I'm the only person that uses this chair. I want it to stay at a particular height. I don't need gas adjustment. I just need to be able to set it to a particular height and just leave it there forever. Gives me the shits. Hey, Super. Overlord, Circus 1-4. Set to require 15. Set the text one at fucking 30.
Circus 1-4, Overlord. Copy. Warning 15 kilometers.
Yeah, but you need something to pressurize the hydraulics.
Threat. Bra.
So you're not really solving the problem, you're just introducing another layer of complexity to it.
Begin. Warthog.
I can't fly the MiG-21. Like, I tried. I cannot fly the 21 to save my life at the moment. It's been too long.
Hunter 1-2, merged.
That and, blue is stacked 2-to-1 advantage, as always, so we need people doing groundwork to not lose. They should be. They should be. Cheers for the, resub, Steve. Dude, if I spend 2 days away from the MiG-21, I can't fly it anymore. And I've been away from it for months, so... Like, this is the thing, like... I don't know, dude. With Alpen's server down, first of all, the player base here is garbage. I will say that unapologetically. There's like 10 good players on this entire server. So... other than Tomcats just having better, you know, better weapons and better situational awareness, there's not actually any challenge on here. Second of all, I actually enjoyed the ground warfare with combined arms, even if most people hate it. I thought it was fun. And thirdly, just like, I don't know, dude, this keeps happening. Alpen server would stack at times, sure, but...
118, 15, 1,200, hot, fast, Tomcat.
This server is always fucking stacked. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope. I see something crossing left to right over that ridge.
Circus 1-4, Overlord. Bra, 130, 11, 1,100, drag southeast, Tomcat. Begin.
That would probably be the Tomcat.
Circus 1-4, threat, Bra, 125, 15, 1,200, beam southwest, Warthog.
Oh, man,
Circus 1-4, threat, Bra, 172.
Fuck's sake.
1,200, hot, fast, Saber.
I already don't want to play DCS anymore, hey. This is pretty cool. Like, I legit already don't want to play this game anymore.
Circus 1-4, merged, 127,
Oh, for
1,100, Warthog. Circus 1-4, merged, 200, 700, Saber.
Yep, love it. Fucking love it.
Circus 1-4, merged.
And of course I can see none of them. Oh,
1,500, begin.
there's RA-10. What a shit show, dude. Should have saved the gun for him, but I just need to kill something in a hurry, because there's so many aircraft around me. There's the Vigan. Morons trying to turn, of course. Least brain-dead Vigan pilot. Like, this is what I mean by this server's not a challenge. I'm already merged with 3 people minimum. One of them was oblivious and got hit before he saw me, and the other one's fucking dumb. And he's just gonna warp speed 9 away from me, so I may as well not waste a missile, because that won't reach him. Oh, it might actually, because he's turning so hard. Catch that, dickhead. Saber. I'm out of flares, so now I'm missile bait.
168.
Oh, come on!
Hot, fast, Tiger 2.
Come on, dude. You'll be fucking kidding me. They've gotten worse. Blue have actually become more brain damaged since I last played. This is fucking embarrassing. Holy fuck, dude. How do you suck so bad at DCS that you fucking ground mort yourself in a saber against the fucking Su-25? Like, how are you that bad? No wonder they've been asking for Hornets and shit while I've been gone from the Discord, because they're so fucking trash, they actually need one. I haven't been checking the Discord, but I've seen some of the spicy takes in it, and boy, whew. Blue player's gonna blue, I'll tell you that much. Unfortunately, I still don't see this guy. I have no idea where that Tomcat's gone. I don't know what's happened in the A10. He may have gone down. He should have been on one engine. Although I didn't see any smoke coming out. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. I just don't want to straighten out for too long here.
Overlord, Bra, 142, 15, 1,700.
Okay.
Drag southeast, Tiger 2.
F5 either bugged out or ripped his wings. One of the two. Wait, Blue got the F1 on Syria? Or are you thinking of Caucasus? And no, I still even with the improved sustain turn rate, which it can outrate the MiGs now, even then I would consider the fucking F1, especially on Tempest server, but even on here, I'd consider it to be a bad fighter. I don't care if, you know, oh, it has a good turn rate. Don't care. Don't care if it has good missiles. Don't give a shit. It handles like crap. It's sluggish in response, it's got terrible cockpit visibility, it's got a bad radar, even when it's overperforming. It's not a good fighter. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. Yeah, the Mirage F1, it's not a good fighter.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 178, 18.
And all of the experienced MiG-21 guys in DCS that I speak to agree. It's not a good fighter. We don't find them threatening unless they're already behind us. Is it a good ground attacker? Mediocre. It's decent, like, it's actually a good interceptor. And as a fighter, it's okay for slashing attacks, but it can't dogfight. Not well, anyway. It's just too heavy.
Overlord, copy. Warning 20 kilometers.
Yeah, people use the F1 to turn. Most people use the F1 to turn.
1,500. Flank southeast.
Hello.
Tiger 2. Overlord, Striker 1-1. Overlord, Bra, 185, 21. 1,400. Beam east. Tiger 2. Hunter 1-2. Threat. Bra, 183, 20. 1,400. Beam
That's a
east.
hind.
Tiger 2. Striker 1-1. Overlord. I could not find you on scope. Break, break, break. Circus 1-4. Merged. 263. 1,500. Tiger 2.
Can see him. He'll be above me probably, still, so. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. That's the hind. Oh, hello! There you are, thank you.
Circus 1-4.
There's another one though.
141. 2,500. Tiger 2. Overlord, Striker 1-1, Bogey Dope, Bra. 147. 15. 2,300. Hot. 2 ship Tiger 2.
Bro, one turn and I'm behind him.
1-2. Threat. Bra. 161. 20. 2,100.
Is he gonna reverse? Is he gonna go vertical? No, he's gonna do neither of those things. Why would he do either of those when he can just keep turning the same direction and make it even easier for me to kill him?
Striker 1-1. Overlord.
I'm getting a little slow though. Oh, there's a second one coming from the front.
Hunter 1-2. Threat.
Is he gonna run away?
153. 20.
No, he's gonna keep turning.
2,900. Hot. Tiger 2.
Bruh.
Circus 1-4. Merged. 173. 2,600.
Oh my god.
Tiger 2.
Oh, no, the other one saw me. I was hoping that that was the other tiger going for his mate.
15. 1,500. Hot. Tiger 2.
No flares left, so that was inevitable.
1-2. Threat. Bra. 096. 20. 1,400. Hot. Tiger 2. Hunter 1-2. Merged. 154. 1,700.
Oh man, if only I had an R60 left.
Hunter 1-2.
He's gonna try gun me. I've lost my tail. There we go. It takes 3 of them to kill a single Su-25. 3. So, if anyone's wondering why I haven't been playing DCS, it's because, yeah, like, why bother? Even when you're outnumbered, the individual engagements are too easy on this server. Way too easy. At least the AI has been improving. It's still not at the level where I'd say I'm going to quit PvP yet, but it's getting better. I have a lot less incentive to play PvP these days.
2 bandits coming in, 100 for 6 at 7 at 5,000.
Oh, there's a human GCI now, although it sounds like he might be using the wrong units. Even though you can change them on the fly now. A lot of bitching going on here? Yeah. Yeah. Literally my first day back in DCS PvP in months. And, first of all, we were outnumbered 2-1 when I connected to the server, and then, like, in my first engagement, which happened almost straight off the end of the runway, I shot an A-10 before he even knew I was there. I popped a Vigan because he was stupid enough to try and turn with a Su-25. And then, I had a Saber make a slashing attack on me and fuck up somehow and fly straight face first into the dirt before he could even get a hit, like, get a shot off. So, why bother? Which server? Enigmas. Like I said, I would have liked to try Tempest today, but the teams were stacked so badly, I didn't want to make it worse.
Magic, Rocky 1-1.
Rocky 1-1, please come 140 for 15.
Copy that.
Been avenged. I don't know how they do it. I really don't know how they do it. Like, blue on this server in particular have never been good. But they appear to have actually gotten worse at the game since I last played. I don't know how they've achieved that. It's impressive all the same, but I don't know how. It's Enigma server. Enigma's Cold War. Because I am now homeless as far as DCS goes, Alpin's server is down for the foreseeable future, so that's it. I have here or Tempest, and that's about it. Dude, I miss Alpins in general. I miss having competent opponents and being able to just chill out and do combined arms stuff if I didn't feel like flying.
Okay, 1-1 Magic. Closest is 160 for 9.
Like, it's nice having this server if I don't want to actually have to use my brain, but,
5,000.
you know, I do actually want to have a challenge most of the time. So I would come on here before if I'd finished playing on Alpens for the day and I was stressed out from fighting people who aren't stupid, and I wanted to actually, you know, have a server where I could just de-stress and chill out. But as like a main server to play on, it's just, there's not enough skill here. I'm not saying that like I'm amazing or anything, I'm clearly fucking not, especially now, but...
Magic. Can you give me your status?
The thing is, like, the player base on this server are so genuinely, mind-breakingly bad at this game, I may as well fight the AI, because the AI is more of a challenge than them. Especially now. Like, especially after the most recent round of AI updates, the AI is literally a harder opponent than probably 90% of the players on this server. It doesn't have any anymore. That's it, Malta.
Okay,
Alpen closed it. Like, if the server was still up, if there were 10 players on it, I'd be there instead. But it's not up anymore.
For miner at 10,000 coming in.
Copy that.
Yeah, that was Alpens.
Sensation, this is Magic. Our ships are engaged in the north by 2 ships. Moon 88 Magic.
Oh, that must be the resident
Magic,
Nazi.
okay, 1-1, bug it up.
Rocky 1-1 Magic. Bog it up is 1
Pulled my flaps too early.
2 at 6,000. Rocky, you are merged. Bandit at 5,000. Turning north. Bandit at 5,040.
I'm 90% sure he's giving calls in Imperial on red team. Even when you can change them on the fly now in F10.
Okay, contact this at 5,000. 29041.
This is another reason I don't want the F1 on red. I want it to fuck off to blue team where it belongs. That way there's no excuse for them giving us calls in Imperial.
173.
Hey Reese, so far we're losing the will to play this game at all. But other than that, it's been alright. Saber's back. We'll see if he fucking slams into the ground again trying to kill me. I'm on Enigmas. Not that I have anywhere else to go anymore. What a shit show. There's turbulence. I can feel it. The aircraft's not tracking straight anymore, which is something, I guess. It's DCS turbulence, so it's not even, like, it's not real turbulence, but it's something at least.
Striker 1-1 Magic.
Right. 2 sectors to cross till we hit the front line. Let me just... My chair's sinking again, god damn it. So, for anyone wondering, if you want a GCI for red team, go up here. Make sure this says meters at the start. See? Now it's Imperial, now it's metric. Make sure that is in metric if you're GCIing for red. Red do not want to hear anything in Imperial, because none of our aircraft are instrumented in it, except the F1, which, as far as I'm concerned, shouldn't be a red plane. I think. We're also going to find out very shortly, I feel, whether this GCI is only giving the fighters directions or if he's actually paying attention to the whole team.
Magic Rookie 1-1, bogeyed up.
Because quite often I find that they won't even put out caution calls if you're in a Su-25. They'll just pretend you don't exist.
For 4 at 6,000. 1504 at 6,000.
Copy that.
Be advised, there's a friendly MiG-19 in the area. Contact is now 1554 at 5,000.
Yeah, he's giving calls in Imperial. The Blue don't fly at 5,000 meters. He's giving them in Imperial. Just a heads up, you can now change your units to metric on the F10 screen. You don't need to give calls in Imperial, especially on Red Team.
Thanks for the advice.
To be fair, I mean, it was in the patch notes, but I don't know how many people actually read the patch notes.
Magic contact is 316 for 11 at
Hey.
1,000.
There we go. There we go. Much better. Okay.
Contact is merged with 2.
One source of bitching has been dealt with. I need to get some altitude. I'm pretty low here.
Rookie 1-1, I have 2 contacts in front of me.
We're over the friendly side of
That's
the
right.
front
In front of
line.
you, there's a contact hot 130 at for 11 at 1,600 hostile.
Dude, my chair, for fuck's sake. God damn. Shit's fucking pissing me off so much.
Rookie 1-1 Magic, good job. Another contact 180 for.
I'm not switching to blue. I mean, if the stack swung really abruptly the other way, I might, but I'm not in the mood to fly blue today, and I'm not switching teams, especially while they're stacked, like, in their favor. Their skill issue is not my fucking problem. If they want to lose less, they should get better at the game. Not like I haven't tried to fucking help them get better at the game, they just don't want to listen. Well, yeah, but Tempest is, like, even worse blue stack than this server is. And all the people on red are flying Tomcats, which isn't even a red airframe and should never be on red team. Don't fucking at me. I don't care if the Iranians fly it. It's not a red airframe. We don't even have the Iranian F-14 yet. Like, I'm so fucking tired of teams getting aircraft that really make no sense being on them because people whine, "Oh, but I want to fly my favorite airframe on this team." Fuck off and play the other team, dude.
Service 1-4 Magic contact.
My balance, yeah, I know, right?
5 for 25 at.
We're still over the friendly front line.
Looks like a helicopter.
I guess that unit that we, or like the group of units we flew past was spawned right at the back of the friendly sector. So one of the biggest things that's always shit me about DCS is the fucking, the unit set, planes and ground units, makes it so that so many servers will just, like, put stuff on a team that doesn't belong there, in the name of balance or whatever. It's... I've never liked it, and I still don't.
Absolute Magic.
I really like the Su-25A. Well, I mean, there's no A index in real life, it's just Su-25. That's a Westernism, but yeah, like, I don't fly the Su-25T pretty much at all. I don't like it. I think it's a piece of shit. I don't think that any of the weapons it gets, with the exception of the Kh-29T, are even worth carrying. Like, The Vicar is designed for a helicopter and it fucking shows. It's not a good anti-tank weapon for a plane. So yeah, I prefer this thing.
Hunter 1-2 magic.
Well, watch out, because there's a FARP there. We are over the front line. Now we play the try and spot a ground unit cluster game.
Catfish 2-1 magic.
I cannot see shit from up here. I mean, I wouldn't be able to see shit from down lower either, it's just that... Those must be old marks from before the front line moved.
Catfish 2-1 magic, contact 15014 at 1600 hot.
Yeah, exactly, Boiler. Its only purpose in DCS, really, is seed, and it's only good at that because it's the only thing Red has currently that can do it. Hello. This is me playing DCS, this song, wiping out brain cells by the million. That pop-in distance, I have a feeling a lot of that stuff's dead, if not all of it. It has been attacked.
Spectre 1-1 magic. Spectre, be advised, contacts 226 for 25 at 5000. 2 ship hot.
Oh no, they're still up.
Circus 1-4 magic.
Send it.
Circuit, be advised 200 for 10, a correction for 29 at 1000, single contact hot.
Thank you. We'll deal with that after we've dealt with this. That's probably the A10 we just got an Overlord call out for, so I'm not overly concerned yet. Really? Okay. Guess we didn't get the direct hit, we must have just narrowly missed him. We're not making very efficient use of our rockets here, to be fair.
135, 50 at
7.62, no, that would have been 50 cal. That would have been the roof machine gun, that's 50 cal.
Circus 1-4 magic contact is now 180, 16 at 1000. Vanished on my scope.
We got a little bit of wind here, so we probably drifted just enough to miss. There we go.
Joker 2-1 magic.
No, it was a single M60 and a bunch of 113s.
Circus 1-4 magic, be advised the guy is still there behind the mountain, 160, 15 at 1000. Slowly approaching.
That's an A10, right?
That's right.
Okay, I'll get rid of the last of my rockets on a ground target and I'll come back for him.
Copy.
If there is a ground target out here, we're in the edge of the fucking sector. I'm tempted to try.
Hunter 1-2 magic contacts 10025 at 1000.
Depends how situationally aware he is. If he's not paying attention, I might actually be able to. But I'll try and find a ground target for him, spend him on something useful.
Circus magic contact is 175 for 8 at 1000.
Alright, I'll just go for him with the rockets and we'll see what we can do.
Beta 1-1 magic.
On ground, Delta 1-1.
Sorry, I'm talking to Veda 1-1.
There he is. He's seen me.
Veda 1-1 magic contacts 12535 at.
Yeah, that was never gonna hit.
3-ship flight.
Fuck me, dude. Oh, they're so bad. A10 solved himself.
Circus 1-4 magic, good job. Your area is clean.
Circus 1-4 RTV. Fucking blue team, dude. What the fuck? How are you that bad? I don't know, dude. Like, I go away for a couple months and I come back and they're even
Hunter
worse.
1-1, check in.
Hunter 1-1 magic, radar contact. Hunter, if you're going to 145, that would be nice. For 60.
145, Hunter 1-1.
I'll pick up some more rockets at TS.
Oh, Lord Laser 1-1, set running 20 kilometers.
Which is pretty much off the nose.
Joker 2-1 Magic, be advised. Fighter in your area 250 for at 800.
Magic Striker 1-1.
A profound lack of mental capacity, Pythagoras.
Single ship B-21, request bogey.
I don't even have to jettison my inner pods.
Striker Magic, please stand by. Striker 1-1 Magic radar contact. There are a lot of contacts, 150, 100. Closest is 166 for 80 at 900.
Why is there something dead over there?
166 for 80.
Vulture 4-1 Magic.
No, that's the kind of person that complains the A-10's flight model's bugged, or the Su-25 is overpowered. That's the kind of person that was.
Hovering above him and
Joker 2-1 Magic copy. Hunter 1-1 Magic contact 13060 at 2,500.
We do actually have a runway? No, taxiway. Okay, never mind. I could Harrison Ford that, but I don't want to. We'll go for the runway.
Circus 1-4 Magic.
All three, Draken.
Contact 215 35 at 2,000. Hostile fighting with friendly helicopter.
Okay, I'll go help. That was 215 for 35, you said?
219er 35 at 2,000.
Circus 1-4.
Joker 2-1 Magic, be advised.
I got the fuel for
there is
this.
a fighter coming in from the south.
Roger.
I need to ramp up the tension on my throttles again, they're getting loose. So when I push them past the afterburner tank, they slump forwards.
Magic, contact 18016 at
To adjust the tension on the Verpal throttles, you have to take the base off to open them up, but other than that, it's quite a simple process.
Fast and low.
So that's holding me hostage, or...
Circus 1-4 Magic, Kilo is 22025, hostile 1,200.
Has he switched back to Imperial again?
Rocky 1-1 Magic, contact 222 15 at 2,800, tracking north.
I suspect he has.
Rocky 1-1, copy that.
Striker, contact fast 155 18 at 3,000, hot 155 18 3000.
155, 18.
228, 13.
Circus 1-4 Magic, be advised there are two friendly helicopters in the area. Hostile is 1,700.
Tally.
227. Correct.
Okay, no, he is still in metric. Just that this guy was quite high. He's not stupid, this aviojet. He's swooping the helicopters.
Striker 1-1 bogeyed up. There's a contact. They got a shot down over here.
Striker on your nose is hostile 1308 at 3,000 cold. hostile is 018 20 at 3000.
I'm probably gonna run myself out of fuel doing this. He's behind me already? Holy shit, that thing turns.
12 at 1000. 2 ship flight.
Copy that, 140.
See if he can sustain it though.
Striker 1-1 bogey.
Doesn't look like it.
Striker
Does not look like it.
332 for 10 at 4000.
Oh yeah, we're reeling him in. We do have a saber coming, but
Be advised there is a friendly at 900 between you and the bandit. Bandit is 313.
yeah, go into the vertical, dude, against the Su-25. Don't worry that I like completely outpower you or anything.
999 5 at 1000.
Nice sound bug there.
Tracking northwest.
Wait, that's a C-101, isn't it? Have I gone silly? That's a C-101.
Magic Rocky 1-1, I had one contact.
Disregard me.
Hostile Rocky, you can...
I pressed the wrong button. Don't worry, it's fine.
Copy.
I just realized I pressed Control C instead of C.
First missile, be advised on your left side. 080 11 1000.
There we go.
I got
Nice kill. Yeah, I was misreading.
Circus 14 Magic, your area looks very good. There's one contact, cold 105 for 10.
I need to head back to refuel. I'm very low, so I'm gonna plug out. TR should be
Striker 1-1.
northeast.
Magic Striker. Declare bogey off my nose.
Hey, Architect, thanks for the raid, man. Good to see you. It's been a while. Hope you had a good stream.
12 at 900.
We're having a shit show.
And your nose is a friendly at 3000.
Stupidest dogfight. We've had a chain of stupidest dogfights today. I had a whoopsie. I fat fingered some binds and lost my canopy. I need to remember what my actual HOTAS bind for switching to the cannon is, because that's why I reached for the keyboard like that and jettisoned the
Striker,
lid.
it looks like the contact is bug out fast.
No,
6,
not really.
17 at 800.
I mean, if he was quick on the trigger, he might have, but not really.
2 430 at 1000.
He only had a chance there because I'd fumbled the gun select. Like, by the time I had the gun actually selected, I was already past him.
Contact in your area. I know, thanks.
So, for all the shit I've been talking about skill issues today, I have one too, because I haven't played for so long.
Data 1-2, data radar contact. Stand by. Data
Okay, so that is cannon.
125 for 35.
125 for 35, J1.
It simplifies things a lot.
Striker 1-1 contact.
We're gonna do a repair on the ground because I want a new canopy.
0.
It also gives me some time to actually, like, clear my head and become less bad.
Merged with friendly.
Shit. Circus 14 just got AI call out, merge with Vigan. And no fuel.
Circus 14 Magic, copy. Laser 1-1 Magic. Circus 1-4, Vigan is turning cold. Vigan is now 236 for 5 for 8 at 1300.
Okay, let me know if he recommits.
I'll do my best. Uno 1-1 Magic, contact 19020 at 2500.
Roger that, thank you.
Data contact is 15020 at 1000.
Does your stick not have a flip trigger? It does, it's just not...
J1.
I don't use the flip trigger for the guns on the Su-25.
Catfish Catfish 2-1, check 6.
I probably could, I guess, but
Catfish 2-1.
I don't know.
Striker,
The flip trigger on the Connie
contact
isn't as well
0,
designed as the flip
5,
trigger on the actual, you know, the T50 stick or the actual sticks. On the Connie, it's a little shorter pull, and it's further forwards, and it doesn't flip all the way up, it just flips forwards a bit, so... I use a flip trigger for missiles in a lot of things, but I use the inner trigger for the gun, which is how the aircraft's set up anyway. I don't know about the Su-25, but the, it looks like it might be the case of the 25 as well, but like for the 23, 29, Su-27, the flip trigger is the missiles, and there's a second smaller flip trigger. I mean, you know this, Ed, because you have one of the sticks, but for those that don't, there's a second smaller flip trigger for the guns.
5, 15 at 1000. 3 ship fighting 1 friendly.
Are we close at least?
Acknowledge 225.
Oh my god, what am I doing? I'm flying fucking wrong direction. I shouldn't have even needed to check the map to check that. I should have looked at my compass.
Magic Striker, declare bandit up.
I'm so out of practice, man.
Striker on your nose is a merge, 1 friendly, 1 hostile. 1 friendly, 1 hostile. Friendly MiG-21. Looks like scissors, be careful.
Data 1 flight 2, casting update.
Data flight, contact is 0557. Fate is engaged by some site. Closest additional 21620 at 2000. 21620.
261 20 did 1.
Magic requesting Bogido.
Please call sign.
I think I just saw a differential flat deployment there. So yeah, that's interesting. We will need a repair.
Contact 1.
Hopefully that should fix it.
035 at 1400. Hot. Oh, sorry, Boomer, correction. 162 for 10 at 3000 cold.
Copy.
9 Magic, and be advised, additional 115 for 26 900 coming in fast. Data 11 Magic, contact 2345 1000 code. Boomer 11 Magic, contact 095 20 2500 code.
We're cutting close on fuel, but we should be okay.
That warning 20 kilometers.
Boomer 11 Magic, your closest contact failed, and here, now popped up again 2403 at 2000 on your left side.
Copy that. Data 1-2 request Bogido.
Data, be advised you are merged bandit at 1400. 1400 approaching your left 6.
Also data 1-2.
Oh, sorry, it was data 11. Data 11, check 6, data 11.
Go ahead, data 1-1.
Data 1-2, contact 2168 at 1300. Code.
Also data 1-2.
Magic, Boomer Magic, contact 260 for 3 at 1400.
I should note, guys, I don't know how long today's stream's gonna be, because I've got family coming down. Hopefully at least another 4 or 5 hours, but I can't say for sure, I have no idea.
I have no aside data 1-2.
Begins
Magic
back.
copy. Contact is 1407 at 1,000.
I wonder what they're doing.
Data 1-2 Magic, I think he's trying to get behind the mountain. 130 10 at 1,400.
Inside, data 1-2.
I'm gonna be real, it doesn't work for me. I would have liked to do a longer stream, but today's the only day they could get down, so it is what it is.
Data 1-2 Magic, be advised, 2 ship flights on your nose. First is 200 for 12 at 2,000 and friendly on your nose between.
Oof.
Inside,
Bounced it.
data 1-1. 1-2.
That was fucking miserable. I'm not gonna bother with the shoot, we'll just let it roll out. Since I need to repair anyway.
Flash 1-1 Magic. Luna 1-1 Magic, be advised, it looks like the guy is trying to get your 6. Then it is at 1,000, 290, 1,000.
Copy that.
Vader 1-1 Magic, friendly fighting with hostile 222, 20 at 1,000. Buster 1-1 Magic.
Are you noob? Fuck, not compared to the people in this server, apparently.
Data 1-2 Magic.
Although I haven't played for a long time, so I'm not doing very well today.
5, 6 at 4,000 cold.
Flawless, data 1-2.
Data 1-2 and be advised on your nose 050 for 10 at 1,800. One guy jumped over the mountain.
We'll just park it
Inside,
here.
data 1-2.
1-3-6. Заруливайте на стоянку.
We have to wait for it to spool down before we can call for a repair or rearm refuel. So we'll be waiting a good 30 seconds for that.
Catfish 2-1 Magic, contacts 135 40 at 800, 2 ship flight. Same for Horse 1-1,
Oh,
140 40 at 800,
oh.
2 ship.
Of all the people to team kill, you team kill the fucking 475th guys who are like the only competent players Blue has. Fuck me.
Vader 1-1 Magic, be advised, contact 1007 at 900, hot.
Right, engines are mostly spun down. We should be able to call for repair now.
Sir?
Banshee 1-1, be advised, contacts on your way 18630 at 2000, faded on my scope.
Go with 80% fuel since we're actually staying in the air a bit longer today.
Заправка по плану. Перезарядка по плану. Прием.
Interesting. Scoreboard's bugged. That's a new one. Scoreboard's not registering anything for anybody.
Contact 18618 at 3000.
Fun and cool new bug.
Data 1-2
Not that matters, because it wouldn't have registered half those maneuver kills any. Well, it wouldn't have registered any maneuver kills, so it
I'm losing right now.
wouldn't be accurate. Did I bump my... I did bump my roll trim. That would explain why the aircraft was trying to roll on me. think the repair will reset our trim anyway.
Horse 1-1 magic. Horse 1-1 magic. If you are on station, be advised there's a
Red Bros.
some help. 17040 at 1.
Red Bros, what has happened?
Catfish 2-1 magic, same bra for you. 1-8.
And our industrial's fucked. I could hazard a guess why though.
500 friendly merged.
Some things do not change. Oh, this is new. This is new. This is new.
1-1 magic. Be advised, there is a 2-ship on your nose flying straight over the airport. 02415 at 100 and 300.
Sit that. Right on that beacon. Not that I can really use the beacon in the C-25.
Data 1-2.
Data 1-2.
Yeah, I saw that.
There's a
Super.
2-ship flight coming in on your 6170 for 5.
Be nice if I could change the color of the compass rose. I mean, maybe you can.
353 for 20. Horse 1-1 magic. 2-ship 17020 at 1200.
What is
Be
this?
advised there's a single infantry in front of you.
What is this? Holy shit!
Data
The
round
F10
2
map is
magic
actually
is
fucking useful now.
227
Oh my
and
god.
hostiles 1.
Bruh.
Data 1-2 is down.
Fuck, but good job, man.
Holy shit. Okay. Good patch. It's broken the scoreboard and a few other things, but good patch. God damn. And we're repaired, so we should be able to start back up.
Flash 1-1 magic merged bandit on your
The bullseye line automatically originates from your team's bullseye and gives you a bullseye callout reference.
Catfish 2-1 magic bandit 005 for 5 at 1.
And the regular GCI distance measure, or not GCI, but the regular distance measuring line gives you magnetic as well as true. Also, it looks like my flaps are still going to be delayed. See that? When I retract them or deploy them, one goes out first. That's going to be a problem. So we're going to have to counter that with some roll every time I drop or retract the flaps. It's not a big deal, but it's annoying, especially if I'm trying to toggle them on and off during combat, during turns.
Horse 1-1 magic, be advised there's another bandit coming in. 235 for 10 at 1500. Laser 1-1 magic contacts 14026 at 1500. Merge with friendly.
That's the whole album, by the way, not just the song. So the song is Homeland. Or sorry, the album is Homeland. The song is, I forget which this one's called.
Legend 89, be advised there's a hostile in your area. 080 for 2 at 900 cold. Tracking south.
Oh boy. Vigan's inbound.
Laser 1-1 magic contact 103 for 5 at 1300. Rocky 1-1 Magic.
Magic, Rocky 1-1.
Rocky 1-1 Magic, please come 245 for 60. Contact is at 4,000. 245 for 60.
Copy that.
I have a feeling
Laser 1-1
my
contact
compass
330
has
for
fucked
8,
itself. Yes, it has.
1,500.
Excellent.
In the area, be careful. 2 hostile.
So how much offset have we got? We're doing about, what's that, 240-ish, 230. So it's about 100 degrees off, or 90 degrees off actually is probably what it is. So I need to read on the left tick.
Flyboy Magic.
Remind me, read compass from left tick. I should be okay.
Flyboy, be advised, contacts 115 for 7 at 1,700. 2 hostiles.
It's because I didn't wait long enough before moving after the
Roger, Flyboy.
after the repair, because I had my electric shut
Radar
off.
check for Flyboy.
So I should be okay. It's just
Loud and clear.
annoying. One extra thing to remember while flying.
Bearing 115 for Flyboy.
Flyboy, yes, it's right, but...
Hey, Bigger Fan.
Sorry, 095 for 5 at 1,000.
Hey, look, they remembered how to actually win games again.
Roger.
They ran out of steam at the end of things last season, but they remembered how to win games again. We're getting somewhere, alright? It's not like the fucking 2000s where they get to the last fucking period and just throw every single fucking game.
Magic, Rocky 1-1.
I have faith that sometime between, like,
Rocky 1-1 Magic. 2,
you know, the inevitable
5,
fucking World War III
30,
and the heat death of the universe, the Oilers will actually take out another Stanley Cup.
Rocky 1-1 Magic. Contact is faded at the moment.
Bogeyed out for Flyboy.
Flyboy 1.
Think about the weather after the update. I haven't had much experience with it, to be honest. I haven't really played much. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Circus 1-4, be advised, hostile in your area, hostile in your area.
I think he
Last
just...
contact.
He just went into the ground, I think, or a missile got him.
Roger, Magic, copy. Rocky, Magic, contact 2,
Depressing.
4, 5 at 15. Sorry, for 15 at 2,500.
Like, legit, how are they this bad?
Copy.
Okay, we're over the friendly front line. So if we continue heading, like, 210-ish, we should cross over the enemy front line. I want to get some altitude, though.
Arrow 1-2, Magic, last contact.
Yeah, I haven't played much since the patch, so I haven't really had a chance to try out the weather. The fact the clouds move again is nice. You know, the ice halos and stuff are nice to see as well, but we'll see how we go. It's still, like, we still don't have proper turbulence, and we still don't have enough layers of wind, but it's an improvement. It's getting there slowly.
28 at 1,500.
When we have multiple wind layers and, you know, proper, like, dynamic turbulence and all of that good stuff and wind shear, then I'll be really happy.
Contact is faded on my scope. Faded on my scope. Last position was... sorry, I can't say.
Copy.
Front line, so if I head
18850
west.
1,100 tracking north.
So yeah, usually in the Su-25 when your compass is fucked like this, it's off by 90 degrees. So figure out which direction the 90 degrees is wrong and then just operate off the left or right marker, not the top. So I'm going to line up the 270 on the left marker and there we go. We're flying west. Simple.
Is that for Flyboy?
As with many things in DCS, it can be offset by knowing what's going on. 7
Oh, for
for
fuck's sake.
37 at 1,100. Flyboy disregard, please come 240 for 28. Friendly needs some help. 240, 28, 2,000.
24028, flyboy copy.
Circus Magic merged, be advised merged, contact 1800.
He's supersonic, he's going to ignore me, it looks like.
Magic copy.
He might turn, I can't tell.
Flyboy contacts 147, 14725, additional 195 for 30.
I lost sight of him.
Looks like Flyboy, it looks like your first contact is bugging out, so please come 17020 at 1000.
1407, flyboy.
Gus Magic, be advised, contact on your nose 21012 at 1300.
Magic, go to 11, book it up.
Okay, 11 Magic, sorry, your contact's faded and I've got nothing on my scope. Bogey up is 105 for 88.
Yeah, Vigan just bugged out. Is that hostile FARP? Oh, that is a hostile FARP. Is it active? Oh, yes it is. Okay. Well, we'll deal with that problem now.
Flyboy Magic contacts 21538 at 2003, ship flight hot.
Three ship target 2, I wonder if that's 475th again.
Flyboy Magic, there popped up a contact.
I see someone on the pad.
30
Prepare to get fucked, boy.
At 900, the contact is engaging a friendly helicopter. Joker 2-1, be advised, merged.
030, roger, coming left.
It's a Gazelle. Fuck you! Boom. Oh, really? Really?
10015.
You want it like that, do you?
Helicopter.
Okay. Oh my god, there's two of them. Magic Circus 1-4, there's helicopter spawning at the FARP I'm at right now, just a heads up.
Magic copies, Flyboy, additional contact 324, 25 at 8.
It's not camping, it's targets of opportunity. If they're dumb enough to continue respawning here, I will gladly hang around and kill them. If your FARP is under attack, do not fucking respawn at it. If you don't want to die. I will happily farm these guys, I don't care if they complain to Enigma about it. They shouldn't be spawning there.
Joker 2-1 Magic, can you confirm a helicopter splashed on the ground? Sorry, Bandit is splashed.
He just flew past me at Mach like 1.2. I think it was a Vegan. I didn't see him.
Copy, Flyboy contact.
I need to give myself more room to turn, I just don't want to give him a chance to get off the ground.
318, 20, 800.
We got Huey as well? Oh, baby.
111 Magic, be advised, merged, 2 contacts, 260, 900, and 8.
Get
sorry,
fucked.
260 merged, contacts, 900 and 1000.
Flyboy copy.
Why would you continue spawning, bro? Why? Like, do you think I'm gonna just go away after the first pass? Is that what we're doing here?
Data Flight Magic, helicopter 290 for 12 at 900. Data, but you can proceed your heading, please, and...
I'm just waiting for the complaints to appear in chat. Last time I did this, people got really mad about it. But, like, it's simple. If your FARP is under attack, don't spawn there. Select the next one.
Flyboy contact is 06.
Like, it's so obvious to me. Just don't spawn somewhere that's under attack. Is he... That Gazelle, oh my god, dude. Are you brain dead?
Be advised, hostiles 200 for 12.
Understood. I'm going for another run on this FARP, and then I'll go Etua. Gazelle and Huey here.
Bug it up.
Okay, no, that's wreckage.
Move it up 220 50 at 900. 220 50 900.
Copy.
Archer 1-1 Magic, contact 17011 at 900.
What's up, Zoom for Data 1? Archer 1-1. Say again for Data 1.
Data 1-1 Magic, on your nose,
Okay.
fighting with friendly 08
Never mind.
15 at 600.
Looks like the Tigers have gone for someone else.
Hostile on your nose and friendly behind.
Like, are these guys stupid? Why do they keep fucking spawning here? I'm just gonna keep killing them.
Additional 105 16 at 1000.
Flyboy copy. Target just went down. He's crashed.
Flyboy Magic, that sounds very good. Contact is 10022 at 1000.
Drive up that blue attrition nicely.
100, roger.
Archer 1-1 Magic, there was another contact 305 for 12 at maybe 800.
I don't care, Egg. I don't care. It was a target of opportunity. I was attacking the SAMs at the FARP, and they started spawning in below me, so I killed them, and I kept spawning.
Okay.
If they keep spawning, when the FARP is clearly under attack, they deserve what they get.
Rocky 1-1 Magic.
I'm unapologetic about that. I will not write an essay. It's their own fucking fault. They know the FARP's under attack, so why are they still spawning here?
On the airport, on my
There we go. There we go, they finally learned.
if you are a bad guy, contact is 225.
Surely he wouldn't make another pass!
But I'm not
I know,
sure
right?
of the rules on the server, sorry.
Fucking geniuses, man. Absolute geniuses on Blue 4 today.
Rocky 1-1, and I got an additional contact, 18650 at 3000.
Please.
Tracking off.
Please, God, I don't want to lose all my faith in humanity.
186.
Come on. No helicopters, please. I beg of you.
Archer 1-1 Magic, contact 16025 at 1000.
Oh, hello.
160.
21.
Catfish 2-1 Magic,
If you
contact
shoot me...
2015 at 800.
Magic Circus 1-4. That FARP appears to be closed. They've given up, finally.
Circus 1-4 Magic, copy.
No, it can't be destroyed, but they can slowly, eventually get the... Circus 1-4, I'm 90% sure I just got team kill. You fucking chimp! You absolute fucking chimp! Fucking squadron players. It's always the fucking squadron players, man. How am I liking the new DCS update? It's really, really good. How am I liking the players? They're fucking worse than they were when I left. Somehow. Worse than they were when I left. Fuck me, dude. JG9, one of the... Actually, no, JG1 was an East German unit, wasn't it? After the war, JG1 was a MiG-21 unit, I'm pretty sure. JG9 was 23s. Fuck me, man. The only person who succeeded in killing me... Wait, no, there was somebody that killed me in an F5 at the start, wasn't there? It was one of the 475th guys. Which tracks. The 475th are the only players on blue that know what they're doing. So I got bonked once by the 475th in like a 3-versus-1 that they had to bail out the rest of blue team in. And I got bonked by a fucking teammate. Fuck. Oh, Third Shock Army, I think? I mean, their leader was literally named Koba. They weren't that bad in the grand scheme of things, though. Like, they had some spicy fucking takes, but fuck, they were better than, like, 90% of the German units in RO1. I miss the 181st, dude. The 181st Tank Brigade were, like, the coolest guys in fucking RO. They were our bros. We got along better than them than we did with the rest of the fucking Axis units, because the rest of the fucking Axis units were all Nazis. 181st were chill. No, like, dude, it's in the name. You would expect them to be. There was not a single fucking SS-themed unit in Red Orchestra that wasn't full of fucking Nazis. I think for a while, so for those who are missing the context here, when I got into Red Orchestra, like when I was still in high school, I joined a realism unit. It was an Axis realism unit because I was interested in like the Wehrmacht side of things at the time because I had no idea what they'd done on the Eastern Front. We were the only, for like probably 90% of the time I played, we were the only non-SS Axis unit. Like, the rest of them were all SS. We were the only regular army here unit. There were, I think, what did the Soviets had? They had the 3rd Shock Army, which I think was the biggest unit. They had the 181st Tank Brigade, which were, like, our best bros. Us and them would just, like, chill out and shoot shit, while the rest of the units were, like, squabbling over their political bullshit. I think there were 1 or 2 others. And there was a bunch of Axis minor shit, too, like the fucking Croatian Nazis. 11th Panzer Grenadiers. Yeah, but that's the 25th. Oh, 25th. But that's the 20th, sorry. Like, after the 20th switched to Darkest Hour, we renamed to the 11th. So it was the same unit. So yeah, like, the new DCS update's really good. Really, really good. There's a few bugs I found so far, like the scoreboard's not registering properly, the AI communication's broken when you first spawn in the FC3 stuff, but like the update so far has been good. Let me just catch up on chat for a bit while I chill out here, because I think the mission's going to cycle relatively soon. Imagine complaining about dying in PvP. I mean, I do it all the time, to be fair. There's also still a vehicle there. No, I think I got all of them. I mean, we can check. What is it? Control... Asterisk. Hubble Space Telescope. No, I got all of them. So the left one is the resup truck, the middle one's the Vulcan, the right one was the actual scary thing, which was the Avenger? I think? Is that an Avenger? Or did they replace it? No, it looks like it's got wheels, it's probably an Avenger. The Avenger's the scary thing. The Vulcan is mildly annoying. The ammo truck is obviously an ammo truck, it doesn't matter. The vehicles in the middle of the FARP, they can be destroyed, I think, but it doesn't actually do anything. Like, those are just resupply units, so I don't care. I wanted to get rid of the SAMs. Specifically, I wanted to kill the Avenger, which is why I went there in the first place, because that Avenger could inhibit my ability to work this sector of the front line. And just by chance, a bunch of idiots decided to spawn in as there was the Su-25 flying overhead and stay there. So, skill issue. Probably the only man in Australia with an Oilers sweater. You'd be surprised. Back when I lived in Bathurst, I saw somebody else walking down the main street in an Oilers jersey. And Bathurst is not that big of a town, so there's a lot of Canadians around me now because I live next door to Canberra, which is the capital. So you got like embassy staff and stuff. A lot of international students too. But also in Sydney, there's like a hidden enclave of Canadians somewhere. Because a lot of the time when I was getting the train through Sydney, I'd hear people in the carriage who are very obviously Canadian. Viper TG, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's a bit of a weird one today because I've been away from DCS for a long time, so it's a mix of me being pissed off at how much rust has accrued, me being pissed off at how the player base has actually become worse in my absence, and skill issues on everyone's part. Yeah, I think JG1 was a MiG-20... No, it says it was only World War II. What unit am I thinking of then? Was it JG3? Because there was a MiG-21 unit, which was low numbers JG, and then there was 9, which was 23s up at Peenemünde. But yeah, from what I remember, 3SA overall weren't too bad, but Koba was a edgelord, which you would expect for someone that named themselves after Stalin's like pet name. But still less of an edgelord than like 90% of the Axis teams. Dark Pastors of Erebor. I actually did like drink the fucking 5 Shermans to 1 Tiger fucking Kool-Aid for a while, and I'm glad that I got pulled out of that. Because it's so easy to fall into. Like, even if I didn't join a fucking Red Orchestra realism unit centered around an Axis unit, like, it's so easy to fall into that shit. I'm glad that now, finally, after, like, half a fucking century, actual real historians are doing actual real history and finally counterbalancing all that bullshit. Like, the fact that the Sherman's reputation for so long... Choice Vintage Gamer, cheers for the follow, welcome to the stream. We're just chilling out, catching up on chat after I got killed by some stable genius. Yeah, the fact that the Sherman's reputation was as it was for so long is a combination of the fact that the Western Allies immediately put Nazis back in charge of a lot of the German military and let them write their own history, and also Belton Cooper's untreated PTSD. It's a fucking joke, man. Actually, speaking of World War II history and, you know, the pushback against Verabooism, and also my own path out of that dark fucking chapter. Friend of mine, who, granted, I haven't caught up with for years, but Ensign Expendable from Something Awful / World of Tanks, otherwise known by his actual name of Peter Samsonov, is now a published historian. So I picked up a couple of his books a while ago. I haven't got around to reading them yet, but one is the Sherman in Soviet Service. I think it's specifically called M4s, and I'll go find the books. I'll go get the books, because I don't want to do him a disservice by coming up with the wrong titles here. But I will happily promote his books, because he was a good friend of mine back in World of Tanks days. Here we go. Sherman Tanks of the Red Army, the American vehicle in Soviet service, and designing the T-34, genesis of the revolutionary Soviet tank. If you guys are scared of, like, you know, really dry, thick, academic works with no pictures and, like, a gazillion words per page, these are great for you. They're like coffee table books. So there's... Let me do the Sherman one, because I haven't got a bookmark sitting in it. So, nice, beautiful illustrations, glossy covers, all the good stuff. They're not that thick, so you don't get intimidated by too many words. But, you got plenty of good info. And nice, big photos and illustrations relevant to what is being discussed. You got, if you're into doing modeling stuff, like scale models, because I know he is, he does quite a lot of scale modeling. So we got color profiles of different tanks, which is excellent. So there you go. That is, I'm not sponsored by him at all. I'm just doing this as a shout out to a friend. There you go. If you are interested in Eastern Front tank history, but you're scared off by actual, like, you know, full-on 10 gazillion page works, like most of my bookshelf is, but you want something that's still good info, just, you know, packed nice and dense with pictures and things that illustrate the point, good books. Little piece of trivia for you guys as well. If any of you have seen Vera Bingo, the bingo sheet for Veraboos, He invented it. I was there when it happened. It was on the World of Tanks forums in 2013. We all got together in, I think it was either in the thread itself where it got posted, or it might have been in TeamSpeak. We all got together and brainstormed the squares for Vera Bingo. So a little bit of internet trivia for you there. He's the originator of that meme back from before his published historian days. It was back when he still just ran Tank Archives. If you have been to Tank Archives, which is like a blog that has a lot of articles about Soviet tank history pulled from the Soviet archives, as the name suggests, that's him that runs it. All the same guy. So he has a lot of knowledge of the subject matter, and he has access to a lot of the relevant documents as well. As you may have guessed from his name, he is Russian, but he lives in Canada, so he can read the documents, but he is not actually within Russia, so he's not subject to the Russian government's bullshit. When are we going to fly Vipers together? Oh, Ben. I don't know, dude. I don't know how to... I can fly the Viper. Just I don't know how to work any of the systems. Man, give me a 16A. Give me a 16A. The original one. No MFDs. The shitty little fucking crotch radar... crotch CRT radar scope. The screen that has the cool on it. The cool screen. I want that. Give me a 16A. I'd fly the shit out of that, dude. The 16C, I like the airframe. This is my dark secret for all my Red 4 bros. I like the F-16 airframe. I actually like the way the 16 handles. I'm more of a turn fighting guy, but just the way it feels, it's snappy and responsive. It's good. I would prefer if it was a little faster. You know me, I like my Mark II jets, but I like the 16 as a plane. I can't deal with the Charlie systems because I'm allergic to glass. So yeah, 16A would have been perfect for me, but maybe one day. Maybe one day. Thankfully you were streaming when I got my first hind air-to-air kill. I had replay turned off. Oh, was that you that gunned the C-101? Nice kill, dude. Nice kill. Yeah, I I don't know if you saw my canopy go sailing off at one point there, but I was having a bit of a moment. I'm coming back to DCS after a pretty long break, so I couldn't remember what my cannon was bound to select the gun. I went and mashed the keyboard and... managed to jettison my canopy and then select the gun once I'd overshot him. But yeah, it was a good kill. Very good kill. I got a nice view of it. The most obnoxious unit was the 29th ID. Oh fuck, dude, don't even start me. The 29th were just... Let's have a bit of a parable here for our lovely viewers. There's a lot of you today. You guys really like watching DCS, hey? Well, guess what? Too bad. We're doing just chatting for a little while. So, Red Orchestra itself had a really good, healthy community. As well, the realism community in particular. If you don't include their political opinions, in terms of the number of players involved, it was very healthy. And even though they all hated each other because of said political opinions, except us in the 181st, who are our best bros forever, if you ignore that, they all got along pretty well and they'd organise matches properly. Well, along comes the Darkest Hour mod. Darkest Hour was a pretty good mod. It had some consistency issues, but it had a shit ton of content. It was a lot of fun. I really liked it. But the Darkest Hour mod was the Western Front, chiefly. That was its big thing. And so it happened to bring the interest of Western Front-oriented units from other games. Now, when I say the words realism unit, you might think of games like, Red Orchestra, or Armour, or, I don't know, things of that nature. What you might not think of is fucking Day of Defeat Source. I'm not even talking original Day of Defeat, the one that had, the British in it and was a bit more, slow-paced. I'm talking Day of Defeat Source, which was Counter-Strike reskinned to look like World War II. The 29th Infantry Division came across from Day of Defeat Source and immediately decided that they were going to take over Darkest Hour. They bought up a bunch of servers, which rapidly became the only populated servers not in Eastern Europe, so they were the only ones viable for US or Australian players to go on because of ping. They would force their own maps down everyone else's throats, so they had basically they'd done a one-to-one port or one-to-one recreation of DoD Donna. So Donna was one of my favourite maps in Day of Defeat Source, because for Day of Defeat Source's Counter-Strike, but with World War II characteristics gameplay, Donna worked really well. It did not work quite so well in Darkest Hour, because Darkest Hour was a slower-paced, more realistic game, and you didn't have things like cones of fire on your weapons. The bullets would go where the barrel was oriented. So it rapidly became obvious that Day of Defeat Donna scaled 1-to-1 with the Day of Defeat map was absolute fucking cancer when somebody who had reasonable recoil control with a Tommy gun or an MP40 could lock down the entire map from the spawn. Anyway, they had, of course, the thing where their own members had weighted votes for map votes, so we would end up stuck on their shitty maps all the time because all their members would spam votes for it. And they could outvote the entire server. If there were 3 29th members on, they could outvote the entire server. They, the way they treated their own members could best be described as an abusive relationship. If you joined the 29th, you weren't allowed to use any class except Rifleman until you qualified on it, which meant throwing away a day out of your weekend to qualify to use a Tommy gun or whatever. That wasn't just on their server. If you were playing under 29th tags anywhere, you had to obey their bullshit. They had 300 and something members. Like, they didn't just have infantry, they had, like, I don't know if their website's still up, and it would probably be a bit too toxic of me to go find their website and demonstrate it on stream. But they had a full-on Orbat. This is the only time I've ever seen a realism unit for a shooter with a fucking Orbat. They had the HQ, they had payroll. I'm not kidding, they had a payroll department who paid for the server and ran all the attendance at fucking, like, they had an attached assault gun unit, or not assault gun because they were Americans, an attached tank destroyer unit. They had all this other shit. Like, I could not believe it. I was still in the reserves at the time. I could not believe it going to their site. These guys had not only more active personnel than my real-life infantry company, but they had a more filled out Orbat than my real-life infantry company. I was beside myself when I saw their website. On their forums, all their forum signatures were like photos of World War II US dress uniforms with medals. Like, they had to update, it had their name badge with their actual in-game roleplay name on it, and it had their medals. Like, a lot of realism units did that. We had little, like, pixel uniforms with medals on them, but we didn't have, like, name badges and shit. Like, this is a level of try-hard well beyond what any of us did. You know, even for our trainings, like, the 20th were kind of try-hard at times. We had, you know, little medals that we gave ourselves, and we had trainings. The trainings were usually an hour every couple of weeks, where we would learn some specific element of fire and maneuver or something. But, you know, you could use whatever role you wanted. It wasn't a big deal. We'd get together on a server and have fun. And we had, like, a lot of people from varied backgrounds, and we would have fun. And particularly, like, we'd go on a server and we'd be on on the Axis team, and 181st would be on the Soviet team. Obviously, they're a Soviet tank unit. And so we'd have fun playing fucking cat and mouse with the 181st guys. We'd be hunting them because, you know, Panzer Grenadier unit, and they'd be hunting us. So we had a great time. 29th, on the other hand, oh boy, they had a rule implemented on their server, because I think, was it SIF? I think it was 2SS went on their server, and like 3 or 4 people from 2SS went on their server and jumped on the same team, because allies were stacked, because 29th would always play allies and stack the allied team. So the 2SS guys, who were pieces of shit, by the way, but, you know, they were good at the game even if they were pieces of shit. They went on there and they fucking slam dunked the 29th guys, even though they were so badly outnumbered. And literally within a day, I'm not kidding, within a day, the 29th implemented a rule that you could not have more than 3 people with the same clan tags or from the same unit on the same team. Could not. So you had a maximum of 6 people from the same unit in the server at any one time, and only 3 on one team. And yeah, SIF. So for context, after the the 20th Panzer Grenadier Division, which is what the unit was when I joined it in Red Orchestra 1, it became the 11th it was the 11th Panzer Division, not Panzer Grenadier. It was the 11th Panzer Division in Darkest Hour. We moved to tanks. And then, yeah, like SIF and a couple other guys bailed because the unit broke up. 11th broke up. Couple of them went to 2SS and had to put up with the Nazis there for a while until they all just said fuck it and left. A couple went to other units, but it was like after the 11th folded, 11th/20th, I don't think there were any here units left. It was all fucking SS. Surprise, surprise. And that was where I left the realism scene was when it was just like all SS units. I'm like, I'm not going to fit in with any of these, so fuck it. There was, I don't know if they were around for Red Orchestra 1, but there was another here unit. It was the 305th Infantry... Was it 305th Infantry Regiment? It was the guys who were at Barricadi. I remember it was a unit that was fighting in the Barricadi sector in Stalingrad, but I don't remember their actual unit number. I think it was the 305th Infantry Regiment. I forget which division they were a part of. But it was a lot of the same guys. The non-Nazi ones. Mostly. But yeah, the 29th were just fuckwits. And they would, like, when we had realism matches, because the whole thing with realism, right, is you can go play a pub server and no one cares, but the whole realism thing was we'd have organized matches against each other, right? And you would try and use some semblance of authentic tactics, not just, like, Rush B. Although if you were to make a modern Russian army realism unit, your tactics would apparently be Rush B. But, you know, for World War II stuff, you would use proper Soviet tactics if you're in one of the Soviet units. So, like, 181st Tank Brigade figured out how Soviet tanks were done. They'd have to downscale it because Soviet fire and maneuver was done at a higher level than, like, Western Allied or German fire and maneuver, which remained a thing throughout the Cold War. The Soviets would not fire and maneuver below company level during the Cold War. I forget what it was during World War II. But that was just because they had so many units on the front line and they would pack them so densely during an offensive, it made sense. But yeah, like, that was what the realism scene was. It wasn't supposed to be super duper tryhardy. It was just supposed to be, hey, we want to have some World War II themed fun and keep it kind of realistic. That's it. That's all it was. But the 29th took it entirely too seriously. They would stand us up for matches all the time. So we would try and organize matches against the 29th and they'd just no-show us. Or they'd have some fucking temper tantrum that we hadn't acceded to some inane demand they'd made on us, which would place a huge advantage to them. Like, the 29th wouldn't play unless they were sure they would win. And they'd still usually lose anyway because they were no good at the game. So yeah, as I alluded to earlier, they ran basically the only active non-Eastern European servers in Darkest Hour. And so as a result, they steadily killed off the Darkest Hour population, because all of the Axis units got sick of dealing with them and quit the game. All of the Allied units got sick of dealing with them and quit the game, because they'd no-show if they were supposed to be supporting an Allied unit, or, you know, particularly as people got busy and started thinning out the scene, units would have to combine. So we would have to pick out the least politically shitty people from the other German units to fill our numbers sometimes, or we'd fill in for them. Or, you know, the 29th and Spearhead would fill in for each other or whatever. But even the other Allied units cracked the shits with them and stopped playing with them. So they basically killed the game. Darkest Hour is still going. It still gets regular updates, which is surprising to me. It's a really old... It wasn't even a game, it was a mod. So Darkest Hour is a mod for Red Orchestra. It's still getting updates more than 10 years later, which is fucking awesome. And once in a while, I'll try and go back and find a populated server, and sometimes there is, sometimes there isn't. Usually it's fucking 29th. But yeah, like, basically to sum things up, over the course of a couple of years, these guys being a bunch of control freaks and having this massive fucking inferiority complex because they came from Day of Defeat and they would not let anyone forget it, they killed the game's population, and they took a fun mod, or fun game, and drove a lot of people away from it. So that's context to what me and Sif were just bitching about. Inshallah, we will get a 16A, dude. A 16A would actually be a really awesome matchup for the 23 in BFM. Obviously, BVR, your 16A can't do it unless it's a Skyguard, which I don't think we get. Was it Skyguard it was called? No, it wasn't Skyguard. It was 16... fuck, I forget. It was the air defense version, the American air defense version, with Sparrows. If we got that, it still probably wouldn't out BVR 23, but it would at least be able to BVR. But within visual range, a 16A versus a 23 would be a very interesting fight, because the 23, supposedly, according to the Dutch who were flying 16As against them in the 90s, the 16A should out horizontal it slightly, and the 23 should out vertical it slightly. 16A ADF. I swear it had like an actual nickname as well. I could be wrong though. They mimic all the worst parts about being in the military. That's exactly it. That's exactly it, Justin Bieber superfan. You've summed it up perfectly. Yeah, so to add detail to that, they had a requirement that if you weren't going to show up to a training, not even an actual organized match, but a training, you had to fill out a leave form. I don't mean you had to say on the forums, I'm not going to be here, guys, soz, I got a thing with the family, I'll see you next week. You had to fill out, I wish I was joking, right? I wish I was joking. They had scans. They had scans of period correct 1944 US Army administrative documents. I am not making this up. Sif can attest to it. I'm not fucking making this up. Some absolute ascended individual had gone to the fucking US military archives, found an example of 1944 US Army fucking paperwork for pay, for leave, for promotions, for medal citation or medal recommendations, like all this stuff, scanned it, and they were like, you had to fill it out, you had to sign it with your made up LARP character's signature. Like, they, at this point, it goes without saying that they also did the thing where you had to refer to people as sir. You had to address them by their made-up LARP rank. You know, that, we're many levels beyond that at this point, but like, oh my fucking god, dude. It was so bad. It was so bad. Like, every time if somebody was like, oh yeah, I'm getting into Darkest Hour, I saw you play it, or like, you know, I heard about how much fun you had playing it, and I thought it'd be really fun to get into. I'm like, yeah, dude, yeah, it's really cool. Oh, I joined a unit. Oh, yeah, which one? 29th. Oh, fuck, dude, I'm so sorry. Like, welcome to an abusive relationship. Yeah, they expected everyone to take them super seriously. Not only did they expect us to take them seriously, they expected us to, like... They thought we should, like, treat them with more respect than usual, because they thought they were a true realism unit, and we were just... They thought we were the ones LARPing, right? Because we didn't have real fucking medal ceremonies, and we didn't use real paperwork, and we didn't address each other by our real ranks. Like, fuck, bro. Big brain RPing when no one wanted to RP. It was a level beyond RP, dude. Like, so when I was in my teens, I accidentally got into doing, like, roleplay because I went to grief a roleplay server, and then when I was done griefing it and I got banned, I was like, actually, I kind of want to get unbanned, because it seemed like that was interesting. So that's like my dirty little not at all secret that everyone in my Discord knows, particularly because, like, a couple people in my Discord are from that community. I used to do Gmod RP, not World War II Gmod RP. That shit's beyond cringe, dude. That, oh, fuck. That's too far even for me. But I used to do that because I found it interesting. It was like an interesting way of picking up writing skill, because although 90% of the people that did it were shit writers and couldn't come up with interesting characters, you could get more naturalist. Like, if you found someone that knew what they were doing, and I had a couple friends that were really good, you could actually get natural character dynamics forming because you didn't write the other characters. I find that when you're... This is now literally a Just Chatting stream about roleplay, by the way. But you could get a more natural sense of how dialogue forms and how character dynamics work. Because if you're... Let me put it this way. A lot of you guys who watch my channel, no doubt, are into dad fiction. I'm into dad fiction, right? That's... If I'm going to read fiction these days, it's dad fiction. Dad fiction is a great example of this because there's only like 3 competent writers in the entire genre, and it's not the ones people think of. So, Tom Clancy, for instance. Tom Clancy could spurg for like 100 pages about the fine details of some technical system, which is why the US military repeatedly thought, who gave him access to that? How does he know this? What has he got his hands on? And he didn't actually have his hands on anything classified. He was just either really good at inferring from what was public knowledge, or, you know, like I've mentioned on stream before, the US is not actually very good at security. They're so lax about info. Like, if you try and get info about how to operate some system of the Hornet or the F-16, there's pretty good odds you can find it in the public domain without breaking ITAR. Some of the weapons employment stuff will break ITAR, but you can do it if you don't care about ITAR, which, by the way, you should care about ITAR, because if you go on holiday to the US, you don't want to get arrested there, or, you know, extradited from a US-friendly country. So don't, like, ITAR is serious business, don't fuck with it. But at the same time, there's a lot of stuff that's not even ITAR covered that's pretty, like, you would think, surely this should be classified. No, it's public knowledge. Has been for years. By contrast, try and get anything out of a Commonwealth military and they'll tell you to go jump. Things may have changed now, especially with the proliferation of smartphones and social media, although, if anything, that should have made it change the other way. But back when I was in, you technically could not even take a photo with a defense installation in the background. Like, if you were standing outside the fence at Holsworthy, you were not supposed to take a photo in the direction of Holsworthy without clearing it up the command chain. Like, and if you were at, like, a military establishment, like on Holsworthy during an X, or especially on deployment, anything you recorded, any photos you took, any videos you recorded, anything like that had to be cleared through defense before it was disseminated outside the army. Now, if you took footage and photos and stuff, you could share it within your unit just fine. No one cared. We did that all the time. Guys, like, there was like an illicit trade, except not at all illicit, in people's worries that they got while their mate who was on deployment in Afghanistan had sent them a video he'd recorded or something. And we just sit there and watch them between lectures. But anything that went outside defense, because back then, you know, everyone's internet was slow. YouTube was only just becoming a thing. Usually it would go to the media if it went anywhere. And if you sent something to the media, or if you later uploaded it to YouTube and you hadn't cleared it, look the fuck out. I don't know if it's still like that. It's probably gotten quite a bit more lax, but getting any sort of documents, any sort of info, any sort of anything out of a Commonwealth military is a pain in the ass, especially compared to the US. But yeah, like, as I was saying before I sidetracked myself, yeah, like, Gmod was pretty cool for that stuff, because you would have people that could write different characters and they'd write different things to you. So compared to, like, Tom Clancy, where you've got these really in-depth descriptions of equipment, and then the characters are all two-dimensional Mary Sues. Clive Cussler, same thing. Like, they write interesting stories. The premises of some of their stories are interesting, if some of them a bit boomer. Was it Clive Cussler had one that I stole off Dad? And it's two stories intertwined. It's a diamond smuggling operation in the late 1800s. Like, a British guy gets in with the local fucking tribal chieftain and then steals his entire supply of fucking diamonds. And they pursue them across the Namibian desert, and the ship that's meant to pick them up is wrecked and lost in the sand, so it becomes a treasure hunt story. And at the same time, there's, like, this eco-terror subplot going on. It's really cliched, and the characters are so 2D it's not funny, but it's an interesting story because the premise is pretty neat. And the way the two stories intertwine is pretty cool. But yeah, like, a lot of them they can write, but they can't write characters. And to me, characters are what make a story interesting. So, for me, as somebody who, like, as a kid, I'd just steal Dad's books when he was done reading them, and I'd get into the dad fiction thing. The only dad fiction genre author who I have read, who, like, in my mind is a true writer, regardless of anything he's done since, because I've heard he kind of went off the deep end at some point, is Ralph Peters, who wrote Red Army. And I'll tell you why I think that, is because Red Army doesn't go to pains to describe which submodel of T-64 the Soviets are in, because it's not relevant. Normies don't know that shit. Normies don't need to know that shit. Even Spurg Lords don't need to know which specific version of T-64 they're in. It doesn't matter. A tank is a tank is a tank. So things are described as infantry fighting vehicle, or as main battle tank, or as attack helicopter. It is left up to the reader, if they are that familiar with Cold War equipment, to say, right, well, they're Soviets, they're in a main battle tank, it's 1980, whatever, it's a T-64, probably an A or B, depending on where they're stationed. Attack helicopter, oh, it's a Hind. You know, like IFE, oh, it's a BMP. Reconnaissance vehicle, BRDM. Like, you can tell if you understand Warsaw Pact and NATO doctrine, you can understand what vehicles and equipment are being discussed without it being named specifically. Because the vehicles and equipment aren't the characters are the people, and he writes the people really well. The one thing I think he did a disservice on was he described the the fucking NVA, the Aussies, the East Germans. He described them as being not very committed and kind of about the whole thing. To be fair, the Aussies were using outdated equipment and were kind of like ablative armor for the Soviet army. But they were a pretty well-trained and hardcore army. They were probably the best-trained army in Europe at the time. Certainly of the actual European land armies, maybe not the... Well, I suppose even the US, because the US still had, like, large-scale numbers at that point. But yeah, the NVA were very well-trained. They just had outdated equipment. But, like, all the characters were believable. Like, there was a Soviet general who was a piece of shit with anti-Semitic tendencies, which was a big thing in the Soviet Union that they tried not to talk about. There was a very bookish, one of the actual main characters was a very bookish member of the general staff, and he had a young son who was I think a company commander or something, who he was worrying about the whole time. Like, there was all this depth to the different characters. The way the characters played in with each other was really engaging. Like, a lot of the Soviet troops were portrayed as, a lot of them were fresh conscripts. They maybe came from complete different parts of the country, so they had trouble kind of settling in with each other. I don't think he explicitly referenced Dedovshchina, but, like, it was implied, which is, like, big brain shit. To actually be referencing cultural problems within the Soviet army is big brain shit. Not, oh, well, this piece of equipment isn't good enough, or this piece of equipment doesn't, in a 1v1 fight on a flat billiard table, this would lose to this. None of that shit. You have, like, well, this is a problem within this Soviet unit because these guys, these conscripts, don't, they're from all over the Union. They have different cultural touchstones to these guys. They're from a different ethnic group. They're kind of treated as second-class citizens because the European Russians think they're better than them. Like I've been into on stream before when discussing the current funny gamer moment that is unfortunately trashing two countries I very much care about. In every sense of the word, trashing them. A lot of these problems already existed. Like, they had persisted throughout the Russian Empire, they persisted throughout the Soviet Union, they never fully got rid of them. A lot of the Soviet Union's big reforms were immediately walked back in the 1920s by Stalin and the counter-revolution. It's like the French Revolution. Wherever you have a revolution, they'll make these huge gains within the first couple of weeks or months, and then there's an inevitable counteraction which claims to be working against counter-revolutionaries, but they themselves are the counter-revolutionaries. Like the repression of the Kronstadt sailors, the repression of all these different sects of the, of the left movement within the Soviet Union. All that. And this guy covered that, which is why Red Army is my favorite work of dad fiction. It's one of my favorite works of fiction in general. And not only did he go into the characters, but he went into the doctrine. He had an understanding of how Soviet Cold War doctrine worked. And he didn't sell them short. The Soviets were portrayed as being a fucking steamroller in the initial stages of the campaign, but as as NATO air power started to become more of an issue, as supply lines started to get choked, as units became a bit more scattered because, there was a lot of confusion on the battlefield, it was portrayed as becoming harder and harder for the Soviets to advance until eventually the Soviets ended up in a deadlock with NATO, and they couldn't push any further, but also NATO couldn't really push them back too easily. And so they had to go to the negotiating table. And guess what? That was exactly what the Soviets had intended. Like, this guy had such a good understanding... Hi, Marduk, by the way. They had such a good understanding of Soviet doctrine and Soviet political doctrine, not just military, but political doctrine. He understood the Soviets aren't trying to take over the world. The Soviets can't take over the world, and they're conscious of that fact. What the Soviets are trying to do is grab as much land as they possibly can, as quickly as they can, so by the time both them and NATO are completely exhausted and basically sitting there like, completely out of it, it's, 10, 15 rounds in, and they're just both up against the ropes in a corner, swinging and missing at each other. When they're at that stage, the Soviets would be, okay, now let's negotiate, because we hold all these chips to bargain with. That was the political doctrine, and he described it. So, Red Army, great work of fiction. If you have not read it, please read it. If you're into the Cold War especially, great work of fiction, and it shows how you can have a military thriller without having 2D Mary Sue characters that are like, just, you see them interact with each other in the book and you're just rolling your eyes. So, to go back to what got me onto this point, the whole roleplay thing, while incredibly nerdy and the thing that most normal, well-adjusted people would not admit to, I will happily say, as someone with an interest in writing, it was actually like something that was really helpful to me because it made me write less two-dimensional characters. It made me understand, Yeah, I will, Marduk. I'm just having a break because I got team killed by a 21. He formed up on my tail, sat there for a good 30 seconds through multiple maneuvers, and then shot a pair of R60s up my ass. After I just got done attacking a blue FARP, by the way. So I needed some time to breathe. Yeah, Yuki. It's like you watch Russia now, and it's like they're trying to do what the Soviets did, but like after eating a lot of leaded paint chips. They don't have the mobilization capacity the Soviet army had because they didn't want to pay for it. They don't have the, their doctrine is like, if you skim the Soviet manuals, but you don't understand why they were written the way they were, it's just a joke. Like, modern Russia is a mockery of what the Soviet Union was, because it's interested in like all the aesthetic trappings of either the nostalgic parts of the Soviet Union or the Russian Empire. In character, it's closer to the Russian Empire. Now, I've spoken before. I'm not going to get into it this stream because I've been through it multiple times before at length, so you guys will have to find the relevant VODs. I'm not doing it again. But just quickly, a lot of the sort of persistent problems of the Russian Empire, the Soviet Union tried to... Well, not even the Soviet Union. The Russian revolutionaries initially tried to get rid of, either the pre-Bolshevik revolution, the February Revolution, or the Bolsheviks themselves during the October Revolution, which, by the way, November 7th, because old system calendar, my mum's birthday, easy date to remember. They initially tried to make quite a lot of differences and abolish a lot of the old problems, but it didn't happen, because especially once Lenin died, even during Lenin's lifetime, he started moving more towards, well, actually, maybe we should keep this. By the time he died, Stalin just repealed a lot. So, Russia doesn't have the Soviet imagery. It's like there's a disconnect between the Patriotic War and the modern Russian Federation. There's a lot of weird stuff like that. The thing that kind of made me scratch my head, I don't know if I've discussed this with you before, Ben, but like, I would always watch religiously until a couple of years ago when it became too much of a fucking clown show. I would watch the Victory Day parades in Moscow every year religiously. And I would not just watch the parade, I would stay and listen to the speeches. Now, I'm not fluent in Russian at all. But just by understanding a little bit of Russian and also having subtitles on, because the subtitles aren't always accurate. And like, because of the way I've learned the language, the part that I do understand, it's from talking to actual Russians. So I understand, and they'll use phrases in English that are literally translated from Russian. So you pick up Russian idioms even through speaking English to Russians, right? It's like they pick the English idioms up by speaking to me. So you see bits in the translation where they've mistranslated something or they've taken it too literally, and it's like, I know what he's saying. He means this. So I would watch the Victory Day parades and I'd watch the speeches, and year on year, even from like the mid-noughties, but particularly by 2010 and after, it was becoming more and more nationalistic. I could tell. Putin was starting to, instead of just talking about the great achievements of the Soviet Union and the fight of the Soviet people and all this stuff, he was starting to use Russia more. It was not Soviet Union, it was Russia. And it became also less of, they tried to wipe us out and we stopped because we're a strong people, blah, blah, blah. The stuff you would expect. It became, we're a strong people because this is our destiny. We are, we're a nation of winners. We're not used to losing, all this stuff. And it's like, that sounds awfully familiar. I'm pretty sure a man with a funny moustache in a couple countries over came up with that shit in the 30s. So I stopped watching the Victory Day parades, I think I want to say like 2014, 2015. It was around the time they annexed Crimea, actually, because I was like, okay, well, this timeline has jumped the shark. I don't like this Netflix remake. I'm going to nope out of it. So, but yeah, like you could hear it in Putin's speeches. If you listen to them, it was progressively becoming more and more co-opting the feats of the Soviet Union and the aspects of the Soviet Union that citizens would be nostalgic for into modern Russia. So it became this historical destiny thing. I feel like there's a distinct lack of nationalism amongst the Russian military. I mean, the Mobiks aren't going to be very keen on it. This is the other aspect of Putin's rule, right? It's not just fascism, it's babushka fascism. If you look at where the bulk of Putin's support's coming from, it's not people my age or your age, it's old ladies. Not even old men, it's old ladies. Like, you watch videos of the Otriada Putina, the Putin's detachments, Putin's hundreds, whatever you want to call them. Sotnia would be, I guess, the Civil War terminology, but like Putin's detachments. Otriada Putina. It's all fucking babushkas. It's all women, like, of the age 50 plus. And they're the same types that sit around watching state TV all day because they got nothing else to do. Their kids have moved out. They're the same ones that tell their kids who either live in Ukraine, because, you know, a lot of families are, like, even some of my Russian friends have realized since all this kicked off, like, I was born in Russia, but I'm Ukrainian. My parents were Ukrainian. They only moved to Russia because of dad's job, or because of mum's job, or because of this or that. Like, there are so many Russians who are, you know, their family is more Ukrainian than Russian, but they're in Russia. And vice versa. There's a lot of Russians who are born in Ukraine, but their family is all Russian. So, like, the T-64 crewman, who I always watch on YouTube, Shawshank Redemption, his channel name is, he speaks Russian. I've never heard him speak Ukrainian. Never once. I've not heard a single word of Ukrainian from his mouth, even when speaking to people who are speaking Ukrainian. Likewise, in the comments, when he replies to people, he speaks in Russian. I don't know. I assume he speaks Ukrainian. I assume he knows it, but he just doesn't speak it. It's like a conscious decision by him. He speaks Russian. He's from Kharkov, so, you know, that's why he's a tanker. That's why he's a good tanker. But he's from the east of the country, so he speaks Russian. Like, anyway, to get back to what I was saying, it's not young people that are supporting it. There are young people that support it. You know, there are young people that support all sorts of shit against their own interests. But the bulk of Putin's support, aside from the oligarchs who are propping him up, right? And the fact that he's stacked the entire fucking ruling class of Russia with yes men, so that no one coops him, the bulk of his support comes from fucking grandmas. Grandmas who just sit in front of state TV letting their brains rot all day. The same ones who, like, I got linked a video by a friend of mine about, it was some babushka going off about, we don't need your... Some guy was filming something. He was just filming something on his phone. And his babushka comes up to him like, we don't need your internet. Oh, your internet's destroying the country. I remember how it was back in the good old days. We didn't have the internet. We just knew what was right for the country. It's like, lady, the fucking Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore. Like, this isn't the same country. Open your fucking eyes. It's not even, like... It's not the same country. You're living in the ruins of that country. But anyway, yeah, like, it's... Putin invokes the imagery of the Soviet Union when he wants to invoke that nostalgic reaction from Soviet citizens, whose memories are starting to go because they're all getting into the Alzheimer's kind of age. You know, like, that's what he taps into, but he's shifted more towards the Russian Empire. He was always wanting to recreate the Russian Empire because he's a fucking fascist, right? He's a fascist who loves the idea of this great fucking Russian ethnic-led, or you know, European Russian ethnic empire, which is also why a lot of the Mobiks are from Buryatia or Chechnya or, you know, Dagestan, or all these different republics where the Russians are a minority, right? He's basically using this war as a dual purpose. He's using it as a reason to start a forever war against Ukraine and claim that his brand of fascism is the correct one. And also he's trying to clean out Russia of any, shall we say, dangerously unruly ethnic groups who are starting to realize that the Russians are treating them like shit, just like they always have. Things have gone backwards for them since the end of the Soviet Union, and maybe they should start looking at doing something about it. So yeah. You should read recent Medvedev posts. He's going full on we're angels listening to the voice of God fighting against evil called Satan, Devil, or Anubis. Oh my fucking god, dude. It's like the Americans during the fucking Iraq shit, but worse. Like, Jesus Christ. Fuck, even under Trump, they didn't get quite that bad. Good lord. It's funny, too, because I remember... And to be fair, this is when I didn't follow Russian politics that closely. I still only have a very surface level understanding of Russian politics. I'll get that out the way right now. So while, you know, compared to a lot of English speakers, I might seem to know what's going on, I'm still very limited in my outlook. For instance, Yuki here has informed me of a few things that were like fucking revelations to me because they've just been outside my situational awareness. But you know, back in the days when Medvedev and Putin did their funny swap, they did their musical chairs so that Putin could get back in power later. Remember that? I remember at the time thinking, oh, well, at least the more moderate one's back in power. Maybe he'll temper Putin a bit.
Voilà, ils étaient 3.
I cannot believe I actually unironically thought that at one point in my life, but there we go. He did seem like the more moderate one. It just turns out that he's the one that's better at shape-shifting. Waiting for the restart? I may as well at this point. I've been talking for so long, I may as well wait for the restart. Medvedev replaced... no, Zhirek was based, dude. Zhirek was based. Like, Zhirek was fucking bananas, but he was fucking based. Zhirek told people this was gonna happen, like, months before it did. Zhirek predicted all of this sequence of events months before anyone else did. Months before the West thought it was gonna happen. Months before the Ukrainians were kind of, I guess for their own reasons, they probably didn't want to incite mass panic and so on. And I guess kind of maybe wanted to belie how well prepared they were to a degree. I don't know. Or it could have just been the World War II thing of let's just pretend it's not real until it happens, like Stalin pulled with the Non-Aggression Pact. But I don't know. Yuki might have more insight on that, because Ukrainian politics are still pretty, like, mostly alien to me. But yeah, like, Zhirek predicted all of this long ago and openly said it. Like, Zhirek basically gave away the battle plans months before it happened, and no one listened to him because Zhirek is fucking batshit insane, or was. I'm just waiting for the day we find out he faked his own death and he's actually not dead, because that would be a very on-brand thing for him, but no, the funny thing is, like, as this progressed, Zhirek started looking more and more like he was a reasonable person compared to fucking United Russia, which is fucking scary. Ross in DCS and talking about modern Russian politics, we're back to normal. I got sidetracked. I said I wasn't going to get sidetracked on it, and I did get sidetracked on it. But yeah, if you guys want to, like, understand where Putin's power is coming from, like, the part of the power that is actually legitimately grassroots from the population, not the part that is fake and paid for by his cronies and the oligarchs, which is, like, actually most of it. If you want to know the part of the population that actually does legitimately support him, which is not a majority, by the way, by pretty much any sane measure, or any reasonably reliable survey, which is to say none of the ones the Russian government does, they're all babushkas. So the most accurate term I heard to describe what Putin's sort of rashism is it's babushka fascism. But yeah, as I again let myself get sidetracked. As I was saying, Ben, the moment that kind of did it for me was, first of all, like I said, Putin's speeches during the Victory Day parades. That kind of gave me the inkling that something bad's going to happen here, but I don't know when. Well, we found out when. I didn't think he was going to go as hard in the actual fash paint as he did. I thought it was just going to be like garden variety nationalism with a few extra steps, but no, I was wrong. I thought maybe Russians might have a little more self-awareness than that and do something about it, or maybe he would have more self-awareness, but no, I was wrong. Because, you know, before this, nobody actually looked into his political influences. Nobody had bothered to sit up and take notice that during the 2000s, when we were saying, oh yes, Putin's a very upstanding democratic guy, he totally understands that authoritarianism is bad. He even said so in an interview. And, you know, we believe he has what's best for Russia in mind. Back when the West was all saying that, and they were saying how reliable and good he was to work with in Kosovo, the guy was bringing back the... he was getting the prototypical Russian fascist, Ilyin. He was getting him reinterred in Russia. So, boy, did everyone miss the boat on that. Self-included. But yeah, the other moment that kind of gave it away was when the annexation did happen, and, you know, Novorossiya and the fucking LNR and the DNR and all these fucking places started declaring themselves independent, and, you know, all these little Russian puppet states started popping up. Seeing people marching, I think it was in Lugansk, I think. It was before they actually, like, kicked off militarily from memory, but it was when they were agitating and it was obvious something was going to happen. Seeing these parades happen, and there was a guy at the front of this parade, this pro-Russia parade, and he had the red banner in one hand, and he had the Russian tricolor in the other hand. And that to me was just like, you what? Like, flag that represents the abolition of the empire and the attempt to build a classless, communist, well, not communist state, socialist state on the path to communism and full abolition of the state and class and all the other nasty things we don't like. That in one hand, right? They didn't achieve it. They probably would never have in the way they were going, but they tried, right? That's what that flag represented, even if they never achieved it. That in one hand, Russian Empire, highly stratified, backwards fucking European feudal society that only abolished serfdom, which is to say chattel slavery for its own ethnic group, not even a foreign one, its own ethnic group, in the fucking mid-19th century. That in the other hand. And one in each hand, like, how does the cognitive dissonance work? How do you achieve that? Like, that is a level of mental gymnastics not even the East German Olympic team could pull off. No amount of steroids could make you win the gold on that one. I don't understand how they, like, just... The only thing I can think is they've timed it well enough, and maybe this is why it's happening now with the leadership as well, but they've timed it well enough that a lot of the ones that are really nostalgic for the Soviet Union and want, the ones that never wanted it to break up, because the Soviet Union breaking up did not have popular support, by the way, from the population. That was forced through on them. Like many things during the Soviet collapse, it was not at all democratic. But, we don't talk about that in the West because that's a very inconvenient truth that paints us in a bad light. But a lot of people were not happy about the collapse of the Soviet Union, and some of them became less happy about it afterwards because they obviously lost out in what happened after. But I think they've got to the point where those people are just about the age where their mental function starts to go, and so it's very much easier to co-opt their nostalgia for the Soviet Union into this idea of a great Russian destiny and all this shit. Anyway, fiction. I remember how I got to this tangent. I took my meds today. Fiction. Yeah, like having different people writing different characters is a good thing. So that's the benefits of doing roleplay stuff if you're into fiction. Obviously, a lot of role players are weird people and maladjusted. And some of the shit I saw, I could not repeat on stream. It was bad. But you find a nice little group of people who are competent writers and they're in it for the right reasons, which is to say improve their writing skill and have some fun, not like weird shit. And you can really, like I said, improve your writing skill because you learn to see things from outside your own perspective when you're writing a character. So before, like if I was writing a work of fiction, and this is something that a lot of dad fiction writers are guilty of, like I said, Tom Clancy, Clive Cussler, all the big names do this, is they write characters in such a stilted way, like it's really contrived dialogue. The way they interact is really artificial. I don't know if you guys, Max, it's my stream. What do you think this conversation is? We're hopping like completely unrelated topics, and somehow I relate them to each other. If you look at a lot of even television, that I don't know if you guys notice it. I notice, because I do have an interest in writing, I notice trends in television writing, screenwriting, really quickly. There's been a trend over the past, I want to say 5-10 years, and it spans the Atlantic. It's not just an American thing, although I believe they started it. British series do this now as well, and this would have been unthinkable to a British television screenwriter like before this, because British TV was all very much more I don't know how to describe it offhand, but it had a different feel. Like the writing had a different feel. But there's been a trend lately of characters cutting each other off and completing each other's sentences. I don't know why. I don't know if writers think it's cutesy or it adds spontaneity or it's quirky or something, but a lot of television programs written over the past 5-10 years, I've noticed this, and it is really jarring to me because real people don't do that. It's uncommon enough for people who've been in a lifelong fucking romantic relationship to finish each other's sentences that well. That's life goals, is to fucking shack up with somebody who finishes your sentences for you. That you're that much on the same wavelength. That doesn't happen in the real world between people who have never met before. Doesn't happen. Maybe once or twice when they have like an epiphany and they arrive at the same conclusion, but it's not naturalistic dialogue. It doesn't flow like that. You don't have people cutting each other off unless you go to a fucking convention of people with bad social skills who just can't shut up. Like, that's not how that works. If you want naturalistic dialogue, you have people talking not necessarily in turns, but you don't have them cutting each other off literally every sentence and finishing each other's thoughts. It needs to flow in a certain way, and it's a good way if you do any sort of role-playing stuff or any sort of writing like that where you outsource certain characters to other people. Like, even if you're writing a work of fiction, not like an actual book, for instance, a formalized work of fiction, say you get a friend into, not necessarily ghostwrite, but to come up with some characters for you. They come up with the characters, they come up with their motivations, and they maybe write some dialogue primers for you. Just so you don't write the characters to all fit in like these wonderful little jigsaw puzzle pieces. I'm using that in the non-autistic description sense. I'm using that in the sense that they all fit in together, not that they're all actual puzzle pieces like me. Writers have a bad habit of doing that, especially dad fiction writers. So if you look at like Tom Clancy's characters in any given book, or Clive Cussler's characters in any given book, they all just magically fit in around each other. All their motivations dovetail in perfectly. It's like they were written for each other, because they were. People aren't like that in real life. People aren't written for each other by some ethereal being. They don't magically dovetail in. There's going to be disputes between them. There's going to be areas where they misunderstand each other, and so there's a bit of confusion. It might lead to some comedy even. Like, there's all these little details that a lot of people don't get when they're writing that, they write all the characters in a story. Because their concern is the overarching plot and the overarching flow of the story. How do I still have 69 nice viewers while I'm sitting here idling in DCS and talking about fiction? How do I do this? But yeah, like, most people miss the forest for the trees. Or, actually, no, they miss the trees for the forest in this case. Because without good characters and without natural character dynamics, you don't really have, in my opinion, a good work of fiction. And maybe this is something that most people don't pick up on. I don't know how you guys go reading fiction. But when I read a work of fiction, or I watch a television series or something, fuck off, Jack. I'll play the game in my own time. Bro, you missed me getting team killed. That's why I'm taking a break and talking, is I got fucking team killed by a 21 who was sitting on my tail for like a minute. I had to take time out. Otherwise I was going to fucking break something. Yeah, like, that's something I notice. I pick up on it right away, and it can ruin an otherwise good work of fiction for me. There are some TV series that I still watched, despite the fact they had that annoying characters cutting each other off and finishing each other's thoughts thing. So one of them, for instance, was I enjoyed Killing Eve, even though it was a really obnoxious case of the characters doing that. I think I mostly watched that because I really liked Villanelle's character and the actress that was playing her. I'm going to shamelessly admit that, but other than that, it was a good series. Like, if you take away that, it was a good series. Yeah, the plot was a bit out there, but that was why it was fun. It was just lighthearted watching, but particularly works of fiction that expect to be taken seriously, if they don't have good character dynamics, if the characters fit in too well together, if they're completing each other's thoughts on the first day they meet, I'm just like, what is this rubbish, dude? Who does this in real life? It feels sometimes like a lot of authors just don't go outside and speak to people. They just write. Like, I don't know if that's a thing, but I don't know. Like, as I have said on stream, like, I'm not shy to admit my own fucking shit I live with here, but I have a literal diagnosed fucking neurological condition that supposedly makes me bad at reading social cues, and supposedly makes me bad at interacting with normies. Bro, just because I don't know how to approach someone I've never spoken to before doesn't mean I don't pick up on social cues. Or because I'm bad at, like, I might be bad at sensing what's appropriate. I have a really dark sense of humor and I bring it out when I shouldn't. But just because I do that doesn't mean I don't pick up on this stuff. I'm probably better at noticing these little cues than normies are. Like, I have to mirror them. I have to mask as one of them, so I have to understand how normies work. So I have this arcane knowledge of how people interact with each other, which helps as a writer. So anyway, that's why I got into the whole Gmod RP thing. So I'll admit it was a shameful hobby. And it was also an abusive relationship I kept going back to after, like, I'm never going to do this again. These people are psychopaths. A lot of them were. Like, if you want to find the densest possible population of, like, serious sociopaths in gaming, go to Gmod Roleplay. Holy fuck, they're screwed up. But yeah, like, that's... I don't remember how we got into the tangent of that, but that's how that came to be. I will slot up here in a second. Let me just catch up a little more since I got behind chat again because I was talking so much. I'm going to need to grab a drink as well, or I'm going to lose my voice. Average nullsec Eve Corp, I would say worse than the average. Like, Eve Corps take themselves super seriously. Even, dude, I don't know what's happened with Goonfleet for a while. Goonfleet used to be based. Look, I don't want to shit on Mittens. Mittens, for all his faults, and Goons will tell you all of them in detail. Mittens, for all his faults, did a lot of good stuff, not just for Goons, but for me personally. I used to have a writing spot on the Mittani. Just offered to me like, hey, dude, you seem to have a talent for this shit. You are good at analyzing the games you play. Come write for us. And I wrote, I think, like 3 or 4 articles before apathy and ADHD, undiagnosed at the time, set in, and I stopped writing. Because I was just like, I don't know, dude, I haven't got any inspiration anymore. But I wrote a couple pieces. I got reimbursed with some shiny in-game Eve stuff, which was cool because I didn't have to pay for it, and I did occasionally play Eve at that point. I got myself a bunch of interceptors. I don't know how you play interceptors in Eve, I just like interceptors, so I got the thing called that. But yeah, like, Mittens is a cool dude. Unless he's done something that I don't know about in the time between, which wouldn't surprise me. But anyway, Goonfleet used to be very disorganized. It was this massive clusterfuck of people that had no idea what they were doing. There was no organization, and they basically existed to shit on the tryhards. Now, when Goonfleet kind of went through some rough patches and got reformed as Imperium under Mittens, they started taking themselves more seriously. Because that was, like, Mittens rebranded the Mittani to Imperium. Like, he tried to make this whole, like, media empire thing going on. I don't know how well that's going. I haven't checked the site for years, but that was the thing. And then Goonfleet somehow went from, or Goon Swarm somehow went from being, like, a bunch of fucking something awful shitters that didn't know what they were doing, and, like, 3 people that did, that would organize everything for them, to Mittens extension in-game. So that was kind of where I lost interest in keeping up with Eve, because even Goon Swarm became too formalized and try-hard. I was tempted to track down Uncle Suis and join his... I think he was running wormhole stuff at that point, because Suis is pretty fucking chill, but he's like one of the best leaders Goon Swarm ever had. Also a fucking great singer. Talking earlier about the Hawks getting taken out of storage and finally getting refurbed to be sent to Ukraine, where do you think they'll be sent? Power plants and stuff like that? I have no idea. They're going to have to train the Ukrainians to use them. That's the thing. They're going to have to train the Ukrainians to use them while they're in a war environment. I don't know how well that's going to go. It's possible. It's possible, as the Vietnamese and the Soviets demonstrated, but it'll be difficult. Well, the Egyptians and the Soviets too. A friend of mine actually used to have a neighbor in, I think it was when he was living in Moscow, who had been a battery commander in the PVO, and he had been one of the advisors sent to Egypt during, I think it was the Yom Kippur. He had some interesting stories about how to delete, like, 90% of the Israeli Air Force in one day, before the Israelis got wise to it. It's quite cool. So it's possible, it's just going to be difficult for them. But the Ukrainians are very crafty people, as we have seen. And as their time in the Soviet Union evidenced as well, that a lot of the industrial capacity of the Soviet Union was based in Ukraine. They're good at improvising. I'm sure they'll figure it out. Actually, speaking of which, I will again spruik Shawshank Redemption's YouTube channel, for those who don't follow it already and have an interest in tanks. I think he started out by playing War Thunder, and he's like, tanks are pretty cool. And then he joined the army, and then, you know, Crimea and stuff happened, and he's been in tanks ever since. But he uploads a lot of stuff, so he, especially now they're getting their hands on Russian tanks, he has done comparative reviews of what he thinks of the Russian tanks, like the T-72, the T-90. He just did a T-90 review the other day or the other week. T-80s Ukraine's always had, but they haven't had all the models of it, so he's done reviews of some of the T-80s they've captured. But he goes through and he demonstrates things. He won't just talk about a point, he'll show it. And not only that, but for English speakers, this isn't as relevant, but for Russian or Ukrainian speakers, because most Ukrainians speak Russian, he speaks, like I said, only in Russian, but very clearly and academically. He's like the one member of either Ukraine or Russia's ground forces I've heard go an entire sentence without swearing. And he's very analytical, so he's really good at actually talking about, right, this is better on this tank because of this reason. I find that, in theory, this should be better, but in practice we don't use it. Like, he talks through all this stuff, and because he speaks so clearly with only a very slight Ukrainian accent, the automatic captions Russian to English translate works almost flawlessly. And if you speak a little bit of Russian, you can fill in the gaps. So if you guys are into tanks and you want to get like boots on the ground, first-hand experience, sort of academic discussion of the different factors involved in modern tank warfare using Soviet vintage tanks, as well as the qualities and lesser qualities of some of the Russian upgrade packages that are starting to be captured by Ukraine, go to his channel, drop him a fucking subscribe. Shawshank Redemption. You'll know when you find him. And also, he's relatively... I'm not going to say he's not political, because obviously he's fighting a fucking war. His home city almost got fucking... Well, I think briefly was captured. Got bombed the shit out of anyway. He's not overly happy with the state of things right now, but he's also not going around, you know, talking mad shit about how the Russians are fucking this and that, and we need to push them back to Moscow. Like, he's about as, you know, as unbiased a source as you're going to get, boots on the ground in this war from either side. Solid guy. Although some of his, look, I'll say it, some of the guys he's worked together with, I guess by necessity, have been a bit shady. And some of the guys that hang out in his comment section are a bit shady. I don't know how keen he is on them. At this point, I'm not going to be able to change that anyway, so I take him as they are. He's a good source of information, and he isn't outwardly anti-Russian for no reason. Which is interesting, because he has a lot... Like, his community, even before the war kicked off, was largely Russians. So you can see he gets every now and then a guy coming in and fucking ranting about, oh, you're a Ukrainian shield this, but the T-72 superior that, but like the bulk of his community are probably still Russians, and they will talk to him in Russian. He'll talk back. Like, there's not really much animosity there. He might throw a bit of bants one way or the other, like, you know. But it's weird, dude. It's strange that we live in a time where you can watch people from two sides of the same war casually discussing their problems of life on the front line with each other. It's weird, and it kind of makes it obvious just how contrived this, you know, national pride shit and this nation states bullshit is. It's like, I don't think I'd mentioned this on stream, but I mentioned it in Discord. I will slot up, guys. I will eventually. Let me finish. I went back to the Australian War Memorial Museum just last week. Because, you know, like I said, I am actually... it isn't outwardly visible, but I am actually, like, technically disabled because I'm a fucking puzzle piece. So I have a support worker because I kind of struggle with I live alone. I'm not good at personal, like, self-care stuff. And she mostly just makes sure I'm not letting my place go to ruin and myself go to fucking starvation. And helps me out with things I have trouble with, like getting personal admin done if I've got paperwork I've got to do. Things that are unpleasant for me to do that most people will be like, this sucks, but I got to do it. For me, it's this sucks, I'll do it next week, and then I never do it. So I have a support worker to help me with that shit, finally. So my life's starting to become a bit less chaotic, marginally. Anyway, she wanted to go to the War Memorial Museum because she hadn't been to it. She's from Michigan. She had never been to the museum. And she figured I would be a good person to go with because I'm clearly interested in the topic and I know a lot about it. And so we went. We didn't get through much of it in the time we had available because it's a big museum and I will take like an hour to get through each gallery minimum. But we came to my favorite exhibit, which is in the World War I gallery. It's in the Gallipoli section of the World War I gallery, which is like the first section because that was when the Australians really got involved in World War I. They didn't arrive in 1914, they arrived in 1915, both in Gallipoli and in Europe. So, my favorite exhibit is a letter written in broken French by a Turkish soldier, because French was the closest thing that the Australians and the Turks had to a common language between them. And it was... The context for it is actually known because, you know, they did their research and they provided the context, which is the... one of the Australian, I think, section commanders, I think it was a sergeant, it wasn't an officer, was demonstrating proper grenade throwing technique to the guys. Because there's a specific way you're meant to throw a grenade. You don't pitch it like you're playing baseball, you're meant to bowl it like you're playing cricket. For like a long throw, you bowl it, you don't pitch it, right? At least that's what we were taught. Maybe that's different for different militaries, maybe that's different now, but that was what we were taught. And that was obviously doctrine going back a long time in Commonwealth militaries. So you would bowl it like a cricket ball, and he was demonstrating the correct technique. the Turkish trenches were so close, they were within grenade throwing range. So instead of using live grenades to demonstrate this, because they only had a limited supply, and they didn't want to piss off the Turks and cause the Turks to do a counterattack for no reason, like if you have a few moments of quiet in the trench, you don't want to ruin those few moments of quiet and invite an artillery barrage. So what they did was they used tins of bully beef, like their ration beef. This is something that still is a thing, because when I was in the reserves, when we didn't feel like going to the Q store and drawing out practice grenades, like or not practice grenades, but the inert ones without any sort of filler in them, just the body of the grenade, we would use Coke cans, because a 375mm Coke can is about the size, shape, and weight of an F1 grenade. This is the Australian F1, not the French or Soviet F1. So we would just throw Coke cans, and then whoever drew the short straw would have to open it and drink it and get sprayed in the face. So he was using bully beef tins to demonstrate correct grenade throwing procedure. Bowled it over. It was a very good throw. It landed directly in the middle of a group of Turks in the Turkish trench. And the Turks took this, and they got one of the guys who could speak a little bit of French, like I said, broken French. He wrote a letter on the back of a piece of fucking something. It wasn't proper paper. It was like part of an ammunition box or something, like a cardboard ammunition box or some shit, or a piece of card. And to paraphrase it, he wrote, "Dear Australians, thank you for your wonderful gift of canned preserved meat. We have greatly enjoyed this delicacy. Please let us share with you our own, one of our own luxuries as an act of hospitality, as an act of, reciprocal respect between us, between us soldiers." Something like that. Just the way he worded it, it sounded like he was probably had a shit-eating grin, was kind of giggling while he wrote it, but also it hit you right here. And so the Turks lobbed that note, along with a tin of tobacco, back over to the Australian trench. And, I always like that, because it's like a demonstration of, even in one of the most brutal wars in human history, like the Christmas truces, guys can set that aside and they can kind of realize, hey, we're not too different. And at least for a little while, they can kind of come to understand the other guy and make friends, and then all the officers realize, fuck, they're fraternizing. Morale, oh no. As a kid, I liked it just because of the surface level. Oh, war is terrible, look at the things it makes people do, but they still understand, hey, at the end of the day, we're just like you. That was my surface level understanding as a kid. Boy, when I went in there most recently, it was like a whole new level had opened up to me, because I realized, if you think about it, low morale is really just a boulderism for saying these guys are dangerously close to realizing they have more in common with each other than they do with us guys up in the staff officers' trench. And we should probably find ways to make them angry at the other guys again before they decide that they're going to turn their rifles on us instead of them. That is what low morale means, because at the end of the day, if you put guys in a shitty enough situation for long enough, they will realize, hey, Johnny Turk, you and me, we're the same, right? These fucks, though, these British dicks who sent us here in this harebrained scheme of Mr. Winston Churchill, these fucks can go jump. And that hadn't really occurred to me when I was a kid, but it really hits different now. That's what morale is. That's what low morale is. Low morale is when your guys are becoming dangerously close to dangerously close to achieving class awareness, class consciousness. That's what it is. Realizing, oh, we're from the class that's getting shit on, so are the other guys. When that propagates through both sides at the same time, that's when you get revolutions. And guess what happened throughout Europe in 1917, 18, 19 as a direct result of World War I. And the wave of revolutions throughout Europe in 19, 18, 19, particular 19, is not actually really taught. At least, I don't know about other countries in the West, but Germany probably would be, because Germany was one of the countries involved. France probably, France would be, because the French army went on strike in World War I, let alone the post-war stuff. But yeah, there was a wave of revolutions that swept through the old empires of Europe in 1919. There was also a wave of independence movements throughout the colonies in 1919, and there was a reason for that. World War I had just about brought people to that realization, and it scared the powers that be. Revolution in Russia's taught in depth here in Ireland. Holy fuck, dude. Ireland's based. We learnt very little about it here. We got like a surface level understanding of it, and the fucking Imperials were still kind of treated with kid gloves, like they were somehow either the good guys or at least not the bad guys. For a time I wanted to do history at university. I wanted to do a Bachelor of Arts majoring in history. I know it's not the most useful qualification, but it's something I was genuinely interested in. The problem was, when I went to look at the courses to sign up for, the first 2 years were full of shit courses that were either like really, was it modern European history? It was a single semester, so 500 years of European history in one semester. Like, yeah, okay, bro. That's not going to be fucking glossed over at all. Like, I understand it's to teach you to actually do research and reference things within the context of your course. It's not meant to actually teach you European history, but it's meant to teach you how to do the historical research thing. But like, it just turned me off, you know? Like, when I look at something as complex as European history in the last 20 years, let alone the last fucking 500, I'm like, dude, you can't cover that in a semester. The only thing I saw on the list of courses we could do for that history major was a third-year course, and it was the entire third year. It was the whole third-year course. As an elective, mind you, you didn't have to do it. There were other electives too, but as an elective, the Russian Revolution and Civil War. If I could skip the other 2 years and just go straight to that, God, I would have. I'd be in my happy place. There was a professor at the university. I know this because I used to work as a cleaner there, so I'd go through all the offices cleaning windows. One of the history profs, their office was a big office. It was like the size of my flat, and they had 2 of the 3 walls completely bookshelved and another one half bookshelved. And the books were all World War One. It was like late 19th century European wars. So like, you know, the Franco-Prussian back and forth. I think they even had some stuff on the Paris Commune. So they had stuff going back to the 1840s and all the revolutions of 1848. But the bulk of their bookshelves was Russian Civil War, Russian Revolution, Russian, like the Eastern Front of World War One and World War Two. Like, Soviet history. I was just like, oh my God, I'm in heaven. If only they had all, like, the Red Army recruiting posters from the Civil War up on their walls. Like, I was like, fuck, dude. I would be in heaven if I could just stay in this room. You would never ever get me out of there. I'd just be book after book going through them. But, unfortunately, I was on the clock for work, and I had a very impatient and unstable co-worker. So, couldn't. Alright, I'm going to catch up on chat a little more. I'm going to grab a cup of tea, and then we're going to fly, okay? I know I've turned this into a Just Chatting stream, as usual. We've had a shorter interlude than the last Just Chatting. I think the last time I did this was, last stream during Misfizz? Well, not last stream, but, like, last non-armor stream during Misfizz, and I went for, like, fucking 5 hours between flights. RPing can be really fun when consensual in a good context. Consensual is important. Like, you say consent and people think of, you know, bump and uglies. It's important there too. But in a role-playing environment, to just completely nerd out here and reveal my true power level, one of the big problems that we always had, like, especially at the community I was in, but in communities in general, and like the World War II ones were even worse because of the subject matter. The World War II RP servers were basically just, I want to roleplay a Nazi.txt. That's all they were. That's why I stayed the fuck out of them. They weren't even worth griefing on. But, yeah, like, if you're doing roleplay type stuff, be it Dungeons and Dragons or, like, I mean, there you have a game master, so it's a little, like, it's curated, it's a little less of an issue, but where you have freeform, you don't have a game master as such. People will just power game. Like, they will try and make it so their character's winning and their character... Like, people have trouble processing that their character isn't the protagonist. There is no protagonist in a proper RP setting. Everyone's an extra. Like, there's no protagonist. Either you have, like, say in D&D, you might have a group of protagonists, but they're all protagonists together. Or in, like, a lot of roleplay settings, there isn't a protagonist at all. There's just a bunch of background characters. You're playing a background character. You're playing an everyday person. Or you should be. But a lot of people power game. They try and engineer situations where they win. They lord it over others. So that's the consensual thing. Like, instead of trying to find a way to win every sort of social interaction or every sort of combat thing, you know, whether, like, however combat works in that setting, find a way that you can agree with the other person that makes it interesting. Maybe there's a bit of give and take. Maybe both your characters lose something or gain something, but you don't want it to be, like, you don't want people to start getting actually competitive with each other. The moment that that roleplay turns into two people actually, like, instead of their characters doing this, it's two people doing this, that becomes a problem, and it becomes shit, and it trashes the setting as well. But that was something we always had problems with. Nobody understood the idea of actual, like, consensual RP. They just wanted to force their own fucking characters' protagonist bullshit on everyone else, and it was rubbish. First online game was a text-based mush. It was just for RP. You might want to hit up, I don't know if you're in my Discord at the moment, Cathorius, but you might want to hit up Steve. Not Chinese Steve, other Steve. Drunk Steve. Because Steve periodically runs one. Which I always want to get back into with him, but, like, it's just me and him, because everyone else has forgotten it exists, and I also forget it exists sometimes. I don't remember how to use it either, because I never really did, fully text-based stuff. I used to do, like I said, Gmod, so it's all the dialogue and actions are text-based, but you're in 3D space, so you can visualize stuff a little easier. Having said that, like I said, I'm into writing, so I have no issues visualizing a 3D space. I can flesh out a scene off the top of my head. It's just that, I don't know. I hadn't really... I guess the more raw word processing nature of it, like the old school DOS sort of format, even though I grew up using MS-DOS still, I've forgotten most of it. Are you wrong for downloading ITAR material, or is it just distributing? This isn't legal advice. I would not chance it. I think technically speaking, it's the person who distributed it that's going to get in the most shit, but I would not chance downloading it and then going to the US, because you might get fingered for it. I don't know. It depends how serious it is, I guess. But I would be very, very, very careful around anything that might be ITAR. So weapons systems, weapons employment, stuff like that, check that it's not ITAR. Basic flight manuals are usually okay. Basic operations manuals for stuff are usually fine. ITAR is weapons stuff. So things like radar systems, air-to-ground delivery methods, stuff like that. Most of the US stuff that's available is export systems. Yeah, I mean, there's that too, but also, like, you know, you also have the thing where a lot of guys will, they'll say, I can't give you this in writing, but I can describe it. And they'll describe what the system does or how it works. Not in detail, obviously, but if you're smart, you can reverse engineer from that. In fact, I remember reading recently, there's a big kerfuffle with both American, British, and Australian aircrew who are employed in China, helping train the PAAF. And there's the question going of, are they technically... Like, there was an American, he was a Marine Harrier pilot, and he was, I think, extradited to the US from Australia? From somewhere. Just recently. I think it was, just recently, because he was employed training Chinese pilots in the PLAAF, or it might have been the Plan AF. Actually, yeah, it was probably Plan AF, because carrier-based, but I don't know if that'll stand. I don't know if there's actually anything they can legally do him for if he wasn't sharing classified information, because there's a lot of stuff that if you don't share the actual classified thing, you can allude to how it works, just not, specify or show them written text or diagrams. So it's really, like, there's a huge loophole, sort of grey area over it, and people are going to go where the money is, especially these days with the cost of living going up so much, so it's a whole ass thing. I've been into the whole, we made the wrong choice in the 70s thing about the rise of China and the switch from détente with the Soviet Union towards butting up with the Chinese, but too late to do anything about it now. So we've ended up with the worst of both worlds, where we have China, which is playing the smart game, like the Brits did back in the day, of playing everyone else off against each other and not actually directly involving its military, because it knows it can't win that one yet. We have that, and also, having the US by the purse strings, and then Russia, like, having such a fucking massive complex after the collapse of the Soviet Union that there's a bunch of frozen conflicts between the former Soviet states, and also Russia's descended into outright fascism. So we've ended up with literally the worst option in both cases. Wonderful. Thank you very much, President Nixon. Well done. Funnily enough, though, Nixon was one of the people that predicted what would happen right now, back in the early 90s. Like, 92, I think it was, Nixon went on record as saying that if something isn't done right now, there's a big risk that Russia's going to go into this ultra-nationalist shit, and it's going to be really, really bad, and guess what's happened? He was right. It's a bit of a piece of work, but sometimes he was right. Doesn't happen, there's serious fat... Sif, you fucking read my mind. You read my mind before I even came to that topic. But yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. In each era, there's always some content creators that just put autistic amount of weird history details into their work. I absolutely love those, even when they make up stories, they feel real. Yeah, like, wasn't there some random Chinese chick who made up this whole ass ancient history of the princes of Kiev and Rus? And it was complete bullshit, but she was so good at it, and she had like a firm enough understanding of the actual history of the different Rus polities that people thought it was real for like years. People were convinced it was real. I think she was writing articles on like Chinese Wikipedia, or like the Chinese equivalent of Wikipedia or something, or some language Wikipedia she was writing it on, and it was all just bullshit. Like, admirable writing skill and admirable knowledge of the fucking content, but like maybe not the best delivery. Maybe save it for an actual work of fiction, lady. Like, just saying. It's a good way to test how good your knowledge is, whether you fool people or not, but like, maybe don't do that. Yeah, Marduk, I am to fly more, but you can probably afford to fly about 5 sorties before I take to the air again. I'm going to be flying, I think, the Su-25 mostly today. My MiG-21 skills are atrocious because I haven't flown it for so long. I can't even beat the AI at the moment. I'm wobbling all over the place. Don't have Ukraine to do all the actual work for them. Yeah, that's... Look, it's one of the funny things I bring up to people who are like, oh, you know, it's... You know, like, Ukraine's a big victim. Like, obviously they are a victim of this. But, like, Ukraine's a big victim. They never do no wrong. Like, Russia's doing what Russia does. Like, Russia did this to to Hungary, to East Germany, to Czechoslovakia. It's like, I'm sorry, who did that? Who did that? It was the Soviet Union, first of all, but where did the troops come from? It was the Ukrainian units. They sent fucking units from Ukraine to do it because they were the most switched on, best equipped units. That's why the Ukrainians, I think now, they've switched to Khmelnytsky's cross for ID, but the Ukrainian ID markings before the actual Russian invasion, back when they were still just doing the, what is it called, the ATO, the anti-terrorist operations or whatever it was in the East, the Russians would call it something different, but when they were doing that, they were still using the old Soviet Army invasion stripes. On top of a tank or armored vehicle, it's a white cross when viewed from above. On top, or on an aircraft, it's 2 white bands across the tail. So if you see like older footage from then, or even some Ukrainian units are still using it, you see Ukrainian T-64s with a white cross when viewed from above. So, you know, you view it from the front, there's a white line down the middle, view it from the side, white line down the middle. And then you see the Ukrainian Hinds with the 2 bands on the tail, the 2 white bands. Those are Soviet invasion markings. Those are the same markings the Soviets went to Prague with, the same markings the Soviets went into Hungary with, the same markings that they went into, I think they did that in the 53, May 53 suppression in East Germany. I think. I could be wrong, they might not have introduced them yet, but those are Soviet invasion markings. The Ukrainians were still using them. So that's why the Russians have had to go to this cringe Z shit, because the Ukrainians had adopted the old Soviet markings, which I bet the Russians were fucking fuming about. I bet that fucking pissed Putin off something fierce. Looting from military stores has been downright sickening. 1.5 million uniforms or so missing. It's a blip on the radar, dude. That was every day in the 90s. You want to know why I can buy so many... Like, I've got 2 control sticks from Soviet-era aircraft. I've got multiple uniforms. I've got... badges. I haven't got any medals because as much as I'd like to have some of them just for the cool factor, I'm a bit about buying medals. I feel like you shouldn't buy other people's medals. It's, you know, you guys do you, but to me that's kind of a bit weird. I'd love to have a gold star, but like, to me, having a gold star anyway, other than being awarded one, just doesn't feel right. Which is also why I didn't want to give myself one on my MiG-21 livery until you guys told me I had to. So, like, it's just weird, right? It's LARP shit. It's what the 29th would do. But, yeah, that's why I can get all that shit, is because Ukrainians in particular, because of the economic and political situation in Ukraine through the 90s, Ukrainians knew where all the shit was if they worked in military procurement, if they worked in logistics, if they were, you know, even a lot of them just from their normal military service under the Soviet army, they knew where all the warehouses were. And so they just go and walk off with armloads of shit and sell it to be able to buy food or keep the lights on. Like, it's understandable. I would do it in the same situation. But that's why I have all this shit. The bulk of the stuff I have came from Ukraine. And in fact, a few of the things I bought had been posted either just before or even like during the initial invasion. Like, Ukrainians are fucking built different, dude. If they are going to send you something, if you buy something off a Ukrainian, it will arrive. Come fucking rain, hail, or shine. Like, come fucking World War III just down the road. It will arrive. So yeah, like, that's looting from military stores is nothing new to either Russia or Ukraine. And like, during the 90s, when the Ukrainians were doing peacekeeping stuff in Bosnia, and the Russians as well, both of them were notorious for selling off their weapons and ammunition and water and fuel and everything else, like the Afghans did. They were notorious for selling it off just because they weren't getting paid. And if a soldier's not getting paid, he needs to support his family back home. What's he going to do? He's going to sell what he has. Everyone does it. Just most militaries don't let, most Western militaries don't let things get to that point. But as I mentioned earlier, the French went on strike in 1917. The entire French army in 1917 went on strike for, I think it was a period of months. They would defend to the last man. They would not cede 1 centimeter of French soil to the Germans, but they refused to go on any offensives until they were paid, and until they stopped being used as cannon fodder by the British. They had a list of demands and they stuck to it. French are very based. I don't tell them I said that, but they're like my favorite people. They don't put up with shit from anyone. Don't tell them I said that, because their ego's plenty big enough already. Feel bad for the general Russian people who want no part in wars. Yeah, and there's a lot of feeling in the West that, well, if they didn't want the war, then why didn't they do something about Putin? Putin's had more than 20 years. He's had about 30 years to consolidate his power. This man bribed and poisoned his way to get where he is now. Like, he poisoned his own allies once they stopped being useful to him, so that they couldn't drop dirt on him. This man is like, he is like the level psychopath. He's the fucking end boss of psychopathy, right? How are you going to do anything about him? Popular revolution, have you seen the size of Russia's police force? The US might have the most incarcerated people. The US wins in that regard. The US is the best at putting people in jail and letting them rot for no reason. Especially if they're an ethnic minority, or, black, who is still a minority, I guess, but a larger one. Russia's got a smaller prison population, both overall and proportional to their own population, but they have more cops. Lots of cops, and they're all heavily armed, and there's like a gazillion different departments all with their own cops. It's like the US has, every 3-letter agency has its own police force who are armed to the teeth like they're a military force. The Russians are like that, but worse, because there's more of them. So every time someone's like, well, why don't the Russians just overthrow him? First of all, Russian fatalism, which Westerners can't comprehend, but like, Russian fatalism is a big factor that you can't just ignore. It exists throughout the former Soviet Union, but the Russians are the worst for it, I would say. Then you've got this massive, well-armed, brutal police force, notorious for not operating within the rule of law, because they are a law unto themselves. And also they're in Putin's pocket, especially the really nasty ones, like the anti-corruption police, ironically, in Putin's pocket, always have been, since the 90s. Like, there's nothing you can do about him. You have to just hope that either he keels over himself, or somebody else usurps him, which isn't likely to happen because he's already arrested, poisoned, or otherwise disposed of everyone who's a threat to his power. Like I said, I haven't been keeping tabs on things, so I don't know what's happened since, but Vladislav Surkov was arrested when things started getting really bad for Russia in current gamer moment. Like, when it became clear this was going to become a drawn-out war of attrition and the Russians probably weren't going to come out of it too well, Surkov got arrested. Now, a lot of you probably never heard of him. The reason that's big is because he is the man who has helped keep Putin in power for so long. Like, a lot of the political strategies that Putin has used to engineer fake support for himself, like it's astroturfing on a whole other level, that came from him. The whole idea of starting a forever war to distract your population from their own problems at home and focus on that was him. Like, a lot of what's happening in Ukraine right now is his doing, or at least based on his line of thought. He was one of the big ideologists. Everyone focuses, like Yuki's pointed out before, because even I've been guilty of this a lot, is everyone focuses in on Dugin. Dugin lays out the tenets of geopolitics for Russia. He did back in the 90s, but Dugin isn't the be-all end-all. He's mostly just talking head in a lot of ways. But the Dukester is like he even looks like Rasputin, so he makes a convenient person to focus on. Surkov is much more important, and there's other guys who are much more important who I don't even know about. But like you have all these shadowy figures who are... Putin's been slowly pruning the ranks to get rid of them because they're the only guys smart enough or well enough informed or well enough connected to get rid of him. So he's just been consolidating his power non-stop. Like, you can't do anything about it. The other problem is, if anyone usurps Putin, it's going to be someone worse. Like, Putin... this may sound insane to anyone who's not into, like, Russian or Eastern European politics, or anyone who isn't from the countries themselves that are involved, but Putin is not the worst they have. Putin is not actually that close to the worst they have. He's the worst in terms of being able to consolidate his own power, because he's a really, like, high-tier psychopath. But in terms of, like, political ideology, he is not the worst they have. Fuck, even Zhirek, when he was still alive, was not the worst they had. There were people that made Zhirek look like a fucking paragon of sanity. Like, I've spoken at length on stream before about, like, the social guidance principles of the dead water and all this shit. Which was, you know, a guy, the chief general of the strategic rocket forces, which is to say Russia's nuclear deterrent, came up with this insane occult fusion of a bunch of mutually incompatible ideas. It's batshit bananas. Look it up yourselves. I'm not going into it. It was the conceptual party unity, right? Conceptual party unity. And the ideology was the social protection principles of dead water or something like that. Medvaya Voda, which is like an old Slavic paganist healing thing. Dead water is like healing water. It's not the worst they had. I love this song. So yeah, that's the other problem. If Putin gets couped or dies, by some miracle God strikes him down, someone worse is probably going to take his spot. Even Navalny, who was the West's darling, Mr. Anti-Corruption, Navalny came into politics through the Russian far right. A lot of them did. Berezovsky was probably, like, the most moderate person they had. Even he was from, not the extreme right, but he was through the right side originally. He was part of the reformer movement that caused the USSR. But he started moving more and more towards, like, liberal democracy and stuff before they had him offed, because he was the biggest actual threat to Putin. Fucking cut it off. Oh my god. No. No, that is the last thing I want to imagine. Please don't do that to me. Oh, Nemtsov. I was thinking of the wrong Boris, sorry. Yeah, you're right, Nemtsov. Yeah, I think Nemtsov came from Union of Right Forces originally, but then he moved to a bunch of succession of liberal democratic parties. He was in a liberal democratic party when he was killed. Like I said, I get names mixed up, and I have a surface level knowledge, which is still better than, like, almost any English speakers you'll talk to, but it's still not a lot. This shit's convoluted, man. You need to drop serious amounts of fucking acid to begin to understand Russian politics after 1980. Even during Soviet times, because that's when a lot of this shit started coming into existence. What does a briefing button do? I know. Cut me some slack here. Because of because I've been busy studying, I haven't been able to stream as much, so I'm so excited to actually speak to you guys that I forget that I'm supposed to be flying. I haven't even had time to keep up with my own Discord. It feels bad, man. Did you ever see the stage photos of guys with Soviet flags in their vests claiming, helping old women cross the streets in Ukraine? Yeah, I saw those. And the tanks that were leading the fucking Russian columns with the red banner. Like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Oh yeah, we've come to liberate Ukraine. Well, funny way of doing it. I feel like I said, I don't want to get into the extended politics of this because I would trigger somebody somewhere. But also I will be on it for the next 10 hours. But I'm going to say, like I've said in the past, I support Ukraine's territorial integrity, even if I think their 1991 borders are maybe not entirely ideal. Because, you know, the Soviets kind of did the funny and gave them a lot of territory that kind of wasn't theirs anyway. It's too late now. Like, Ukrainians moved in, it basically may as well be Ukraine. It doesn't matter. I support their territorial integrity. I support them not getting bombed by anyone, let alone the fucking Russians. Should never have happened. In an ideal world, it wouldn't happen. But I don't support the Ukrainian government as such, or Ukrainian sort of political scene. It's not as bad as the Russians make out, but there are problems there that haven't gone away, and they're getting worse because of what's happening. Russia's basically polarized them, which is kind of what Russia did to the US as well. Because one fascist regime wants to create other fascist regimes around the world to make the world more comfortable for itself, even if they disagree who the Übermensch are, right? I don't have a horse in this Russia-Ukraine thing. If it was up to me, a fucking Soviet motor rifle battalion would come through a time portal and fucking style on them both. Or like, Nestor Makhno would come out of the fucking ether with fucking quantum physics-powered Tachunkers and just mow them all down at this point. I'm over it. Neither side deserves to win. Well, Ukraine deserves to have its territory back, but, like, that's about it. I don't support any of their broader political goals. And I think both Russia and Ukraine should stand to realize that whether they like it or not, both of them were part of the Soviet Union and both of them share a Soviet history together. And it doesn't belong to either one of them in particular. They need to learn to play nice with each other. But it's not going to happen. Not at this point, sadly. Rumors about the Wagner PMC leader keeps getting himself PR. Which rumors? That it's, fucking, what's his name, Prigozhin? That's not rumors. Fucking Utkin, like, as the military leader, everyone knows that. Utkin with his fucking SS tattoos. By the way, it's totally the Ukrainians that are the Nazis, guys. Totally the Ukis. Totally not Wagner, who are named after Hitler's favorite composer, who are led by a man with SS, like, SS tab, SS whatever rank it was, I forget what the ranks were, on the other tab, and then a fucking dirty bird on his chest. Totally the Ukrainians are the Nazis, dude. Like, totally. It's just fucking... And again, I have to be careful using this term because the fucking fascists co-opted it, but it's a good term, so I'm going to use it without that context. It's a clown show. It's a fucking clown show. Which is the intent. Surkov, in particular, liked the idea of creating a complete clusterfuck clown show, because then nobody would be able to keep track of who's who and who's in the right and who's in the wrong. And you could just use that power vacuum, or that moral vacuum, I guess you could call it, to remain in power. It's all of... Like, everything Russia does these days isn't for any sane purpose. It's to keep Putin in power. That's it. That's all it is. There is no... Like, even the... I honestly would not be surprised if even a lot of the fascist shit that Putin is nominally actually a disciple of, I wouldn't be surprised if he's only a disciple of that because he's found it's a good way to keep himself in power. Like, he just strikes me as one of those people who is so empty and cynical and just devoid of all human feeling or, like, I don't know, personality. He just becomes whatever he needs. He's a shapeshifter. He's literally a shapeshifter. He becomes whatever he needs to be to stay in power. He's a fucking shapeshifter. People of the opinion that this timeline went wrong due to Zurich dying and this whole thing is happening in his head. Yeah, dude. Like, that's fair. I mean, it's out there, but it's believable in a way. Whole thing of right-wing political actors being... I know I'm so far behind, dudes. I'm sorry. I'm literally now behind at this point. Whole thing of right-wing political actors being able to get into the minds of nostalgic old people who want their idea of the past back is too real. It's not just Russia. Absolutely. And the thing is, though, like, it's weird seeing it apply to people who, in their youth, were from the other side of the political spectrum, or lived in a country that was the other side of the political spectrum at the time. Like, it's weird seeing the appeal that has. Look, I've said it before, tradition is a trap. Nostalgia is a trap. Nostalgia's, like, selective memory. That's what nostalgia is. It's literally selective memory. It's not real. Keep it as a pleasant thing you can refer back to on a bad day. Keep it as a happy place in your head. Don't try and make it real again, because it never was. But the whole, like, oh, we've got to return to tradition thing, tradition's not good. It holds people back. It's always held people back. Nothing good in human history has come from returning to fucking tradition. Ever. It's a fucking break on human progress, and a break on human mental development. It's a big brain video I thought you'd see. Some genius put dozens of TM-62Ms on the back of a BTR and Ukraine drove. A Ukrainian drone hit it with a mortar and a shell is pretty much gone after. Oof. Yeah, they've been making good use of those drones. Like, it is kind of scary, to be honest. I'm not a fan of this whole drones thing. Especially combined with miniaturization and facial recognition tech. I've spoken about it before, but there's a short... I forget what the short's called, but it was some university or other put it out. Like, their ethics faculty put it out. And it's about if we combine technologies we already have, we can basically... we can target entire portions of the... like, entire demographic groups with these little swarms of killer drones and basically do genocide with drones. Like, what the Russians are having their schizo moment about with, oh, it's a virus engineered to destroy Russians that the Ukrainians and Americans are developing together, that's not real. What is real is that you could do that with drones. Anyone could do that with drones. That's the scary thing. With tech we already have. It just hasn't been combined in that particular sequence yet. And it will be at some point, probably. Nice early morning time in the mission. I'm sorry, Marduk. I'm sorry. Don't talk about life. You clicked your heels together loud enough in NASA during the 60s. A whole bunch of engine. Yeah, of course not. No one does. This is a continuation of the fanfiction discussion that happened like 2 weeks ago? No. I don't remember how we got to the topic, but no, it's not. Got spoiled by Guy Ritchie's and Tarantino's dialogue writing and can barely stomach a lot of movies? Yeah. Oh, dude, I fucking love Lock, Stock. It's so good. So good. Lock, Stock is like the shining example of good, well-written British, like, comedy drama mix. It's excellent. Stop right there, too late. I already kept going for another hour after you said that. Needs to become a React Andy? No, it will not happen. I'm not becoming a React Andy. I don't get any joy out, like, I don't understand the joy of it, dude. I mean, some people can pull off React Andy stuff, I can't. And, like, the majority of people, I don't get interest from watching them do React Andy. If it's somebody who's reacting to something they actually know about and they're discussing it in depth, like, even if it's fighter pilot reacts to whatever, if they're just surface level reactions, I don't care. If they actually describe, okay, well, no, in real life we'd do this. Oh, that's an interesting thing, but, you know, maybe I would do this instead. That's interesting to me. That is interesting to me. But, like, just random such and such reacts to completely inane thing that is only tangentially related to who they are, like, I don't care. Channel's more like a podcast than a gaming stream. It's funny you say that, because when I was just hanging out with Pom in his Discord for his birthday, was it like a week ago? And he was streaming and I was just chatting in his Discord while I was watching the stream on mute. I thought, like, me and Pom should probably put together a podcast sometime just about... I know there's already an air combat simulation podcast, which is excellent. I've got to catch up on a shit ton of episodes of that, but I feel like particularly the angle we bring to it, like contrasting real life to the sim and the more in-depth doctrinal side of things and things that gamers don't understand, and then bridging it not just across air combat sims but other sims too. Boy, I've got a lot to talk about in GHPC, but we'll try not to do it today. I feel like that could be a good format. I just don't know if I'm going to have the time to do it, or if I can get somebody else on board for it regularly, or if I can, you know, not lose interest after 2 episodes. Recommend you do 21 some breaks. Dude, I am so bad at the 21 these days. Like, I cannot fly without wobbling currently. I really need to get back, get the feel back for it, because I just haven't flown for so long. Dark RP is where I got my start for a little while. I started out at Half-Life 2 LAN, and then I graduated from Dark RP after a while. It was a Dark RP, well, it was Half-Life 2 LAN that I got banned from for griefing initially, and I was like, I kind of am interested in this, so I'm just going to social engineer my way out of the ban, which I did. And then I actually ended up fitting in pretty well, and I really enjoyed the server. I grew out of it eventually, because Dark RP is Dark RP, but it was fun. I also learned that con man stuff, confidence tricks, they work just as well in a roleplay setting as they do in real life. I used to smuggle shit around just by being confident and appearing like I thought I was doing nothing wrong. People just buy it. It was fun. Ukraine has enough troops to allow allocate for specialized training? Oh, I'm sure they do. It'll just take a while. Because they'll have to adjust to a completely different way of doing things with the US systems versus the Soviet systems. Mittens resigned as head of it after some quite dark stuff. Oh, whoa, juicy! I'll have to hear about that later, off stream. Mittens resigned, quite dark stuff. He tried to bully... Oh, okay, we're hearing about it now, apparently. Tried to bully someone into suicide, and the camel's back was broken when a girl came to him asking for help because she was getting harassed in her corp, and he wasn't very sympathetic. Oh, okay, well, I guess I'm glad that I lost interest and jettisoned myself from that social circle then. There we go. It wasn't a conscious decision at the time, but now we can pretend it was. Fuck, dude. I will say, yeah, Mittens was not ever really a very sympathetic person. There's a certain amount of maladjusted you have to be to run Goon Swarm, and Mittens was well known for being a bit too flat affect, let's say. He set off a few of the detectors, but you know, usually didn't outwardly fuck with people, at least when I was around him. Which is something I have really, not bulletproof, but a pretty strong sense for, like, those sorts of traits. I detect them before a lot of people do. I'm really good at spotting them. And I notice it in a lot of people. So I will typically be very cautious around those people, but sometimes it's nothing. Sometimes they're actually one of the ones who has the magical powers but doesn't use them, or uses them for good even, although those are very rare. But yeah, I'm pretty quick at catching the bad no-no ones. Actually, in the Ukrainian army, who, Shawshank? Yeah. I saw a cope on the T90A review in the comments. Some Russian was like, oh, this guy's just maintenance. He doesn't understand what he's talking about. No soldier would speak like that. He's just maintenance. He's just maintenance. It's like, my brother in Christ, you can see footage of him in combat. Like, he has recordings of him just recently doing indirect fire with the T-64, which is cool to see. First time I think I've ever seen footage from inside a tank doing indirect fire, or at least a Cold War vintage tank. I don't know if I've seen it with the Americans, but yeah, he's got footage of that. Like, he's got all sorts of stuff. He's an actual frontline combat tank crewman. He's just very experienced and very eloquent. He's what happens when you send somebody who's academically inclined to the front line. Like, I'm not going to toot my own horn, and I'm not going to say I was particularly good at being an infantryman, because I wasn't. And like I said, I never fully ended up doing all my training because of my injury. But within my unit, I was the guy that was that kind of person. Like, I would know what the particular armor values of a particular tank were in a particular location. I would know off the top of my head what different weapons could do. I would know off the top of my head what specific kind of artillery piece or what kind of equipment we could expect such and such an opponent to have. Like, that was my side of things. You know, the person who probably was told, don't join the infantry, you won't fit in, but did it anyway, which is what happened with me. And I loved it. Absolutely loved it. He was probably like that with the tanks. They're probably like, don't join them. They're a bunch of basement dwelling, you know, they're real rough around the edges. Oh, you wouldn't fit in. And he joined, and he fits in really well because he has all that sort of knowledge and academic sort of inclination towards learning and sharing information. Imagine World War II with the internet? Yeah. Yeah. Shy to support worker. I'm going to be real with you guys. Probably a lot more people need them than get them. Like, you have to be definitely diagnosed disabled with X amount of disability to get one. And even then it can be difficult. It can take a while. I was lucky. As soon as I actually got this process started, because I finally had proper diagnoses, I got one pretty quick. But it can be hard to get. But a lot of people who don't even have a diagnosed disability either have one that they haven't got diagnosed, or they just, you know, they might not be technically disabled. The DSM might say, no, they don't meet all the criteria, but they struggle. A lot of people could use some sort of support. Usually you get that from being in a stable relationship, but hey, a lot of relationships aren't that stable. A lot of people aren't very good at picking partners. A lot of people have unrealistic expectations for a relationship. We spoke about this in my Discord not that long ago. Life goals for a long-term relationship is a best friend. It's not like romance 24/7 for the rest of your life, because that doesn't exist. It's a best friend. The whole romantic, let's fuck like bunnies and make kids thing, that lasts for about a year and a half maybe. You want to live with somebody who is, like, the thing that annoys them the most, annoys you the most about them, is still way below the thing you like the least about them. That's life goals. You want a best friend. That's a proper, like, lifelong, healthy relationship. That's why if you don't have that yet, you shouldn't settle. You know, it sucks to break up with people, and yeah, it's messy and all this, but if you haven't got that, if you can tell the relationship's not healthy, and you find it really hard to put up with them, like, sometimes, and they're constantly fighting, it's not healthy, dude. Find someone better. It's better for you, and it's better for them. There we go. We've completed the fucking Ross bingo list for stream chatting. We've hit relationship advice from someone that's completely incapable of stable relationships. Oh yeah, Dvatch has quite a lot of memes on it. Dvatch memes are something else. Yeah, I'm still an hour behind. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to skip through a bunch, sorry. First confirmed Mobic Riot, 2000 of them calling their drunk general a slur in the night with cell phones out. Based. Nothing better than for reforming a country in a lost war? In a lot of cases, yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's what happened with France a lot of times, too. A lot of the various violent and bloody French revolutions, either at national scale or like the Paris Commune, for instance, that was sparked by lost wars. Or wars that were not going well, because wars make people start to feel the squeeze, especially if they're enough to affect the home front. People have a breaking point, and eventually they will get there. Love the interludes more than the gameplay, Sumi. I think a surprising number of people do. I've actually picked up viewers compared to last time I checked. I don't know how I do this. If you're new here, this is just how these streams go, I guess. Some days we play all DCS and we don't talk much. Most days we play a little bit of DCS and then we just chat for hours until I lose my voice. It is what it is. I have been on a long break from the game, so if you're here for DCS content, that is what I mostly do on this channel. I fucking hate the word content. I hate that I'm starting to use it. But anyway, if you like DCS gameplay, that's mostly what I do here, but I have been on a long break. I also do Armour regularly with a group. I do play other sim games. Gunner Heat PC's been a big one for me recently. I occasionally would dabble in Squad and Postscriptum. I've got Hell Let Loose as well. I've played it, just not on stream. I do want to get back into those more tactical shooter type games. I just haven't really had the impetus to do it lately. I mostly play them when friends are playing, because playing solo pub is painful. But yeah, like lots of sim gameplay, a few other little bits and pieces, and a lot of me talking about random topics. What's the front line looking like? It was pretty much at neutral last time I checked. I don't know who pushed most recently though, probably blue. Fuck Kissinger, agreed. Piece of shit, I wish he'd hurry up and die already. That's proof there's no justice in the world. All these people that actually did positive things for humanity are dying, and fucking Kissinger's still around. Piece of shit. Interestingly, the only case I've never seen those present in any plans were the actual invasion of West Germany. If I had to make a guess, probably because of maximizing your chance of surprise, painting a bunch of very obvious marks on your vehicles you use for other invasions. Yeah, that makes sense as well. Well, it also makes sense that when they were intervening in Warsaw Pact states, guess whose equipment the Warsaw Pact states are using, right? You need ID, which is also why the Ukrainians were using those markings in the east, because the puppet republics were using Soviet equipment as well. If you're fighting Western equipment, you don't need the ID marks as much. They're still helpful to have invasion stripes, because some of your conscripts are going to be a bit potato at IDing things, much like Enigma server players, but yeah, like, it makes sense that they wouldn't need them as much in Germany. Purple Heart in the base of the Vietnam War? I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. Boiler for the Czechoslovak operation, they were red stripes, but they were white in following operations and even during exercises as well. A lot of the exercises, they'd use a single white band. I think the Poles mostly marked for exercises, but the Soviets were wartime. Either way, the format's the same. The color's different, but it's still two white bands on the tail. Same spacing, same width, everything. Ukrainian posties must be a different breed. Yeah, they are. They are. Look, Marduk, I'm sorry. If you happen to fall asleep before we get a chance to fly together today, Look, hit me up at the start of next stream and we will fly together, dude. I feel so bad saying, like, yeah, come fly, and then not doing it, but I just gotta, you know me. I see chat, it's interesting, I gotta talk to it. Kadyrov will try for full power. I don't think he I don't know if he's got enough self-awareness to realize it, but I don't think he even has it in him anyway. Prigozhin, definitely. Prigozhin's the type. He has the influence, he has the means. He's one of those shadowy figures. Look, it's the mouthy guys never get it. The mouthy guys never get it. It's the shadowy guys you gotta watch out for, particularly in a fucking Silovik regime, right? It's the whole point. The guy that you don't hear about is the most dangerous one. In fact, I'm listening and eating cake right now. Appropriate choice of snack for this stream. GHPC really needs to let you replace tracks? No. Don't you start. No. No. Bad. War Thunderbrain. Cease. Replacing a track is like a half-hour job minimum. Right? You have to dismount the tank and be out exposed, squishy in the open air to replace the track for like half an hour, sometimes more. No track replacements. If you get a track knocked out in combat, in a tank, you are now a bunker. Congratulations. You just sit there and wait and do what you can do until either a recovery vehicle turns up, or they bring up a fresh tank for you to take back into combat, or, the front line is far enough away you can safely get out and service the tank. You do not ever get out of the tank to effect repairs in combat. If you have to get out of the tank for any purpose in a combat area, you bail and you fucking run. You don't stay near the vehicle. Repairing tracks is War Thunderbrain. I don't want, I know I'm not going to see it in Gunner Heat PC because they're based, but I don't want to see it there. And I'm tired of people asking. Who is the... You got muted on Alpen's Discord? I have a theory. I think I know who. I don't want to start drama on the stream, but I think I know who. Let's just say that despite my best attempts to make them actually, chill the fuck out and think of things logically, there's a group on Alpen's Discord who are still convinced that you intentionally destroyed his server by starting your own and copied all his ideas and did this, that, and the other. They blame you for it. Which is part of the reason I didn't play there as much, is because it got so toxic. Like I said on stream before, I'm going to be open about that. The server I played on literally my first day in DCS, well, second day in DCS, first ever time online, first PvP, first fucking time I shot down another aircraft in actual combat on Alpen's server. I played there religiously. That server started getting too toxic and too sniffing its own farts. Not because of Alpen. Alpen's always been fine. He had, these people had his ear a bit and he'd repeat what they said, but, Alpen's usually pretty, you just speak to him and he'll be like, oh, okay, well, I heard this. And you're like, well, yeah, but this. You can talk things through with Alpen. He's stubborn, but you can talk things through with him. But, yeah, there was a section of the community there that were just non-stop 24/7 salty about Enigma's server existing. They were non-stop 24/7 salty about various aspects of Alpen's mission design, even if they didn't like it. It is what it is. I spoke before about what happened and why I kind of didn't play there as much and why I think a lot of the regulars left, particularly from Red 4. I'm not going over it again because I don't want to cause that drama again, but it's out there in a VOD if you want to see it. Fear a day if Ross ever has a chat that continually moves, the stream will never end. Yeah. If I get up to thousands of viewers, I'm not even going to be able to keep track of it. That's the thing. I will spend time now scrolling through chat and answering you guys because chat moves relatively slowly and you guys are actually invested in the stream. I've said it before, but having a massive, thousands of concurrent viewers and everyone chat spamming emotes, he doesn't know Pepe laugh, just standard Twitch chat, you go to XQC's chat. That's fun. I like being involved in those chats where you're just a name on a screen that the streamer doesn't even see because it scrolls past so fast and you just shitpost. That's fun. But that's not my kind of thing. So I'm glad that I don't have a big community. I got a relatively small community and, a lot of you guys will just actually engage with me in whatever I want to talk about. You won't just sit there spamming shit. Emote spam is fun sometimes, but It's not my style. I like partaking in it, but I don't want to generate it, if that makes sense. But if I ended up with thousands of viewers, I wouldn't be able to keep up with chat, dude. I'd have to just move purely to the Discord for discussions, which would suck. Or they'd just become like me lecturing and not coming back to read you guys' input and discuss it back and forth. No, I'm not at a road base, Enigma. I haven't slotted up yet after the server restarted. I got team killed by a 21, dude. Okay, so you might get a complaint about me because, look, okay, listen. I was searching the front line for enemy ground units. I just wiped one group. I had a couple rockets left, and I needed to find something to kill. I spotted a FARP. It was a blue FARP. I was already within its threat envelope. I think the Avenger was on reload because I didn't die. But I was like, oh, that's going to be a problem. It's going to limit my ability to work this sector. I need to do something about it. So I dived in and I killed the Avenger and the Vulcan and the resupply truck. As I was diving in and firing on them, I noticed a Gazelle phase into existence. I'm like, well, in for a penny, in for a pound. I'm here, I may as well. It's not camping, it's a target of opportunity. I rocketed him. He respawned immediately. I'm like, you've got to be kidding. Came back around, rocketed again. He respawned again, and now a Huey. Like, they just, like, for a solid fucking 3 or 4 minutes, they were just respawning consistently at the same FARP and letting me kill them. It's not camping, dude. It was a target of opportunity. If they're dumb enough to keep spawning while they're under direct attack, that's on them, right? So you might have, like, a bunch of complaints coming in about this dipshit in a fucking Su-25 camping a FARP. Bro, it was not camping. It was a skill issue. I didn't camp shit. I didn't camp shit. I did not go to the FARP with the intent of fucking with them, okay? Like, that was not my plan. I'm innocent. I'm blameless. But anyway, I got team killed. Right after doing that to their FARP, I had a fucking 21 roll in behind me, aggressively, so I'm like, shit, that's an F5. Then I saw the wings, like, no, it's a 21, okay. But he's maneuvering aggressively. This is concerning. Sure enough, he follows me through about 3 or 4 turns, gets right up my asshole. Close enough, there's no way he could have mis-ID'd me for anything. Like, literally, I could just about see the pilot's face. He was that close. And then he dropped back and shot me twice with R60s. From a squadron, by the way. So that's why I took the long break, is because I needed time to chill the fuck out. Another squid stream? We should. We definitely should. Call to arms. I think I have call to arms. That's like Men of War but modern, isn't it? I'm sure I had that. I think I was like one of the original backers for that. I just literally never played it. I forgot it existed for the longest time. I got a key for it. It's like, here's your game. And I'm like, what? What game? Oh yeah, right. That happened an embarrassing amount. Like, I funded so many game development projects that I wanted the game and I'd still be interested in playing it. I just never did. Never got around to it. For the new BFM AI, yes. It's still, like, I can still beat it relatively consistently. Not always, depends on the aircraft I'm in, but, like, it takes me longer. You can still, like, if you understand lift vector placement at all, you can still kind of force their position and beat them. But yeah, they're way, like, less predictable than they used to be. They do get locked into a 1 or 2 circle routine a bit too easily, though. Like, they seem to have this logic that my plane is a 2 circle fighter, I'm going to 2 circle. Or my plane is a 1 circle fighter, I'm going to 1 circle. They don't switch between them very often. If they made them switch fluidly between them based on what you're doing, they would be, like, there. That would be it. That would be it. I haven't tested them 2 vs 1, though, which is where the IL-2 AI is really strong. I mean, the IL-2 AI is strong in general, but, like, 2 vs 1 is where it really shines. I haven't tested that with new DCS BFM AI. It's poster worker. 1 or 2, but I had to spend time with wife. Ah, okay, understandable. Look, if I found another human being who could tolerate me for more than 10 seconds, I would probably be doing the same thing instead of streaming, so to be fair, I can understand that. We're progressing in chat, we are. I've almost scrolled to the bottom. Running joke during the Kharkiv offensive was Ukrainian army so fast because Ukrainian Ukrainian Postal Service. I have a lot of, not anymore obviously, but I got a lot of blue and yellow boxes from them back in the day. Is pushing them in the back with all the deliveries they need to make to the territories occupied at the time. Yeah, they're a fucking good postal service, dude. They are on point. Hey, Debo. Good to see you, man. Moment Enigma started to begin and Alpen's shrinking, I just knew there'd be some sort of beef hate, which is unjustified. Yeah, like, as I explained to them multiple times, and as I explained on that other stream I talked about where I went through this in detail, Alpen's server was having issues with population retention before Enigma server went live. Like, even before it was announced we were starting to lose our core Red 4 players. It wasn't obvious to everyone, but to me, as a Red 4 player, it was obvious. We were losing a lot of our core players, we were losing our GCIs. Once you start losing your core players and your GCIs, you're going to start losing players in general. And Red 4 started bleeding players at the same time Blue 4 started getting in a bunch of players who were really organized and had their shit together. It's just an unfortunate case where the two sides didn't synchronize up very well, and we lost a lot of long-time players. And then with Enigma server coming up, you know, people are just going to join the more populated server. It didn't kill Alpen's server. It definitely didn't. It may have contributed to its low population, certainly, but it didn't kill it. Alpen's server was having population issues beforehand. And having said that even, there were days where Alpen's server bounced back really strongly. We just couldn't consistently retain that for whatever reason. And I think a lot of that reason was I was having less time to stream, and I was playing other things besides DCS. You know, Boiler's gone back to uni, Legolas has gone back to uni. Like, a lot of the regulars, particularly for Red, have just not been around. And so if you don't have your regulars filling out the core population, you're not going to get the transients to join either, because they're going to see Blues, like, got 10 people on it against one guy on Red. They're going to go, fuck that, and they're not going to join. Whereas before, it would have been they see two even teams, and they go, oh, it's a bit low population, but the teams are even. That sounds pretty fun. I'm going to go join. Like, there's so many factors in what happened with Alpen's server that the take that, oh, Enigma's server killed it, or, you know, Alpen's take is, because Alpen's, like I said, Alpen's pretty stubborn. Alpen he's set in his ways with some things. His perspective has been for a long time that the player base just doesn't want to put in the effort anymore to learn. And I think I agree with him to a certain amount. You guys have heard me bitch about DCS players and wanting shit handed to them on a silver platter. I don't necessarily think the problem is as advanced as he thinks it is, but, you know, I can see where he's coming from. There's more to it than that, though. Like, it's a complex issue. It is what it is. And also, you've got to bear in mind that Alpen has recently had another kid, and so he hasn't had the time to really micromanage the server like he used to. He hasn't had the time to run events, which help populate the server when it's been kind of quiet. I haven't been able to do admin stuff because I've been studying, you know, and even then I didn't really do much admin stuff. I was mostly just there to restart the server if it crashed or whatever. I was working on a rework of one of his missions to put up, but I just didn't have time to finish it because I would have had to go through and redo all the warehousing and everything manually. So it sucks. It is what it is. Sometimes a combination of factors get the best of us, not least of which was time. But I'm sure at some point in the not too distant future, Alpen will come back with a new server because that's what he does. Alpen's been around DCS for donkey's years. He will go away for a while. He'll come back with a new server and it will be amazing. And he'll play it out for a couple of years. Eventually it might taper off and then he'll go away for a bit and come back again. Natural ebb and flow of DCS. And with DCS Cold War looking like it's going to be in an absolute strong point in a couple of years from now, I reckon when we have our Phantom, our MiG-23, our A7, our F8, A6, like all the stuff that's coming, we have maybe some more Cold War themed maps or maps that are appropriate for it. Combined Arms gets some updates, God forbid. Alpen might well come back with a new server and blow us all away with it, but until then, I'm DCS homeless. I'm going to just have to bum on Enigma and Tempest couches. But like you guys saw today, like I can only deal with the player base on Enigma server so long because it's just... they are not very skilled. And all the good players on Enigma server are Alpen's players who have come across. That's the thing. Already heard about it? Good. Please share these salty screenshots with me so I can check them in Discord later. I can't wait to see what I caused. Didn't take you from an Oilers fan? I'm from Edmonton, dude. Who else am I going to support? It might be a shithole, but it's my shithole. There's a billion F5s. How can you even camp anything in a Frogfoot? Yeah, I know, right? I know. the only thing that came to fucking kill me and stop me from shutting that fart down was a fucking friendly. You gotta be kidding me. There was even a 3-ship of F5s hanging around. They didn't come for me. Gazelles literally deserve anything that happens to them. Agreed. It's the face of a huge pilot. Could have been. I didn't... it could have been. But they had a JG1 tag, so I assume that they were a Red 4 player. In DCS, JG1 is a, I think, Red 4 themed unit. It's a World War II DLC called Ostront. It's really good. I'll have to check that out. I used to really love Men of War back in the day. Marduk, I'll have to open that on my phone. See what it is. Otherwise it'll... Oh god, it opened in the wrong tab anyway. Oh, is that the... I'll have to check it out later, but it looks like somebody's done like a faux gun cam thing with the 21. I've seen a couple of those. They're usually pretty well done. By the way, Aviators Online, cheers for the follow. If I missed that before, I don't remember. I'm not real good at keeping up with my alerts these days. How about going to airport view when it's just chatting? I probably should have. I didn't think about that. I was, like, when I was initially just chatting, I was just in the death cam view where I'd been killed looking at the fart, but the server restarted since then. Yeah, we'll go to an airport view if I can from here. I don't think I can, maybe. Not from spectators. Maybe if I go to a JTAC slot and just chill, I should be able to control F11. What altitude am I at? Fucking probably space. Hello? Oh, I'm in a cloud is where I am. Disregard. There we go. Okay. So there's a decent chunk of good IL-2 sticks who came to DCS from the server. I would agree, but I seem not to encounter them. I don't know what it is, I seem to mostly encounter the potatoes. Briefly considering moving to Edmonton last year from Toronto. Luckily, sane heads prevailed and I ended up in beautiful Ottawa. Edmonton's not that bad, honestly. Like, I mean, I know I'm biased, but Edmonton's cozy. Plus, there's like a fucking metric shit ton of Ukrainians there. You'd feel at home. Like, my dad's, he went to school in Thorsby, not Edmonton proper. Well, he went to high school in Edmonton, but his primary school in Thorsby, they spoke German, Ukrainian, and English in the school. Sound mod. Oh, the sound mod. Does that affect all the other guns that share that common sounder, or is it like individually for the 21's gun? Because if it's individual for the 21's gun, I'll have to get it. I'll have to have a look. Because I know Nin wanted to do that for his sound pack, but I don't think he's released it yet. Not his version of it. Desolate Field. This is far better. I know, right? Okay, guys. I won't use the BRB screen. Actually, you know what? No, BRB screen's probably more interesting than Desolate Field, so I will. I'm going to go grab a drink and a quick snack, and then we will fly. I promise, okay? I promise we'll fly. I will leave you with one of my favorite Pink Floyd songs. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't want to get mods that are going to affect the sounds for other aircraft. That's why I uninstalled the sound for the Gripen mod as well, because it's fucking with it. Airfield, not field. Yeah, I know, but let's be real, there's not really anything interesting happening at the airfields either, aside from people crashing on landing. So yeah, I'll be back in a couple minutes. Enjoy Lost for Words, which I think is a very, very underrated song. It's a wonderful song. Some things never change. Guess who just realized I got a quarter of a cup of tea left? Also, some fun Ross context for this song. It was this specific song which kind of delivered me the inertia I needed to quit my shitty dead-end job and go back to study. I got stuck listening to this on repeat and did some long, hard thinking about my life. It's that kind of song. Just waiting for my tea to steep. You know, I feel like one of the reasons I haven't done as much DCS on stream lately, besides just burning out and kind of not having time, is Misfizz has really grown on me, dude. Like, Misfizz is a great way for me to just chill out, fly, and, like, have just chatting, but with a nice, pleasant background. Because you guys are interesting to talk to. Like, you know, it's one thing to, like, be a streamer and do the interaction thing to retain your audience, but it's, like, it's more than that. Like, you're actually... You guys are interesting. You have different perspectives to me on things. You have interesting knowledge on things that I don't know about. So... I quite like that in Misfizz, I can just, like, even if I want to be a shitter and put the plane on autopilot, I can, and just sit here and read chat, whereas in DCS it's quite a lot harder, because I'm trying to, you know, do combat stuff. Hey, Davey! Good to see you, man. Considering I pretty much only fly the Jeff in 21 these days, I love it. Oh, Tempest server? Oh wait, no, I'm misreading something. Oh, the gun sound mod. Yeah, I get it. Sorry, missed the context. I was planning on trying Tempest today, but blue was really badly stacked and I wanted to fly the Mirage, and red was all F-14, so I was like, I'm not even going to be fighting real red airframes, I'm going to be fighting fucking Tomcats. And the average Tomcat player is, like, not very smart at all. So, has DCS become better and more stable in the last 6 months? Yes, very. Dibbo, when I get back in game, ask me about the F10 map and I'll blow your fucking mind, dude. But yeah, DCS has been, it's become more stable in a lot of ways. The performance has bounced back and forth a bit, but it's overall not bad. Watch this space. The F10 map has had some very important quality of life upgrades. The game in general has had some important quality of life upgrades. The binding menus even, like, a lot of stuff's changed for the better. It's little things, like, it's, people go, oh, multi-threading this, multi-threading that, you know, whatever, but it's little things, but they're important things that really, like, were a long time coming. So I'm happy with it. Also, there's a shit ton of new third parties and a shit ton of new modules and maps on the way, so I'd say, look, more than any other time since I started playing in late 2018, I feel like DCS is really hitting its stride now. It feels like DCS has been constantly accelerating in how it improves over the past couple of years. You know, especially early on, I had a lot of things to bitch about, but I still have things to bitch about, but the game is... It feels like it's finding its feet. There's obviously still some directions that they're taking, like, for instance, the amount of detail going into AI art for, like, the B-52 and the B-1 and stuff. I think it's maybe a little over the top, but generally speaking, the game's going in a good direction. F1 is pretty cool, although it needs some more work. It's a bit rough around the edges still. Mirage 2000 is fucking amazing now. It's probably one of the best models in the game now. The flight model still needs some adjustment, I think. But, like, the systems modeling is really, really good, really, really in-depth. Not sure about the damage model. It might still need some work there too. So the Mirage damage model used to tank a lot of stuff it shouldn't have. But even like the fly-by-wire logic's been really improved. So it feels a lot better now. It also doesn't have quite as much bullshit drag on the air brake. So you can't, like, you can still do stoppies with it, but you need a little more time to do it. You can't just stay behind people without even trying like you used to be able to. It feels more like a plane. I mean, like, to be fair, the overall characteristics haven't changed that much, just the degree of how it does things. Like, the feel is the same, just the amount of how much of that thing it can do has changed. It's more, like, fine-tuned. Yeah, the F1's a nice plane. Like, don't get me wrong, I think the F1's not a very good fighter. I think it's, if you use it strictly in slashing attacks with missiles, it's quite good. If you try and dogfight with it, it's pretty crap. But, having said that, it is better than it was because they adjusted some of its flight model characteristics. I think some potentially not for the better. But, like, some people can make it work. In my experience so far, they generally aren't super threatening to me in the 21. The AI can be, players usually not. That's the other thing, Dibbo. The AI is, like, a lot better now. It's still not perfect, but it's a lot better. It's a lot less predictable, and it doesn't pull energy out of its ass as much. Although, to be fair, I think that it never really pulled energy out of its ass as much as people say. It just was much better at energy retention because it didn't retention, not redemption, because it didn't pull the stick to its guts. The AI would actually not pull its best turn rate; it would pull way below it, and so it would always have like ridiculous amounts of energy compared to the player. What are you studying? I picked back up the Diploma of Community Services that I very nearly completed about 10 years ago. Well, not 10 years ago, like 8 years ago. But I kind of rushed into it. So after some more soul searching, like, you know, something I do every couple of weeks at this point, I've decided to transfer over at the end of this semester to a Diploma of Counseling, which is more strictly focused on what I'm interested in and what I think I have skills for. So I don't know if I'm going to end up being like a full-on go into university, do post-grad, everything, become like a full-on qualified therapist, or as you would call it in the US, or counselor or whatever. I don't know how far I'll go with it, but I want to develop those skills and I want to have something under my belt that I can find a job where I feel like I'm useful. Like that's the thing for me. I'm not opposed to working at all. I want to find a job where I feel like I'm being used correctly though. Like me being a cleaner is pointless. I want to feel like I'm helping people. I want to feel like you know, my skills are actually being directed in a constructive way. Because I didn't grow up in a society where my own skills and talents and interests were recognized from an early age, and which funneled me through different specialist education branches to pop me out in a career perfectly suited to me by the time I finished schooling. You know, I didn't grow up in that society, so I've had to fucking find my way for the past 15 fucking years. Oh, I love this song. How do you feel about dark country music? Recently found an amazing Ukrainian band that performs it. I will check that after the stream, or after the stream. You know how I am, Yuki. I'll probably take a couple weeks to remember to catch up to it, but I will catch up to that and I'll check it out. I don't mind country in general, so I don't know about dark country, because I don't think I've really heard dark country, but I don't mind country in general if it's like proper country, not like overproduced, we're doing this just to sell records country. Like the really whiny, nasally guy bitching about how his girlfriend broke down and his truck left him. I'm not into that. Stuff like The Highwaymen, Johnny Cash, like all of that, boy, I love it. Fucking Marty Robbins, let's go. Like proper country is fucking excellent. Aha, glad to hear it. I'll definitely check it out, and it will probably end up on the playlist, you know? If I like a song, it goes on the playlist, so I'll probably end up on it. Alright, I'm gonna go fetch my tea. And then we will get back in game. And we'll fly, I promise. Nice little sonic boom jump scare there. Actually, fucking Eurovision, years and years ago, because I haven't watched Eurovision for years, because it's just, like, I don't know, I kind of lost interest, I guess. A lot of countries started taking themselves too seriously, and with what's been going on politically, it, you know, inevitably became a thing there too, because of course it did. But it would have been a couple of years ago now, I think like 2013, 2014 maybe, 2015 potentially. But the Dutch entry, it was like a duet of a dude and a chick, and they were like in full like cowboy and cowgirl get up, and it was like a country song, but it was a really good one. That was a really good song. That was like actual proper country, not fucking commercialized bullshit country. Shut up, Max. I have returned. Let's do some of this DCS business. Okay. Dibbo. Look at this, Dibbo. Look at this. Altitudes. Altitudes. On the contact. 1.7 kilometers, 1.0 kilometers. Look at this. I don't have to click them anymore. I can see right there. 1.1 kilometers tracking west. Look at this. How good is this? This alone is hype material. But that's not all. Wait, there's more, as Billy Mays would say. Okay, Dibbo, prepare yourself. What is this? And it's not fixed. I can drag it. So if I want to take the compass rose and I want to say, I don't know, bung it down over the front line. Whereabouts should we put it? Maybe like here. I have a compass rose. It shows magnetic and it shows true. And it shows the declination. So the star is true, arrow is magnetic. Magnetic declination here in Syria is plus 4.9 degrees. What's more, we go up here, meters to feet, feet to meters. I can change units on the fly. I don't have to exit out of the fucking server anymore. This is a godsend. Now when I'm GCIing on Red 4 on Syria, and there's the Mirage F1 guys that want Imperial and everyone else wants metric, I can switch. If I know they're in an F1, I can switch to Imperial for a call out for them and then switch back to metric for everyone else. But wait, there's still more. Bullseye tool. You click that, you click the bullseye tool, and you now have a constant radial from bullseye. Wherever your pointer is, you have the bullseye reading in magnetic, in true, and the distance in your selected units. And if I disable that, we go to our usual measurement system. Say I want to measure between Atanf and Palmyra. It now includes magnetic as well as true. Like I said, it's little quality of life things, but these are just... I'm going to move the compass rose out of the way because I don't really need it there, but like these are, holy Jesus fuck, this is what the game has needed for years. And they all came this patch. The clouds also moved, but you know, whatever. These are things nobody thinks to ask for. Everyone's talking about multi-thread this and visual effects that, whatever, or super carrier this. Bro, who cares? This is the game changer. Shit like this is the game changer. Little things in the interface that change how you work with the game. Look at this as well, Dibbo. Look at this. Let's go adjust controls. It now fills the whole screen. It's not a tiny little ass window where you cut off the edge categories anymore. It fills the whole screen so you don't have to scroll. Well, you still do if you have a bunch of button boxes, but you don't have to scroll as much. Like, look at this. How good is this? It's this patch, man. This patch is fucking excellent. Racetrack for camels on the left. Racetrack for camel racing. Right there. Also, Max, that's the right. I'm just saying, that's the right. You'll have to do like my sister does to remember which is left. Izzy can't process left and right, so she has to do these ones to figure out what's on her left. Metric left, yeah, I know, right? Interestingly, what did I click that hid the... That might be a bug, maybe? So it has, of course, the update has brought some bugs with it. They always bring bugs with them, but we appear to have accidentally... Oh no, it's because I, No? Okay. Front line's just bugged out. So I didn't reset. No, this is Enigma's. Alpen's server closed down, dude. We were talking about that earlier. Alpen's server is, no more for the time being. Hopefully it'll come back, but I don't know. Yeah, we had a discussion about that, but that's, like I said, I'm now hopeless. Well, I am hopeless, but also homeless as far as DCS goes, so I'm going to be hanging around here, I guess, when I do play. Because Alpen's was definitely home to me, as far as DCS was concerned. Right, let's stop fucking yapping and get in the plane. Go fly from Shidat with Cube. Is it also Cold War? Yeah, Enigma's is Cold War. I disagree. Enigma didn't kill Alpenwolves. Alpens was already on a decline for several months before Enigma even announced his server, just nobody actually acknowledged it. Nobody wanted to acknowledge it. But we were losing core Red 4 players for 6 months before Enigma server even got announced. And once the core Red 4 players are gone, the Red 4 guys just stopped playing in large numbers. Once they stopped playing in large numbers and Blue 4 started picking up like organized squadrons, it became a problem because suddenly Blue was typically badly outbalancing Red. And, like, you know, casual players aren't going to get onto a stack server more often than not. So we lost basically all our Red GCIs except Apoc. And, you know, occasionally I would force myself to do it, but I didn't like doing it. I just fucked myself by accidentally starting the engines too early. I'm going to have to kill him and wait. Yeah, like, I'm not going to pretend that Enigma server had no impact on Alpens. Obviously, you know, it might accelerate the time of day at which Alpen server starts to thin out, or it might mean on some days it doesn't populate, but it didn't kill Alpen server. There was a pre-existing problem which nobody acknowledged, which was allowed to just continue to the point where, you know, once we'd lost the population, we couldn't recover it. And yeah, once Enigma server was up, it became harder to recover the population, but it's not like it killed it. Like, I would check, especially when people were first saying, oh, they copied Alpen's server, it's a copy, he's going to get everyone over there. That's one of the bugs, by the way, right there, that spam of messages. I said to people, like, I have checked during what is prime time on Alpen's server, whenever I go to join the server, and I see it's empty, I check the player list on Enigma server, and I'm lucky if I see 2 or 3 names I recognize. Sometimes there'd be more. But out of, like, the server's core population, the regulars that would play every single day, I would rarely see more than one or two of them on Enigma's server during prime time. They'd either be on Alpen's trying to populate it, or they just wouldn't be playing that particular day. But, you know, as with all things, conspiracy theories formed that no, Enigma deliberately killed the server. Like, it just became really toxic, and as I said, that kind of shitty, entitled, toxic attitude is part of why I stopped hanging around Alpen's community as much, is because it's just exhausting to deal with that kind of shit from people. Especially if you know that they should know better, and, like, you appreciate having them on the server because they're good players, but you don't want to deal with that shit. Like, it's just... It's not fun. It drives players away. Like, that kind of toxic shit drives players away. So, yeah, you lose your population, you're not going to get them back, because they're going to see you being a snob about, oh, this easy mode server came and took all our players away because nobody wants a challenge anymore, blah, blah, blah. They're just going to go, oh, fuck these guys, they're all a bunch of pricks. And they're going to go to an Enigma server anyway. So, you know, like, it's a compounding problem. But, nobody wants to hear that, so the problem was allowed to get out of hand, and this is where we're at. Alpen also had a 3rd kid recently, so he's got a pretty busy little family there, and he just doesn't have the time, I guess, without a higher population making it worthwhile. You know, it's the cost-benefit sort of ratio went down. Yeah, a lot of people didn't. A lot of people never heard of it, which is a shame, because it was, like, the server to play on for Cold War stuff. Like, I do enjoy Enigmas, and I think it has some advantages in certain aspects, but Alpen's was, like I said, my DCS home. It was the most fun to me. It had the highest player skill level of any of the Cold War servers. It had the most interesting gameplay. The set-piece missions were pretty nice, because it gave me something to kind of commit to and a goal to work towards. And even though they were set pieces and the missions were always, you know, he'd use the same missions and change the weather or change time of year and a few other things, but even though the missions were the same day in, day out, for the most part, they always played differently, because they had combined arms, because different people would play different planes. Like, you never played the same mission twice, even though it was the same mission file, if that makes sense. I miss that. Because playing on Enigmas, it's... Yeah, you've got a dynamic campaign, which is always changing, but it's just back and forth, you know what I mean? It becomes monotonous, especially because the player skill here is so much lower. I died twice. To be fair, I didn't have many flights before I went on my big rant pause, but I died twice today. Once of them was to a fucking teammate. Once of them was to getting ganged up on by like 3 F5s. One of them finally bagged me after I'd hit an A10. I don't know if he went down or not because I didn't see. Killed a Vigan. I think I made at least one other F5 maneuver kill himself. And then I finally got popped. Like, this thing breaks people in Enigmas. Like, I'm not flying the 21 today because I need to get my feel back for it, because I haven't flown DCS for so long. I'm really wobbly. But the Su-25 just breaks people in this game. They don't understand, well, in this server particularly, they don't understand how to fight it. It's not even difficult to fight, it's just that they, you know, monkey brain only knows how to do a 2-circle sustained turn. Which is the worst thing you can do against the Su-25, especially in the fucking F5. Need to research a 3-circle turn to deal with this thing? Yeah, I know, right? Fighting in the 4th dimension. The ideal maneuver with which to beat a Su-25 once it punches off its air-to-ground stores is a Mobius strip. Fuck me, look at all the smoke, dude. I am running the smoke mod, so on my screen smoke will persist for like, I think it's like half an hour or something. It's much longer than default. I haven't experienced... Oh, there we go. Bunch of it despawned. I guess it just hadn't refreshed yet. And red's pushing. Nice. I haven't noticed a big impact on frame rate with it, actually. It doesn't seem to have been too bad even on my old PC. So I like using it just because it makes the smoke stay for longer. I feel like the default DCS smoke fades a bit too fast. I think the smoke mod could be a little better too. And there is a version that breaks integrity, which is a bit more, like, fully featured, but... it's good for what it is. Listening to some Ariana Grande. Yes, yes. Good ear. That is definitely what we're listening to. Fuck, it's gotten warm again, dude. Like, the past couple days it's been hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold. I had to run my heater yesterday, run my power bill up even more. But, it's fucking hot again today. What is this fucking weather? I'm gonna hit the cut a burst limiter. I need to bind that to something I remember. I guess, well, it's something I only need to press once, so it's not too bad keeping it on the keyboard. I'm just worried I'm going to bump control instead of shift and yeet my canopy again. 33 last week and now back to 24. It's been like bouncing between I want to say like mid-20s maybe, and like low double digits, like I think even single digits overnight. I should note that I really feel temperature a lot. I feel colder here if it's 10 degrees outside than I would feel if it was -5 at home. I don't know why, don't ask me, I'm weird. But I'm really sensitive to temperature changes, so I overheat really fast. I've got a hoodie on, but this isn't a very heavy hoodie, so it shouldn't heat me up too much. I'll stay on the left side, just in case, I'm not sure if that's Pink Cube. Pink Cube's in the other Su-25 spot at this airfield, so I assume so. See if he wants to take off alongside. Marduk, if you're still here, by the way, I saw you were in a JTAC slot. If you're still here and you want to fly, hop in. If it's not too late, if I haven't waited too long. Okay. Let's roll. This low cloud cover is going to make things difficult, because I like to climb up to about where those clouds are, if not a little higher, to spot targets and get out of the range of AAA, but we're not going to have the option here. We've also got a bunch of aircraft around us because we're right on the front line, pretty much. So we may need to go self-defense mode pretty much off the runway again. Hope not. I would like to actually spend my rockets on something useful, but we will see. A little bit of a crosswind. I'm drifting onto the other side of the runway. Got to be careful in the Su-25 when you're heavily loaded, or even medium weight loaded like I am. You don't pull your flaps too early after takeoff. You'll sink straight back into the runway. It's one of those lessons you relearn every time you've taken a break from the game and come back to the 25. Okay, now we pull the flaps up fully at above 400 kilometers an hour, and we back trim a bit to compensate. And I'm going to head more towards the east I don't want to be directly south of Shaidat, because that's going to be really densely populated airspace for both teams, and I don't want to get ting killed by a 21 that doesn't know how to IFF again. Because they'll be using their radars probably in these clouds. Well, actually, the guy that ting killed me probably doesn't even know how to turn the fucking thing on, so I shouldn't assume. I also need to make sure I turned too far there. I'm going north. I need to make sure I didn't fuck my compass as well. I think we're okay though. So for those that don't know, the Su-25, both the Su-25T and the original Su-25, if you begin moving on the ground, like you taxi, let alone take off, too quickly after starting up the electrical system, the nav system hasn't aligned yet. And so your compass will be out by whatever amount. For me, it's typically 90 degrees. So you need to work out how much the compass is off by referencing the F10 map or some known direction. And then, you know, subtract that or add that to whatever the compass reads to figure out where you're actually going, which I demonstrated the second flight of the stream. My compass was 90 degrees out clockwise, so I just used the left marker there as my index instead of the top marker. We still have another 25 with us. You might be in my blind spot somewhere. These mirrors still need fixing. I don't know if ED cares to fix them, but like the periscope's good now. The periscope's perfect, but the mirrors still need fixing, for fuck's sake. There's the Vigan, there's the 21. MiG-21 merge with Vigan, he's below you, behind. He's probably not on this channel.
Ellie.
I might have a shot on him here to help you out. Just give me a second. It's kind of long for an R60, but he's slow. Never mind, someone else got him. Good hit.
Splash.
Just keep an eye on him, he might still be flying Vigan damage model things. I'm going to put a finisher in. Actually, disregard, he's dead.
Okay, I got a visual on you.
Oh, hello. Sorry it took me so long.
No problem, man. Just, let's not talk about it, okay?
I mean, that is how we arrived at the problem in the first place. I'm going to be heading east out to the, like, less populated part of the front line, I think, look for stuff out there.
Right. Right behind you.
I had another Su-25 with me, but I don't know where they went. I think it might have been Cube. Yeah, it's so frustrating, Max. Like, it just... I mean, I should be used to it by now, because it does happen a lot here. It'll just bounce back and forth for sort of a month or two either side of the seasonal change, but... Either stay hot or stay cold, pick one. Because if I want to connect my air conditioner, it's a whole ass thing, right? It's a little portable. I've got to plug it into the windows so that it gets the air out. I've got to rearrange my power sockets to get power to it, like, and the heater uses the same one, so I've got to swap them around. It's just a chore. It's a good song. I really wish this music bot had a sound check though, so that's all the same volume. Oh, look at that. Beautiful grey 21.
Passing waypoint 1 at 11,000.
That's Marduk. Not flying a home team livery today. Usually flies the Czechoslovak liveries. Looks like he's just got the default air superiority grey VVS one, which is I think the default on Enigma server for the 21. Road-based 21s on Caucasus have the 115th Guards Fighter Aviation Regiment livery with the eyes, the bird scarer eyes, but the air-based ones have the air superiority grey. Like mine, just without the embellishments. Gonna kick south a bit. Probably like 130, 140. watch out, because it's probably, like, my current heading's probably going to spit me out near that FARP again. Which is fine, just as long as I don't trespass its air defense without realizing I've done so. It's a friendly FARP under me, or it should be. I can't remember the command to hide the chat. It's like control shift something. It's not control shift period, I don't think. That's to hide my Twitch chat, which I don't even use. I have to check it later. Someone killed a fucking 72M1 with 25mm HE through the turret roofing gun heat PC? Oh my god, I fucking kneel. Holy shit. 25 HE is so weak. Holy fuck. Would it be really... Oh, dude, you know what would be real fucking big brain material? Get a fucking 25 HE through the ejection hatch while it's yeeting a casing stub. When it yeets a case stub, get a fucking 25 HE through there. I want to see someone do that. You can get them down the gun barrel, no problem. Or through the sights, no problem. But I want to see it go through the fucking ejection hatch. You'd have to be, like, slightly above the tank, but you could totally get that shot in. Freak accidents do happen, Super. There is, I'm not going to call it RNG because it's more scientific than that, but there is a certain degree of play in the values. So something will not pen consistently that people will think should, or it will pen inconsistently that people think it shouldn't. Because just like real life, some tanks are, you know, built on a Friday, their armor tolerance is not as good. Gotcha, I see it. Some tanks are not built as well, sometimes a particular batch of armor isn't as well heat treated, whatever. These things happen, or sometimes a particular round is just, like, lucky. So, they haven't modeled, like, successive hits to the same piece of armor degrading the armor quality because they're not sure it's worth doing over the long term. But, there is a slight amount of, wiggle room. There's a slight amount of Murphy's Law, put it that way, factored into the armor penetration calculations. Don't see how that was able to happen looking at the picture. I think there is also still the odd chance that once in a while a round will quantum tunnel through. I think I've seen that a few times with spalling still. So I think it's possible for rounds to still quantum tunnel occasionally, but it's not as bad as it used to be. Ghost shells, as the kids call them. There was a guy that left a negative review on the Steam page for it, like, oh, all my shells are ghost shells. It's impossible to play this game. Like, phew. Boy, I've seen some pretty big skill issue reviews, but I've never seen somebody so blatantly admit they have a skill issue in their review. That's impressive. Something just went down to our right, probably behind.
Roger.
Hey, Legolas. Am I just really clumsy on my rudders today, or are you getting blown sideways? Like, are you getting a bit of roll turbulence?
No, it's just my shit flying, I guess.
I feel like there's some turbulence, but it's not like the usual DCS type. I want to believe. We are on red general comms, by the way, 124, but the thing is, red on this server use 251 as general comms, because the guys in the FC3 stuff don't want to change their radios. So, we are shitting up the red wide gen comms channel, but no one else is on it, so who cares? They're all on fucking 251. Okay, yeah, we're pretty close to the front. I'm gonna start climbing up. We're pretty much on the front line.
Yeah, closest bandit is 70 kilometers, so I think we got time.
Happy days. Vulcan. Yeah, Postscriptum. Postscriptum is literally squad, but World War II. The squad devs made it. I don't know how its population's going though. I've heard Postscriptum's been pretty ghost townish for a while, which is a shame, 'cause it's a really good game. Like, Hell Let Loose is a fun game, but Hell Let Loose is a little more... I'm not going to say casual, because it's not super casual, but it's like less... You know, Hell Let Loose is taking the similar formula, but doing its own thing, whereas Postscriptum is literally Squad in World War II by the Squad devs. Another Froggy. Another Froggy here. I was picking up a Vulcan or something locking me, but I don't see it yet. A bitch of a time spotting ground targets in Syria, which is good. That's how it should be. It should be actually difficult to spot ground targets, because it is in real life. That's why facts exist. Okay. It's telling me that the contact's behind me, so there's probably a group down, like, there somewhere.
I'll escort you to MI8.
Oh, can we not go in the cloud? Okay, it's locking me up. Bro, please. Down.
And you disappeared in a cloud.
Yeah, my bad. Like I said, it's at just the right height where I can't really spot my targets very well. So I gotta stay below it. Whatever's painting me is right off the nose. I just don't see any ground units down there. But it is a Vulcan. I was getting locked. Put it on my beam so I can kind of use submarine techniques. We'll use a target motion analysis to figure out how close it is. Because it's a strong signal, so I can't use that. It's allegedly that direction. It could even be friendly and I was just getting some, like it was locking something hostile through me, although I doubt it, because they might have said there wasn't anything within 70k. It must be right on the edge of the front line. Okay, yeah, it's over there somewhere. Fuck, dude, I don't see anything. It's over here, I just don't see it. Heading more or less west along... Okay, I've got a target in sight. Let's double check it is actually hostile, because it is literally on the front line. I'm pretty sure that's enemy. I lost it, there it is. We'll get something blown up so we can get some smoke going, and then we'll be able to find it again. Problem is trying to identify what the Vulcan is out of that group.
Okay, I found you again. I see you in the attack.
Vulcans and M60s it looks like. We're just going to fire one and break off. Oh, that is a friendly position. What the fuck? It is literally right on the front line. Oops. Cloud shadows. Can't tell what they are until you fucking hit them. To be fair, that's like only the second time I think I've destroyed a friendly ground unit. The first time I was pressed for time in a hind, the second time was that. Waste of rockets though. Cool, that pulling a bluey, I know, right? This is the value of having someone do a reconnaissance run. Instead of forcing Su-25s to find their own targets. Yeah, that was quite far into... Fuck, dude, I don't know. I'm bad at spatial awareness with this shit. Clouds fuck me up. This is the value of having a reconnaissance run. so the Su-25s aren't forced to find their own targets, which can be extremely difficult, especially in cloud. They're an actual mechanic. Somebody buzzes down the front line in a MiG-21 or something, and has like 30 seconds worth of film to detect any unit under them in a certain like cone from their nose, as if they've got a camera there, and then they have to land back at base, and it marks all the positions they flew over on the map. Sometimes you'll get one person do like a really amazing run. They'll get like 100 and something fucking targets marked. But looks like we got no recon today. I could probably stand to do some myself, but I'm pretty out of practice. I might do it in a future stream. It is really helpful though. Okay, that's an enemy position, but it looks like it's been destroyed.
I'm walking you now, Ross.
I'm over a destroyed enemy position. It's just got smoke fading from it over the road. Tracking south.
Yeah, I got a visual.
Having such a hard time spotting anything today. Got another target. This one is definitely enemy. The pop-in for ground units is still... I'm not a fan of it. I think they should pop in further out, and dead ground units and alive ground units should pop in at the same distance. Because right now you can basically gamer it by telling what distance the unit renders at, whether it's alive or dead, which is fucking cheesy as shit. That's a Vulcan. Engage in the Vulcan. Rockets out.
Hey, we shall triple A. Hey, it's not after, yeah, they're shooting after someone else.
Vulcan should hopefully be hit. There's Bradley's down there, I think that's 25 mil coming up at me.
Yeah, also tanks shooting.
Yeah, it might be the tanks then, okay. So the Vulcan's down, it's just a pair of 113s and it looks like 3 M60s.
There's another Frogfoot working on them as well.
Good.
But he seems to be on guns only.
I'll focus the M60s then. You can kill him with guns, but it's quicker to do it with rockets, so he can take the 113s. I think I just oversped something. Might have broken my flaps again. That was way off. It's like 2 M60s down, one might still be up. I think 113 is just getting gunned now. See how I'm perching at high altitude above them? I'm not staying low. And I get some distance, come back in for another attack. This is how you do Su-25 stuff with unguided rockets. This is how you do this stuff properly. Maybe not by doctrine, but how you do it properly in DCS, how you survive doing these attacks with unguided rockets, and how you make them accurate. You don't come in too flat, too low, because A, risk of ground fire, B, you won't see the targets until too late, C, the slant ranger doesn't work. Neither it nor the laser rangefinder work very well at shallow angles. So you come in nice and steep. On the radio, yeah, so Marduk's in a 21, he's providing air cover, but that was a Su-25 doing strafing runs. So we got a 21 covering a pair of 25s. I can't tell what's still up down there. Pop the air brakes out. I might have to come in from another angle. I can't see this through the smoke. I'm going to come back in from the other side. Yeah, I'm still firing too close for sure. The reason I waited so long to pull the trigger on those rockets is because I saw that somebody else had the Vulcan's attention. If the Vulcan is aiming at me, or like I'm the only thing there, I will fire as soon as the range counter starts winding down for the rockets. No, I think I see one intact M60 hiding in the middle of all the smoke.
Okay.
You're right though, like if there is active air defense, that's way too close.
Oh no!
Should jink more on the way out as well. What happened? Someone had a whoopsie, it sounds like. We're a little flat here, so this is going to scatter the rockets lengthways. You want a steeper dive angle for more precision and tighter grouping on the rockets. It's 50 cal. We hit him though. We got only the inner pods left. Might have been another team kill. I don't use the laser guided stuff very much. I do use it from time to time, but not very much. I think for the most part, especially in this server for frontline work, it's a trap. It's a precision weapon which I use for precision purposes, but for the most part I find that just having a good idea of how to operate with the unguided rockets, you're faster and you're just as accurate anyway. Especially because a lot of people have a tendency to overcorrect the laser guided stuff. Like they'll try and adjust the course on the way, or adjust the laser on the way in, which is a great way to fuck your shot up. So I just roll with the unguided.
Is this group done?
I believe so, yeah. I'm just gonna look for another. I'm heading west.
Roger.
I really need to wake up with the rudder in this plane. The Su-25 gets a lot of adverse yaw. I find, like, some people can do that. I find that I can't. If I adjust the point of aim at all once the missile's in the air, it's probably going to fuck me up. That said, it's also because of the way that the Pipper moves once you're locked, and if you're not in perfectly level flight, it's going to kind of mess with you, if that makes sense. But if you're in perfectly level flight, perfectly trimmed out, yeah, you can probably adjust it on the fly without too much worry. But I'm very much in preference to the unguided stuff. I find that, you know, once you get the knack for it, it works really well. It's much quicker and easier. You can carry a shitload of it. Like, the S-13s, to me, are the perfect Su-25 weapon for this server. For Alpins as well, when it was up. If I'm recognizing the terrain correctly, there should be another group somewhere around here on top of a little plateau. But I might not be recognizing it properly, we will see. Just double check where we are on the front line again. Oh, we're behind it. Okay, so it's going to be that way. We went too far south. Be out in front of me, and to my front left. We are also getting pings from an air defense radar, probably a Vulcan, but it could also be a friendly Shilka. I don't want to run the risk of following my RWR and killing friendly units again. That was pretty dumb of me. Okay, so we're about to cross back into the frontline sector. No, this is Enigma server. I have to get the details for when Mike Delta hosts the server so I can hop on there. It's good to see these keeping it going though. Hopefully, I know there's been talk about it, but hopefully we'll be able to organise some sort of, like, maybe crowd-funded revival or something between us Cold War regulars. Those are just bushes, I think. Because I'm going to go pretty crazy pretty fast not having combined arms stuff to play with. It's the main reason I kind of take breaks from this server so often, is because it just becomes too robotic for me. I'm just hitting the same targets over and over and there's not much challenge. We're over the middle of the sector now. So these frontline sectors are pretty big. I tend to underestimate how wide they are. There's that FARP. We'll give it a wide berth. It's behind the front line anyway, so I shouldn't need to get too close to it. I just got a 30k call out for a Vigan from me. 218 for 30 from me. Oh, he's on my wing. Okay.
Roger. Yes, I'm sorting him out. 215 for 26.
Based song. Man, I really am blind today. We're following the frontline domino pretty much exactly, so I'm at high risk of directly overflying something. But like I said, Syria makes it much harder to spot ground units, which is realistic. That's how it should be. It's too easy on Caucasus. But it can get frustrating. I'm not going to pretend it doesn't. Frustration is good. Frustration is realistic. Gamers BTFO. I'd say there's probably a group in front of me somewhere. Pretty close. Let's stay up here. Invisible Dome. I just got the merge call. It's about the air defense troops. It's very hard to find, especially this version of it. I only found this because a guy had uploaded a montage of like...
Splash him again, he's down.
Thank you. Of all his photos from his time in the Soviet Air Defense Force, and he set it to this song. So that's actually like, the video for this in the playlist is his video. I feel like some of the older hands on both sides might be singing this song a lot these days.
There's a F5 coming in, so I'm sorting him out as well.
Gotcha.
He's south 26 clicks.
No, assuming the Russian air defense have woken the fuck up and learned to turn their radars on anyway. That's a frontline group, but it's probably friendly again. I don't want to run the risk.
Overload Pig 28.
If you want to actually find a song, you'll have to run the translation for the name, but it's Invisible Dome. I forget what the word for invisible is, but dome is kupol. Hey, Batman. We are trying to find a needle in a haystack today. I'm having a severe skill issue regarding my eyes. See, that's aircraft wreckage. Those big fiery smoke pools are aircraft wreckage. The thinner ones are ground units. That's a ground unit. That's probably a friendly target that's been hit. Actually, it might not be. That might be hostile. Yeah, we're tracking way too far south again. I need to stop referencing F10 and start referencing my compass. I'm getting lazy. We're also getting low on fuel, because I've been flying at too high of a power setting. Okay, that's enemy. Okay, I think I found a target. I'm gonna blast it and head home because I'm low on fuel and I've only got the one set of rocket pods. Yeah, okay, it is a position, I see it. It's on a hillside, which is going to fuck with my slant ranging unit, as you can already see happening. With enough dive angle, we might get away with it. Are they already destroyed? I think it is. I think the whole position's trashed already. Maybe one of the... Okay, yeah, one of the buildings isn't yet, but all the vehicles are. Not too big. So yeah, I want to head northeast. I wish that, like, if this is clickable, I could actually use the navigation system properly, but I'd never know which waypoint is which on it. It's a pain in the ass. Let me actually try one... Okay, yeah, no, that's return home mode. There we go. So now I've got it on my compass, it's showing me how to get home.
Springfield, defending bandit at goals 054 for 200.
I need to do more Petro stuff too now that he's He's got his voice, although I think he needs to be reset because one of the, like, the patch broke the voice setting and switched it back to default. We won't do it today, but we will do some high-end stuff in the not too distant future. About 20 Ks from Shirat. Merge call with the Tiger on the way back to Shirat, 20 Ks out. Four, 1800. Fuck, I don't see him. I don't see him yet, he might be on the other side of the clouds, but he just passed right over me somewhere. Oh fuck, that's not what I want to press. 223, it's behind me. He's way high though. What's he doing up there? There he is. Tally F5. The left hand 2 circle with him on the deck. Yet again, an F5 goes for the 2 circle, a fight he will not win against a clean Su-25 that's low on fuel. Well, even a clean Su-25 in general, but especially low on fuel. Oh, is he going vertical? Does this one have actual neurons? Vertical towards the sun? Big brain, maybe? This is a long shot for an R60. Might discourage him at least. That shouldn't track because it's through cloud, but it will because DCS. I don't think that hit. Oh, fuck me! One behind me. That one's bait. Fuck. I got flap damage, so I'm gonna have trouble turning. Other F5s on my nose. They're working as a pair. There's a Saber here as well. Shit, dude. Like 15, 20 Ks south of Shirat, south-southwest. I'm very low fuel. I might not survive this. F5's on a 21, Marduk. That might be you. Check 6. Got a missile out. Splash. Saber's still here. On my tail. Saber right behind me. I think I can outrate a Saber just barely, but he might pull his nose for a gunshot and get me anyway. Because he has the instantaneous to play with. Something else just crossed my nose. Please be friendly. Okay, there we go. Just barely outrating the Saber. Still left-hand circle over the hills near the F5 wreck smoke. I gotta work the rudder a bit here because the damaged flap is making it try to roll into the ground. Also to try and maintain my rate. 500 kilometers an hour. Fuel is perilous, but we are pretty close to home, so if we can do this relatively quickly, maybe, we might still make it. That's what I mean about there not being much, like, good opposition on this server. This guy's in a fucking F86, and he's doing the one thing he can do to lose to a Su-25. Like, this is the one way a Saber can lose to a Su-25. And he's just sticking with it, because he thinks, oh, but I should turn better than him, right? Saber is turny, yeah? Okay, there we go, there's a reversal. You gonna do something with it, or are you just gonna go right-hand sustained instead? He's trying to force the overshoot. Oh, he's woken up. This is where it gets difficult. Once a Saber tries to one-circle you, it gets hard, because the Su-25 can't one-circle well. Saber's low over the power lines, left-hand turn. Don't know if Marduk's still up, I hope so. Another ground target there. I don't have the fuel for this at all. This guy's just wasting my time, wasting my fuel. A lot of rudder here. I'm very slow and I'm damaged, so a lot of rudder. She ain't responding too well in the ailerons. Okay, I have a lot more thrust than him in the vertical, but I'm also very heavy and I don't have nose authority. That's an attempt to get an overshoot. Another F5 on me, right behind me. Real close. I'm not getting out of this. Oh, I'm down. We tried. We tried. Davey! Davey! I thought we were bros, Davey. How could you do this to me? Figures of all the people I run into, it's fucking Davey. Shut that up before it spams me. Fuck, 11:13. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to stream for, guys. I might do one more flight and then we'll do like a little bit of Gunner Heat PC. I don't know though, because like I said, I got family coming. I don't know what time they're going to be here. Usually they get here around lunch, so we'll see. I'm toying with the idea of maybe doing a second shorter stream in the evening, but I don't know. We will see. Let's check my messages actually, see if they've sent anything. Not yet.
Командир, оружие подвешено.
Hello? Canopy closed, please? Okay. Are you aware of any Twitch channels specifically talking about hardware for DCS? Been watching for years now, but I'm starting to get home to learn this beast. Hardware, most DCS players will discuss it if you bring it up, but like, as a focus, I don't know. It also depends what, like, kind of what level of hardware you want. Most DCS players will have recommendations for like entry-level stuff, or for my case, I've got recommendations of the stuff I use because I find it quite good. But yeah, like if you want really in-depth stuff, just asking in chat in a lot of channels is good enough because you'll get a lot of opinions very quickly. But I don't know if anyone specifically like treats that as their main focus. Hey pleb. We're slowly readjusting to DCS after quite a while away from it. It's been a mixed bag today, like it usually is. Just realized my mistake of not showing up like 20 minutes... Oh, of showing up 20 minutes late to a group meeting a few days ago. This idea we have is not the greatest. Uh-oh. Oh dear. Oh no. My condolences. Try things like helo sessions for some variety or depot runs. Yeah, I mean, I've done those before, though. I can do them again, just not today, because I don't have time, but... Like, it does, even doing different things like that, after a while it does kind of wear thin for me, just because, like I said, the opposition's not there and the mission never really changes, it's just back and forth, push-pull. which is why I liked having both this and Alpins up, is so I could play Alpins for the really hard, you know, hardcore sort of high effort stuff, and then I could just de-stress by playing on Enigmas later and doing some brainless air to ground or bullying F5s or whatever. Saber's still lurking south of Shirat. Correction, southwest. It's not good. Need to find something to get rid of these rockets on quickly. Try just heading south. That'll take me towards that far, but no well. Compass is fucked again. I need to watch the right pipper, so I'm tracking about 120 now. Actually, it might not be 90 degrees exactly. It might be a little off, but yeah, like I'm tracking straight south now, so it's showing 160. So I'm 120 degrees off, I think. Does my math check out? No. Yeah, maybe. Whatever, I know where I'm going. I'm going south now. So I need to read from the fucking 4 o'clock position on the compass. So like I said, if you start taxiing in the Su-25 too quickly after you get the electronic system, or the electrical system powered up, that's what happens. It's annoying, but it's not unworkable. You just got to remember what the offset is. Now I've got an F5 coming for me as well. Unfortunately, when you're in emerge and need to glance at the compass and tell where you're pointed, that is when your brain forgets that there's an offset you need to add or subtract. We've got infantry drop over there with a green flare. Might have to just ditch the ordnance and defend myself at this rate. Someone just got splashed over there. There's more infantry, I assume, popping flares. Okay, we're just about to pass over the front line. Ground units there. Those are hostile. Just barely over the line. We're going to spend our rockets and get ready to defend ourselves. Because the Saber's already up my backside. Making myself an easy target for everyone here by flying more or less straight and level, but it is what it is. That's a Saber, I think, or is it? No, it might be the ground units. Somebody just got splashed. Nope, that was a missile. Oh my god, that was another missile behind me. F5 up my bum. Yep, there's the F5. That's probably Davey again. Oh, no, 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 no. Barely saved that. Problem is as well, Davey knows my tactics in this thing, so he can easily kill me. He knows just not to try and sustain. He knows to yo-yo over the top and come back in. Which you can see there. He's going to go for a shot. He's going to get hits, of course. That might be long. It probably is long. Now I've got to rudder this thing over because she's struggling. And I'm out of flares. This is fine. He just jettisoned his tanks. Why he waited that long to do so, I don't know. Oh, and he died. Okay. Saber jettisoned his tanks and he fucking died. Saber drivers today are not the smartest people, apparently. Or did someone missile him? Oh, 21. You beautiful thing. But there's another Tiger. 049, so it'll be on my right. Should be flying more or less northeast now. There's a Tiger. Oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Stay there. Might be a bit close. Oh, that's perfect. Eat shit. You dead. Let's get the fuck out of here. What are you... Another Saber. 21 if you're on this, if you're on comms in that battle with 225, there's another Saber here. He's behind you, he's turning with me. Let's see where he went. It's a 21. Where's the Saber? He might have gone vertical, he might actually have a brain. Fuck! He got me. He got me. Alright guys, like I said, we're going to switch to GHPC for a little while. I don't know how long I've got left in the stream, so let me just get everything set up here. Hopefully we'll be able to get back into more DCS though, because it has been a long time. Yeah, lack of practice. Oh, you mean stats courses? Yeah. Well, same with me with DCS, lack of practice. Anyway, I will be right back. Yeah, nice shot, Davey. Nice shot. New haircut? No, I haven't had a haircut for a couple months now. Starting to grow back out again. So I'm probably overdue for one. I'm kind of in two minds about whether I let it grow out again or not. It is getting to the point where it's starting to annoy me though, because it keeps flopping in front of my face. Can't see what I'm doing. So, for those who haven't kept up with the news, GHPC had a big update recently. They added in a lot of work to the different sights. Thermals are no longer the Eye of Sauron at longer ranges, although the M60A3 thermals they have a slight bug on them which needs some fixing, when they're zoomed out at least. So thermals no longer the Eye of Sauron. The sights in general respond to the tank's movement, so particularly the older tanks with the more kludgy systems and older stabilizers. The sights will vibrate violently while the tank is moving. In the M60, it's so bad that the gunner's primary sight is almost unusable on the move, for any sort of medium to long range work at least, and the Orc sight is better, but still not perfect. Just make sure I actually change category, because I have a habit of forgetting these days. Now, bear in mind, GHPC is still in heavy development, so at times, it and OBS may fight each other for resources. On my screen, GHPC runs beautiful. It almost never dips below 60 frames a second. It does occasionally on some missions, but not many. However, I've noticed on stream sometimes, even if I'm getting 60 frames a second, OBS is rendering 2. So, I know it happens sometimes. Bear with me, okay? It'll be fixed in further development, but it is early days yet. Now, having said that, let's actually go play the game. Oh, multiplayer with multi-crew, dude, is going to be amazing. Cannot wait. Super hyped. It's probably a ways off, but super hyped either way.
Ross, it's time to commit war crimes. Find a trench gun and clap some Germans.
Might need a bit more than the trench gun to clap these ones. Good to see you, Polo. Cheers to the bits, man. Let's start. Actually, I should probably do some missions to begin with. I do want to start a new packed campaign, though. So what should we start with? Let's go with... let's go with Replay and Reaper again. I've done this one before, but this is a good demonstration of how the thermals are different now, because it's at night in a Bradley, so I have to use the thermals. I don't have a well, I have a day sight, but I don't have a passive sight. So we'll be highly reliant on 1980s thermals, which, as you will see, you know, they're not that great. Better than nothing, but not that great. The rendition of them is not final, so it's a lot closer than it was, but there's probably still a few things that they'll tweak at some point or other. They're close enough, and you can really get the sense that there are definite disadvantages to early thermal systems now. They're still quite nice, especially in, wide field of view, like, they're pretty good. The heat signatures and contrast with the ground haven't changed yet, so things still jump out at you a bit too much, but the actual resolution's dropped. So particularly at longer ranges in narrow field of view, it's really hard to ID things. Flares at one point? Yeah, I can do that. As long as I get time today. So we want to go in here. We're gonna just roll around the sort of right side of this hill, I guess. So day sight's obviously useless in these conditions. We'll go to thermals. Doesn't look too different yet, right? Not a lot of contrast because it's, you know, it's night, I guess. Looks like it's pretty bright out. It's a full moon. I can see well enough to navigate, but not well enough to really shoot with the day sight. I've been getting lucky on my packed missions with full moons, so I don't need to use the active IR as much. I can get by with passive if it's, you know, if the moon's up, but still not ideal. Also a little uncoordinated words with my mouse today. I'm going to dial the range back to about 800 since we're going to be operating in close proximity here. Expected enemy to my left. Let's actually just take a quick look over here. I know there's probably nothing there, but just to be sure, just for my own peace of mind, yep, there's nothing there. Contacts will probably be left. I see somebody. We're going to get out from behind this hill a little, get on slightly flatter ground, because we don't have cant correction here. It's a nondescript red blur. However, we know there's no friendlies in the area. So we can make a pretty safe assumption that it's hostile. Let's roll out a little further. What do we think that is? Do we call that a BRDM? I would call that a BRDM only because I can see the gun barrel and it's kind of stubby. And it looks like it's a reconnaissance screen, so I'm going to call that a BRDM. As I think I've mentioned before, the red damage text will be going away It's just basically for debug at the moment, so don't get used to having the instant shot feedback, because you will not as development progresses. Actually, I'm getting such bad contrast off the ground at the moment, I can't even tell where the horizon, or like where the, you know, the terrain ends nearby the rolling hills, which is good. Notice as well, my commander didn't spot him. Because my commander doesn't see so well in the dark either, and he's only got passives to work with. Oh, now he sees something. Bro, I'm not wasting... Yeah, it's obstructed. I'm not wasting a missile on it. However, these I will absolutely want to use a missile on once they start getting, you know, once they become aware of me. Yeah, it's about 600-700 meters. You use the top of the BMP's hull for ranging, not the top of the turret like you would with a tank. It's a little weird how the choke on the Bradley works, but that is how it works. I'm gonna roll in a little closer and use the HE on the truck, I think. Takes the worst way into the fight. I didn't want to crest the hill though. Like, I didn't want to skyline myself, although probably I should have in this case. At least I got these buildings for cover. They wouldn't have seen me at all, yeah. Hook to the left. See, I was toying with that. I might try that next time. Come in behind the trees, perhaps. He's still kind of obstructed. It's not ideal. We're going to kick out to the right and go around where those BMPs were headed, because I don't want to get into the buildings. That's bad, no. Even though infantry aren't in yet, and I know that, like, that's not going to be a problem, there's probably a BMP hiding in there. I don't want to roll out from behind a building and get shot in the side immediately by a Grom. The BMPs struggle to see in the dark. Their active IR isn't... I don't know if they're coded to act like they have it, but it's not physically working yet, because it's tied to the commander's cupola, which rotates independently of the turret. Where? Oh, there. It's another BRDM. So yeah, the BMP's IR lamp like isn't actually working in game yet, but it will be at some point. But they struggle to see in the dark anyway because their IR is not very good. Yeah, dog shit sights is putting it mildly. The BMP1 sights are fucking trash, complete trash. BMP2 is not great, but not as bad. But the BMP1 sights are. You'll notice even in wide field of view, the tow sight stays, like the tow crosshair stays visible. That's real. People have been reporting that as a bug, mostly War Thunder players that don't understand how the real vehicle works. Just saying. But that's because on the Bradley, the tow reticle is glass etched into the sight. It's not actually projected like the gun sight is. So that, like the gun sight with the choke and everything is projected. The tow reticle is etched. And it's also not accurate for the gun. It's low and left because of the tow launcher being offset. That one? I can't tell which one he wants me to engage. Oh, he wants me to engage that one. Just worried there's going to be more BMPs lurking around here, because there probably is. I mean, this is our resupply position, right? There will be BMPs around, resupplying, as the name suggests. So we'll keep an eye out. Get in amongst the trucks we just killed. If we don't spot them on this pass of the town, we'll loop around it and come up on a hill and look for them. That's the BRDM we already engaged and destroyed, I think. What's that? Did someone flip? I think someone flipped. Sometimes the AI spawn in funky positions and... Oh no, is that logs? I can't tell what it is. What the fuck is it? No, it's logs. Okay. Disregard me. You do still see tank flipping now and then, though. Yeah, the wipe when you change zoom is quite nice. I feel like they could, I'm sure it'll come with time because the sounds are heavily in progress, but the loud click you get, because the controls to change settings on the site in armored vehicles are quite heavy levers and switches and things. Like, you need a substantial amount of fucking throw to them. If you watch Shawshank's video of the T90, you can hear the clunk as he throws the switches to put on the sight filters or change magnification. This is concerning. Where BMP? Where BMP? We did kill all the trucks. They're all down. But there is... very likely to be a BMP or BRDM or something hiding somewhere. And if it's a BMP, there's probably another 3 of them, because it'd be a full platoon most likely. We'll be adding cope cages, not for the Cold War. If they do a modern theatre at some point down the line, probably when it's a bit less topical, a bit less controversial, then we might see them then. But Cold War, no cope cages. We're not getting ERA either, because it's outside the time of the game setting. ERA didn't arrive until after 85 in this part of the Europe. So people keep asking for it, but they ain't gonna get it. Where the fuck are they? I wonder if the other platoon maybe are out doing a clearing patrol or something, and that's why I haven't seen them yet. Those are the guys we knocked out, right? Yeah, those are the guys we knocked out, looking at where they are relative to the town. We knocked him out on the way in. We knocked him out. Let's try hooking right. The only thing I can think is if they spawned in the forest and they're stuck, which does happen from time to time, but I don't know, I'm just getting a bad feeling about this. And they're still calling artillery, which means one of them still has a vague idea of where we are. They're not calling it on us, but they're calling it near enough that I can hear it. In situations like this, you come to love the Bradley's very quick turret traverse. You can scan huge areas very quickly. In this mission, I've seen them patrol. I've seen them patrol. They aggressively come hunting for me, or they'll patrol out from the town. It depends how quickly you get to the town, I guess, or from what angle you approach it from, but I've definitely seen them on a patrol. After or around the same time, I think. See, I just like killing shit, so I usually kill the screen as well. not low enough to restock yet. Fucking Bradley ammo system is... That'll be a nice thing in the BMP. You won't have to worry about fucking linking belts and making sure you don't go past the edge of the, or like go past the chute. So you have to fucking disassemble the chute and all that. Or hand crank the chute, I think it is, from the Chieftain's video. You have to hand crank the rounds up into the gun, which takes forever. BMP2 will not have that issue. It'll have other issues, but not that one, thank God. I don't know, dude. Yeah. Yeah, it'll make it interesting. Also, you know, the sights are rather primitive, both for the gun itself, or for the turret itself, and for the ATGM. I feel like there's one more thing there than there was before. We'll head up to where we knocked out the BMPs, I guess, and observe from their position. But yeah, like, the BMP is going to have a bunch of disadvantages and quirks of its own, but it'll also have some nice little advantages that people don't tend to think about, like the fact that because the ATGM launcher is on the turret roof, and protrudes quite high above the turret roof, you can be fully turret down, not just hull down, but turret down behind cover, and just yeet ATGMs at people, and they will have a very hard time spotting you. So the BMP2 is going to have a few tricks up its sleeve when it's used right. Like anything, you got to use it right, which a lot of people don't, and they blame their equipment. The Bradley can do it in targeting. The Bradley can observe over cover because it's got the gunner's primary sight on the roof. But it can't fire over it very well because the tow launcher's... It's a little above the top of the turret, but not by much, I think. Actually, if I slow down enough to get it to raise. No, you're right, it's about the same. You're right. The BMP is lower to the ground, though, so you'll have an easier time finding terrain to hide behind versus this thing, which is... You know, I love the Bradley. I am now chaddily pilled after, you know, after realizing the depth of reformer bullshit which has been propaganda against it, but much as I love the Chadley, it do be a chonker. It is fucking huge. The thing is like a fucking rolling house. NATO lover? I'd say NATO appreciator. I wouldn't say NATO lover necessarily. I'd say NATO appreciator for sure. I think that people who like act like the side they stand... Where? Where did he see that? Is it that? That's a wreck. No, it's not that. Might be another BRDM that I missed behind a building or something. Let's not hit the tree. That's right. No. You what? My brother in Christ, how? Sometimes the commander sees things he shouldn't, still. It's not 100% yet. I can't see that from here, I'm gonna have to go over there. They don't see fully through foliage anymore. Like, they can still see through it sometimes, but not consistently. Okay, my buddy sees it. Let's just open up on it, because I can see the signature now. I can't tell what it is. Probably a BRDM. That is not a BRDM. That's a BMP. Okay, well, we found a second BMP platoon. They're over here. So they did push out. That's where I came in from. They pushed out looking for me. But yeah, people who stand one side or the other and assume the other's equipment is all crap are fucking pea-brained. I have an appreciation for NATO equipment because I can see its advantages and its disadvantages. I can see what it was designed for and why. Like, there are certain things about it I do like and don't like, but I'm not going to say, ooh, NATO stuff's crap, Warsaw Pact stuff is better, always. Like, no, that's not how it works. They both have their advantages and disadvantages. They were both designed to work with specific things in mind, which were different for each. Just because I prefer to play Warsaw Pact stuff doesn't mean I don't like NATO stuff. The main reason I don't play NATO stuff as much is because it's just, I find it easy. Because in a lot of ways it is. It's more user-friendly, or it's just that the conditions that games put you in. Because GHPC, a lot of the missions in the campaign at least are oriented around NATO doctrine, like the company attacks are like NATO doctrine company attacks, whereas the some of the single missions are Soviet doctrine, or closer to Soviet doctrine. So I don't play NATO stuff as much because it's not, like, I like a challenge, I like pain, you know, it's got to be hard to make it fun for me, so NATO stuff is typically pretty easy, except the M60A1, which I absolutely fucking adore, because it is such a piece of shit. I don't think their equipment sucked. I think it could have been a lot better, though, and they were pretty short-sighted in some of their design considerations. Or just that, you know, they couldn't really reach the level of technology they should have. No, you don't. You're trying to run from me. Oh, fuck me. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. Shit, 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 shit. Oh, this is very bad. No, no. Please stop. And that's how quickly things can go wrong for you. He doesn't need good night vision to tell there's a Bradley in front of him 100 meters or less during a full moon. I'm not going to go through the after-action report because for the Bradley that takes ages because you fire so many shots, and also there's not much to learn from it. We're shooting BMPs and trucks, they explode pretty easily. But yeah, there's your new thermals at night. So let's go back to the main menu and let's pick another mission. OG60s M60A1 without gun stab. I think the West German. I think the Vessi M48s didn't have gun stabs, but I could be wrong. They might have got some version of AOS as well. The Rise and, well, the M60A3 as well, I think is still using the same stabilizer that AOS added, so it's a piece of shit, which is why the sight bounces so much, which is why I love it. Okay, let's go Lethargic Liberty. This is M60A1s. Let's roll with this, and you'll see what I mean about the sights. This is a pretty quick mission, but it can go very wrong very quickly. Especially if it's nighttime. Especially if it's fucking nighttime. Okay, we might not see the day sight bouncing so much here, because we ain't going to be using it, but before I set out, I'm going to illuminate that sight, but I'm not going to use that sight, I'm going to use the Orcs sight, because I'm going to get blinded. Like, good chance I'm going to get fucking blinded by the power of the sun compelling me as soon as a T-55 looks my way. So we're going to play this initially the same way I usually do. I'm going to cross these trees over the road, get up on the saddle, look toward, like, observe towards the objective, find anything that's there. I know what's there, but unless the mission seed's been altered, I have a good idea what to expect. Okay, here we go. You can actually see the sight bouncing. So the night sight, day sight both bounce like motherfuckers, even at very low speed. Now, I've read in YouTube comments from one of the Chieftains videos, a bunch of M60 guys were talking about the tank, and one of them said that they found that each tank, it varied slightly tank to tank, so crews were encouraged to find out which theirs was, but each tank had a particular movement speed where the sight would actually stop vibrating, because the reason it's so bad at low speed is track slap. Once you get past track slap and you're moving faster, the sight still vibrates a little, but it's a much less severe oscillation. So he said they found that if you actually persuaded crews that the counterintuitive thing of the sight moving less the faster you go is the way it works, they were able to engage accurately. So if we turn the night sight off, you can see that I can't see shit there. We'll go back to the Orc sight, can't see shit. Is it really gonna... Okay, there we go. Sometimes you have to toggle it a few times to get the sight set up the way you want, just a one-press toggle. I can't use a rangefinder at night. Can't use a coincidence rangefinder at night. However, first of all, from institutional knowledge of playing this mission so many times, I know that's 1200 meters, give or take, like, barely anything. Also, from looking at the map, I know he's sitting about here, we take one grid size. We take one grid size from where he is, and we put it towards me, and it's that thumb span, but with a little bit left over. So it's about 1,100 meters. So I'm just gonna fucking battle sight this shit, and we'll see where we land. I'll have a heat round up for the second for the follow-up. Commander hasn't seen him yet because it's dark. We didn't need the heat round. Mission editor, they aren't sure if there'll be one or what form it'll take yet because it's too early development to say for certain. They would like to have some means of editing the mission, but it might just be like DCS quick missions where you can plug in a bunch of variables and it generates something from it, or it might be more in-depth, saying more like the full mission editor or like what Steelbeast has. They don't know yet. It's too early to say for sure. But it is an issue that's on the radar, and obviously, you know, it would be preferable to have one if possible. So we're just going to be using the day sight, or sorry, not day sight, the night sight with battle sighting at this point, because most of the engagements here are going to be battle sight or less, where Sabo shoots pretty flat. Hey, Mike Delta, good to see you, man. I heard you were hosting some Alpines missions earlier. I'm going to have to figure out what the IP to that is and add it to my favorites. I'll keep a track on the Discord. Hope you had a good stream, man. We've had a bit of a frustrating one today, because I haven't played DCS for a while, so I'm pretty rusty. And we're checking out Gunner Heat PC's latest update, which has been, I think, you might have other ideas as a former tanker, but for me, as just a guy who likes tanks but has no experience fighting in them, this to me is the biggest change to the game since, I would agree with Max, since platoons were added. Even more so than artillery. This is what really changes it. It makes people play the tanks more like you would in the actual thing. You don't charge in at full speed, shooting from the hip, especially with the 60. You gotta take your time. Okay. I don't like that. I really don't like that. We're over. He's going to blind me here in a second, so I'm getting ready to switch to the Orcs. We hit him. Oh, where's his body? Shit, okay. I still see him. That's for me. Oh, God. That's my lead tank lost. We're going to have to skip through everything to get back to the other tanks. This is what I mean by it can go bad quickly, especially at night. Illumination on the Orcs, please. Fuck. Shit, I might be able to catch him through the trees. Yes, I can. Okay. There's one. I can't see the other clearly. Let's try... Hello, Orc sight? We're a bit low. Did he get it? I think we might have had some mutually assured destruction there. I'm going to very carefully roll around the corner here. I think that got both. But we're down to, I think, one tank at this point. This mission in the day is moderate, depending how quick your reflexes are and how good you are at sighting in the gun. Or, like, battle sighting it. At night, though, it's really difficult, because as soon as you get flash blinded like that, and your eyes have got to adjust back to the Orc sight, you're screwed. You've lost the initiative in that engagement. Yeah, we're down to one tank. Fuck. That would have been a good time for, flares, you're right. That was my stupid right there. I forgot they put them in the game. He is... I think that's the platoon lead, so he's not dead, but he's combat ineffective. He's dead. The other guy I think I saw cook off, so... Both 55s are down, at least. There you can see what I mean about the gunner's primary sight. Day or night, just vibrates like a motherfucker. The Orc sight is way more stable. But at night, the Orc sight is of limited usefulness, without flares. So we're going to battle sight that back. So we've got point stabilization. Point stabilization is set to 1200. The way the point stab works is it just tries to keep the gun on a fixed point at, or like, it tries to do trigonometry to keep the gun pointed the same angle for the same distance, if that makes sense. So like the gun will try and point stabilize on whatever range you've got dialed into the ballistic computer. If you've wondered why the slew rate of the point stabilization seems to speed up or slow down, that's why. It's based on your range. We've got something in there. We can probably make a fairly safe assumption. It's the, or it's a BRDM. I don't know why it's... Okay, there we go. The keybind logic to switch between the primary site and the Orc site at night time is a little discombobulating for me because I don't get to use this tank enough. In this mission, no. I've been going pretty well on it, but so far in this mission we're experiencing the misery that is the M60A1 at night. It's been a lot of fun, man. I'm really, really happy with this latest update. Watching all the people on the Steam forums, like the GHPC Discord is mostly pretty knowledgeable people, or people that are willing to learn at least, but watching all the people on the Steam page for it whining like, oh, it's impossible now, the gun sights are unusable, oh, it's so hard, like, skill issue, dude. That's, if you wonder why the M60 guys were trained to fire from a short halt, now you know. I can just about see that through the trees. Is that? Yeah, okay, that's the one he's calling. Bro, I can hardly see it. I need it to fire again so I can get its muzzle flash. Okay. Let's Orc sight it so we know we're not occluded. We were by something. There's probably a building in front of it, maybe? Okay, there it is. See it now? Yeah, we're free of terrain, so I'm just gonna... Oh, yeah. I see him too. Go to Sabo. Off we go. We're not going to drive through that, because driving through towns is bad no-no. Even without infantry in the game yet, it's not a good habit to get into, so we aren't going to do it. We're going to go around it. I'm still too close. Like, if there was risk of infantry in this town, I would not be anywhere near this close to it. Because nothing makes an infantryman's day more than seeing a big, dumb, oblivious tank rolling this close past his position without knowing exactly where he is. Tanks are only as scary, like, they're only scary as long as they know where you are, or they have a good idea where you are. If they don't know where you are, they go several places down the food chain. Flares, you're right. I will save them for the big attack here. Because, depending how good the illumination is, I might be able to actually use the rangefinder to battle, or like, not battle sight, to range it off a tree, which is what I did last time I played this mission. Depends on the call-in time. Some missions it's instant, some missions it's not. I'll call them in there, because I know that's where they're going to come from. We're going to get into this tree line. Okay, they're already cresting. We might not have time for this. I've waited too long. Let's get into the tree line. Fuck, okay. Yep, they're cresting. Come on, flares. I guess there is a bit of cool-in time on these. We're obstructed by a deer blind to our front. Don't know if the AI can see through that. I certainly can't. Okay. Flares are up. Let's go back to our primary site. If I can avoid driving into a tree, we're going to have to pull out behind the deer blind to unobstruct ourselves. I don't know if ranging myself here is going to be a very good idea. It's probably too dark. Yeah, it's too dark. It's not reliable. We'll just battle sight it. They haven't crested yet. Playing this mission at night is completely different than daytime. Daytime, I've got this down to a pretty good routine. We might re-roll the mission to see if we get day afterwards to demonstrate it, but nighttime is interesting. Good thing my AI buddies were on more point than I am. It may be we had a track tank. I don't know. I didn't check the status of the rest of my platoon. We can do that now. There's a BMP that would have got away, but... Let's see. So that was my tank getting hit once. Twice. That was the one that knocked my tank out. It was a nasty hit. That was... Okay, I think that's my tank after I switched to the other one. I don't know. We might have still had one active, but mobility killed. Possibly. I don't have one. I got bits of it. I don't have one. I got an East German one, actually. Which I could do. Totally do a meme stream with the East German uniform, but... Don't have Soviet. I do have a USMC set of M81s that I stole off Dad, but they're at the farm. Nothing too spectacular there. My shooting's not great in the dark. Right, let's restart. See if we get daytime. Pretty bad showing of my skills there. Probably because I don't have many. Okay, it's daytime, but it's overcast, so let's set things up differently. We still want the AUX site, because we're going to be using it. But we don't need to worry about getting flash blinded unless I do that, because I pressed the wrong button. C, there we go, that toggles between our sites. So we're going to speed things up a little, because it's daylight and I can actually see now. We're going to get up on this ridge, we're going to stop and scan. I'm awaiting the day that we get a command for the AI to independently find cover nearby, like hold down positions. He sees it. Oh shit, it sees me too! I haven't got time to get a shot off. That usually doesn't spot me so quickly. Okay, we're going to roll up, we're going to stay in the AUX site because I need to know when I'm clear of terrain. Okay. It's him dealt with. Not seeing anything else there. We're going to stay in the AUX site while we're moving just because it's A, less zoomed in, and B, less shaky. But yeah, so all the people complaining that, oh, it's too hard to shoot now, the M60 crews would basically prefer to shoot from the short halt like a lot of the Soviet crews did. The Abrams stabilization is good enough you could fire on the move. That was like true fire on the move starting to arrive. But a lot of the older tanks, even ones that are nominally two-plane stabilized, the stabilizers just weren't high enough quality, or they were analog electronics, or the sights themselves were quite, like, finicky. So they weren't real, like, they could fire on the move in theory, but in practice it wasn't accurate. And it would annoy the shit out of the gunner because his sight would be jumping around so much. Tell these guys to echelon left. I should have already told them that. We're just going to roll ahead slightly. Kind of. There we go. Load. Shit. I'm screwed. Load is down. I need to get out of here. I hesitated. Never hesitate. Let's get this thing over. Come on. Okay, he wants me on that one. Is it about 800-ish? We're high, but we got him. There we go. Me talking about how I usually have this down to a routine, I already fucked up. Yeah. Yeah, and like a lot of tank-related games, up until GHPC added this mechanic with the sights, a lot of tank-related games these days don't model that, like War Thunder, which is what a lot of people are coming from. The sights are perfect. Like, there's 100% perfect stabilization. The gun actually tracks the sight in War Thunder, so, like, you don't experience that at all. Whereas, you know, I wasn't on tanks, but I have been in tanks while they've been moving, because I know somebody that restores them, and I can tell you that it is extremely hard to keep a sight picture in a tank that's moving. At all. Especially older ones, like I've been in Centurion. Trying to keep a sight picture in Centurion when it's moving, good luck. because you're getting jostled around in relation to the sight, so your eye relief is constantly getting off. The sight itself is not going to focus real well when it's getting vibrated. Like, the vibration is the problem a lot of the time. The stabilizer's not going to perfectly keep up with the movement of the tank. Even some of the more modern ones, you still see it. So it's not perfect. Hang on. I might have to cut the stream short after this mission, guys. I may do a short Gunner Heat PC stream in a couple of hours. I don't know. I'll try and squeeze something in, but like I said, I got family coming, so it was going to be a short stream today regardless. He's dead. We already hit him. We are looking for anything in this town. Like, realistically speaking, see how I'm rolling up to the town to blow up the BRDMs? I wouldn't want to do that. I wouldn't want to get this close to a town. I really wouldn't. Traverse right. So use the AUX sight in the American tanks to make sure you're clear of terrain, because the AUX sight is mounted coaxially to the gun, as opposed to the gunner's primary sight, which is offset to one side and it's above the gun on top of the turret roof. Whoopsies. So if you use the GPS to engage at close range or over terrain, you might actually bury the shot in the dirt, or your parallax might be really badly off, like if you're super close. Hey, Izzy. Are you with Mum and Dad at the moment? Tell them I'll be out in a couple minutes. I'm busy. Yep, 1200, and that's control page down by default bindings. I'm going to have to bind something on my mouse, though, so I can quickly set battle sight when I need to. Right, what I want to do here is I want to get into the tree line quickly, and I want to be able to pre-range off one of those distant trees. It'll be out by probably 100 meters because it's behind the ridge, not on it, but it should be close enough for government work. And then that gives us pretty much a perfect aiming reference for when the 72s roll over the ridge, but we might not get there in time. Not the most concealed position, but it will do. Are they rolling over the ridge yet? Not yet, okay. Give me a nice big tree right there. We're going to put the sight right on it. Right about there looks good to me. 700 meters. We'll call it 700. Let me guess, I'm on the wrong side of the slope again. Yeah, my buddies see them, but I don't. I might not get a shot in here. Excuse me, why are you driving? I didn't tell you to. Okay, there's one. I saw a hit. Doesn't look like good effect, though. Target lost. We'll scan for the others while we wait for him to come back out. That one's probably... the middle one's probably going to pop up next. Maybe the right one? Just looking at the dust clouds coming up from their guns going off. Catch you later, Mike Delta. Cheers again for the raid, man. I will hopefully catch you in DCS soon. I'm sure you enjoy the new changes to the F10 map. I'm pretty happy about that. I'm more hyped about that than a lot of the other stuff in the patch. Okay, I was wrong. The right guy might pop up next. So we got one there. One there. We waited too long. We should have engaged sooner. Okay, we knocked him out. Right. Got him. At least I can demonstrate how to pre-range off a tree and then engage with that. But not the best showing for me in Gunner Heat PC today. I don't know where my platoon mates are. They didn't follow me, I don't think. One of them did? Maybe? No? No, my platoon didn't come with me, so they were probably getting shot up back there somewhere. I don't know what they were doing. Might have got tracked initially. Oh well, it seems like I need to hurry my ass up and get out of here, so I'm going to find someone to raid, guys. I might do a short stream later today, or I might just upload some Gunner Heat PC stuff on YouTube. There will be probably some Gunner Heat PC after the armour stream on Monday, but I can't play it for too long because I don't want to miss class. So let me find someone to raid. I know it was a bit ramshackle today. It is what it is. It's good to see so many of you back, though. It's good to be back to DCS, even if it's frustrating. I am probably going to be kind of spotty with the stream schedule for the next couple of weeks because of class stuff. But because my TAFE follows the school holidays, I should have a nice long break over January, fingers crossed, to do lots of streams in. So we should be able to catch up a bit. Hopefully, if nothing else gets in the way. Let's see who I can raid. I might send you guys to Quas, I think. Make sure I've got enough underscores there. 2 of them. There we go. Alright guys, I'll send you off to Quas. I may be on later today. Don't know. We will see. But yeah, next stream there'll be some Gunner Heat PC either way. Until then, hope you all have a wonderful day. Stay safe. I will catch you all in the next one. Enjoy Quas, and if you haven't got around to checking it out yet, Gunner Heat PC is going from strength to strength, so I recommend it very strongly. Catch you all in the next one.